do it.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out. Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium! The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts him to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game.
It is over!
What's good, you Thumb Warriors? Welcome back in. This is Headquarters. I'm Chris fucking alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, and we have 2 days of qualifier action left before we head to Boston. Nameless, 5 sleeps from now, we are waking up in our Boston hotel ready for a full day of Call of Duty.
I cannot wait. It's going to be epic. You know, we've had a couple of fantastic tournaments in COD history back in Boston. I cannot wait to return. The fans are going to be wild.
aLLeY, it's another Super Saturday. 4 matches coming our way. Early preview, what match are you most fired up for?
LAG in Toronto for sure.
LAG in Toronto. We're going to be talking about all of the games here, but we got to start with some breaking news. If you are watching Scump's Watch Party, well, you've seen it there first. If you're on Reddit or Twitter, you probably saw it there second, but we're talking about it today because OpTic is no longer going to have Rambo Ray coaching their starting lineup. He was able to go on the Watch Party, and here's what he had to say about the situation.
I just want this team to succeed. Like this team and this organization I've played for, worked through my life, been in COD for 15 years. Whatever needs to be done for this team to succeed is what I want. And if that basically means that my involvement is indirect in the team, so be it.
All right, and now that you are not coaching the team, what is the next step?
So for the time being, given my non-direct involvement, I'm actually going to try and dive into content a little more. The ideas really derive around like basically me being a coach to the community.
Interesting situation for Rambo as he is now going to turn to making content for the players. And looking at this resume, we've already gone through his accolades. But, aLLeY, I wanted to ask you, is this a good thing for OpTic to keep him on the roster and creating content? I mean, it means he's not going to any of the competition, right?
I mean, absolutely. It's kind of like the bittersweetness of when Scump retired. It's the same thing with Rambo. We haven't seen, I feel like, a whole lot on the content side of things when it does come to Rambo Ray. So I'm really interested on what he comes up and sends out our way.
Yeah, and it's been a while since we've seen Rambo's streams where he's like showing love to the community, teaching you guys how to play. He molded, you know, sort of my play style and helped me a ton, so I'm sure it'll be of a lot of help to you guys. And then for OpTic, it's kind of weird though not having a coach, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be way different. I feel like coaches do add a lot of value to teams when you look across the board. Some of the improvements that teams have made, like last year with JCap and Shane being for the LA Thieves, the turnaround that they've had. So I'd be interested to see if they decide to bring in another coach somewhere throughout the season.
All right, a lot of questions around OpTic Texas, but right now they're sitting pretty at 3-0 in our qualifiers so far. And we got to talk a little bit about this squad and how they're finding success because Scump was in, they clutch up in a Game 5 against Boston. Now Dashy's in the lineup and the team is looking even better. You got 3 of the fastest players on the map and you got iLLeY holding things down with Dashy. How do we expect them to play today as they are matching up against the Vegas Legion?
You know, I was worried right off the bat that maybe it was a little bit of a honeymoon phase, but also I can't forget that every single one of these players on the OpTic Texas roster is a superstar. The snipes that we have seen out of iLLeY, Shotzzy is one of the best SMGs in every game. Dashy contender for MVP last year, and Huke, the nuke, who has been looking for a home where his talents can truly shine. And that's been what we've seen from Texas OpTic in this second half of our qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see what they do today against the Vegas Legion. Still a top S&D team, even though from what we saw yesterday, it was a struggle against New York Subliners. They're still overall statistically the best.
Overall, statistically, the favorite in this match as well. So I have a feeling I know where all the community is putting their channel points today. But this next match that we got to talk about, I have no idea what side of the coin we will be seeing. That, of course, is going to be an epic showdown of Boston versus the Florida squad. But looking at this Legion squad as we give them some love, Legion got 3-0'd, but they were looking better in that hard point against the Subliners, and it looked like they just got a little bit mental boomed after that first hard point loss.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the stats and the matchup versus OpTic. It's all going to lean towards OpTic. I mean, even searching this split has been better for OpTic, and iLLeY's been unreal. Yeah. But let's just talk about Vegas for a second and their hard points. We mentioned in the pre-match setup yesterday the differential. It's been like 20 or less every single time. They've had some super close, nail-biting hard points, and I know this is hard-hitting analysis right here, but really got to get better in these crunch time moments, right? Like seriously, literally. And for the morale of this team as well. Like when you look at that hard point, I talk to Clay all the time. He's like, man, we've been so close at the end of these hard points. I think that played a factor in that next S&D, man. Like these guys were defeated. And for OpTic, this is a team, they had a big turnaround their last series versus Toronto where they won both those HPs, where they had the overnight fixes, but by no means is this a dominant hard point team just yet, right? So there is opportunity in this series for Vegas. We'll see if they can do it.
All right, talking about that next series, let's move it on to Boston versus Florida. The chat's already talking about it. Chat, yeah, Boston coming in as the favorites, but if you've been watching this Mutineers squad, this is a team that lives up to that clutch factor, right? They are the epitome of clutching up in Game 5s, and you have to think, to beat Boston, do they need to go to another Game 5 tonight, aLLeY?
It's definitely one of those situations where if it goes in 4, I'm favoring the Boston Breach, but just like with the Vegas Legion, if it goes in 5, you're favoring the Florida Mutineers. And why is that? Well, because their search and destroy seemingly only gets better, and that has to be a lot due to Dave Patty.
Yeah, Dave Patty was popping off yesterday, right? In the search and destroys, okay? So we saw, you know, going into the series, we know what Florida's capable of. We knew that they were going to be good at search and destroy. It's been like that all season, and Dave Patty's only going to make them better in that game mode. We saw the ace that he had right here, which is on your screen. He had a sneak defuse, some big 1v2s, and then also Major was the guy sniping, but last year we saw Dave Patty sniping a lot too, so if they need to mix it up, you can, and we saw them get really, really excited after a couple of these rounds.
I love this big brain play, right? He was leading the lobby in kills at the time, but here he is just jumping the bomb, knowing Nastie's play style, probably not going to check it. If I jump on it instantly, the Ninja set them up for success. But I think if you're looking at this Florida squad, the most impressive thing was in that Game 5, and it was a guy who only had 1 kill coming into this play.
Let's see. I'm bombed in. Alright, so I'm gonna pop Betty now. Off is dead. Nice. Let's try orange. Oh my god! I knew that play was so goated, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, and what was cool about the series too, that was such a highlight play, but the difference was the sniper in this map as well, in the search and destroy. We needed to see London have a sniper looking up top AC, making plays there. Major was such a difference maker, and that's what he needs to do for this squad. So big win for the Florida Mutineers, but you can still see the hardpoint, man. Such trouble.
I think this Game 3 is going to be the crucial game in this series. You got to stop Florida from going 2-3-5. Any faith that they can stop this hardpoint losing streak?
I don't know about that. Just because you were looking at those statistics, I have it in my notebook. You're talking about the best hold team in the Boston Breach, this split versus the worst breaking team in the Florida Mutineers. So they're definitely going to look for that Neslo here in this series.
Important series for both teams. And Boston, of course, they're trying to climb our leaderboard, locking in a top seed going into their major. They'll be playing in front of the fans, and you can join us live in Boston. We'll be at the MGM Music Hall, brand new venue at Fenway. It's going down February 2nd to the 5th. That is just 5 days away. Book your train tickets, book your flights, and get ready to drive on over for the party. Scan that QR code today. A lot of teams are heading out to the major, all 12 of our pro teams, and we have a little bit of a rematch from the last major happening today. Is it going to be the same quality of gameplay? That is the question, as the Seattle Surge have been extremely cold, while the Subliners are always entertaining, aLLeY.
Yeah, the New York Subliners seemingly have done nothing but improve during this stage, where it is the opposite case for the Seattle Surge, and it's really been in that search and destroy. They were already kind of struggling it during stage 1, but stage 2 has been abysmal. Now, they did take OpTic Texas to a Game 5, but again, it was a search and destroy that they weren't able to clutch up there in the end, and it's just kind of like all eyes on them. Like, are they gonna figure it out? This is supposed to be a really good matchup. This is our finals matchup, but I'm really worried, Puckett, that it's just not gonna go the way we hope.
Surge do have Simp and Pred, though, so if you're a Surge fan, you still got faith in your second-year players. They could carry you to a victory. The last time was a 1-4, and you're going up against a Subliner squad that's coming off a hot 3-0 over the Vegas Legion. They had a pretty close game one. They allowed Vegas back in that hard point, but after that, they took control and handed Vegas one of their biggest losses in Vegas's best game mode.
Dude, Puckett, these guys are unbelievable. They don't have a single player in this roster that's prone to the bad game. Their 1-2 punch at SMG and at AR are some of the best in the league, if not the best in the league. And we saw massive improvements in their search and destroy yesterday.
Yeah.
I love them playing a CeeLo, man. It's just such a good map for a guy like HyDra. You can get up close and personal. It's really timing based when it comes to the SMGs, and who better at playing off of timing than a guy like HyDra, who doesn't even need to have first shot on you to win the gunfight. And that's what we saw all day yesterday. So for New York, they're just trying to exert dominance, and they can do it here.
This is their final matchup as we take a look at the standings. Currently 3-1 in the Major II Qualifiers. Surge, though, all the way at the bottom, 0-3. But aLLeY, you pull off a win today, you pull off a win tomorrow, you could jump up a number of spots here on this leaderboard.
You could. A lot of things would have to go your way when you're those teams through the 9th and 12th places. But on the flip side of things, York Subliners is fighting for a top seed right now. They want to go 4-1, hoping that Texas OpTic loses today and try to fight for that top #1 seed. So still a lot on the line for both these squads.
Seattle, New York, Boston, Florida, Vegas versus Texas. But it all begins with the most epic showdown, in my opinion, coming up at 3 p.m. We're kicking off the games with Toronto Ultra versus the LA Guerrillas, and a battle of some players who are looking to claim the title of Rookie of the Year. Don't go anywhere. This is Headquarters. It's going to be good. You're going to win.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Watching for the opposition, how they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Side talents empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
How'd that guy get a substitute spot of being good at Vanguard ranked? I have no clue because he's dog.
Who?
Joe Deceives, bro. He does not deserve a spot. Bro, he's a sub spot. He's never played in challengers in his life.
Who's he playing? Or who? For who?
Apparently it's for LAJ.
Scrappy throwing a little bit of hate mail over to Joe Deceives, calling him a rank kid. Now, that was back before Joe was in the starting lineup here for the Guerrillas. And I think since he's come into this qualifier, everyone is starting to put some respect on his name. We're looking at the bomb plants. Joe is that guy in Search and Destroy. if you're looking across all the numbers, Scrappy's been putting up big digits since the start of the season.
Yeah, and so I'm expecting this series to have some body shots, have some, we need to keep an eye on those player cams. There's going to be a lot of bad blood. But talking about LAG, talking about Jodeci's, this is a player where we all aren't shy of the flack that he got when he did get put on that LAG side of things. A lot of people in the community had a lot of things to say about this decision. Freshly 18, but now plugged into the main roster. I feel like he has proved himself across the board. I feel like this team overall have proved themselves, even though they had a tough loss against the Atlanta FaZe, which was supposed to be a redemption match. I'm expecting today to do the same.
On the other side of this matchup, we have Toronto Ultra, who is also looking for a win. They were handed a loss in their most recent series, so looking for a bounce-back game. This isn't an easy team, though, to bounce back again. If they're going to pull off the W, how do they get it done, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, well, the search and destroy hasn't been particularly strong for Toronto throughout this. You know, this is a team you expect to be good there. I have no real complaints when you look at this team and their respawns. Like, versus OpTic, there were some nail-biting hard points where a couple botch rotations could have went their way. I think they play very good in those game modes. Cerebral plays. I love what I see out of the SMG duo on this team, so it'll really be search and destroy. They need to step it up in First Bloods. They're sitting at number 11 in the league for that, so you have players who need to go out there and maybe take a little bit more risk. And we saw yesterday how FaZe was able to dismantle LAG in that comeback in Game 5. The adjustments in search and destroy, that will be key here. And Insight and Kleenex, some of the best in the world at making mid-round adjustments, that will be the difference, Puckett.
You're looking at the recent numbers. LAG went to a Game 5 versus Atlanta in the loss. It was a 1-3 loss for Toronto Ultra when they matched up against OpTic Texas. So a big battle for both teams, and of course, there's more than just a win on the line. Both of these players looking to get that #1 spot as your front runner for Rookie of the Year. Taking a look at some of the digits, how would you break down this showdown? They're playing different roles, right, Ant?
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing way different roles. I mean, we're looking at an SMG on the side of Jodeci, and when you look at his numbers, like in the respawns, he's like toe-to-toe with KiSMET, right? So he's playing good in the kill department. And then in search and destroy, you mentioned it, 19 plants, 0 for the rest of the team, and they're also top 4 in plant win percentage. So when he's getting that bomb down, they're winning the round. Number 1 offensive 3v4. This is a great team that's solid across the board, and Jodeci is a big reason for that.
I like that. Allie, let's break down the maps, though. Toronto is going to like the start to this series.
Yeah, those are Toronto's 2 best maps as the start of this, but I will say LAG, if they can hang on till that later half, that HyDra, although hasn't been played, is usually the auto veto for this Toronto Ultra squad.
Yeah.
And this is an LAG that we've seen them be very successful in hardpoint. They are maybe one of the best hardpoint teams in the game right now. The biggest worry for them is going to be that hotel control. It's going to be that more offensive side of things. I think it's really going to come down to both SMG duos on this squad and see whoever comes out on top.
There's over 5 million channel points on the line right now. Let's make our predictions on the desk here official. I'm going Toronto. I ride with Scrappy on this one. Where are you going?
Oh, man, this one's really tough. I think I have to go with LAG on this one.
LAG?
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Nameless?
I'm going to go with Toronto. You look at the maps here, first 2 maps, unknown for LAG. It's 2 of the better maps on the side of Toronto. And then the control is the massive difference here. Toronto is just light years ahead of them when it comes to that game mode right now. So Toronto all the way.
2 million channel points on LAG, 4 million on Toronto. Who's walking away happy? We're about to find out. Let's get into this game as we send it over to our casters. We got Bryson Tunn on the call first.
Thank you very much. Yes, a game many people in the community have been waiting for. Toronto Ultra versus LA Guerrillas, but also feeling a little bit like Scrappy versus Jodeci. 2 rookies in the CDL, and both really kind of performing in their debuts. Obviously a little newer for Jodeci and had his welcome to the CDL moment yesterday against Atlanta FaZe. Scrap, though, still walking the walk, still talking the talk.
Indeed, talking the talk on everybody pretty much. So seeing that clip about Jodeci isn't anything too surprising. What hasn't been surprising either is the fact that LAG have constantly been very, very good at hardpoint. We said coming into it that LAG Academy team looked so good at the Major, and Raleigh, we get over to online, they change it up, they bring that to online as well. So far over the last 8 maps, they went 7-1, nearly undefeated with this new roster. But I think I agree with Ant. These first 2 maps we haven't seen from this new roster overall. Toronto, it's 2 strong maps for them. They should be feeling confident maps 1 and 2 after that, and the control gets a little bit mixy.
Yeah, and we're going to find out, like I said before, obviously LA Guerrillas losing to Atlanta FaZe yesterday in a reverse sweep did feel a little bit like welcome to the CDL and welcome to playing FaZe on a regular basis. With Toronto, obviously, another big loss against OpTic also in recent memory. This is feeling like a tune-up game ready for the Major to see how these 2 teams are going to perform.
Keep an eye on Toronto for this map specifically, though, Brycey. In terms of rotational percentage winning, they're coming in 11th, which is not fantastic. But over towards the top end of things on hold and break percentage. So they like to try and break hills, and when they do break them, they can hold them well. But it's a 4-0 start for Scrap. Eventually will get taken down by Assault. And speaking of Scrap, it has been Scrappy to start things off. Neither team really getting a hold of much over towards P1. Rotation starting to come in. Keep an eye on Exceed over towards Spot.
They're already getting the call as they know he's here. Inside has him dead to right. They'll probably try and pitch him out, but no, Exceed with the stun takes him down. It's a big fight out towards the back. A play that, well, I was going to say that they have to put bodies towards, but CleanX is there to clean up.
The LG first one's here, but CleanX with the spawns is going to help his team out. 5 and 2 from him to start. Inside still towards the back. Lovely little angle. We'll try and lock this one down. The rest of Ultra not really here, though, so good so far for the side of LAG. Inside going to have to back on down, but still staying alive is going to help his team out.
It is, and it's doing a really good job here. LAG just holding off Ultra in every single direction that they try and attack from. This is now looking like a full hold for them. Ultra may try and get this scrap time away from them, but got to be more mindful. That rotation is probably more important.
Joe Deceives has changed since yesterday. It looks a little bit like Dashy. We didn't quite get to spot that. If any of you in the chat did, good job. A really good start from the side of LAG. It's going to have to be a good rotation here from Ultra. They don't really have bodies. CleanX is the first one here, and it's just seamless so far from LAG. Arcity's there with the trade. Is Inside able to do the same back? He should be able to. The grenades get a hit, but the rest of LAG seem to be on their way. Ultra are going to be able to lock in a decent amount of time, but looking at the scoreboard, that's a scary start for the side of Ultra, knowing how good LAG are at this map.
It is, and now it's going to be Jonas trying to get entry, but he's the only player still left alive, and he should be pinched out here as well. Ultra are not going to let him stay in a position that could cause him problems later on. And now another stack. LA Guerrillas looking to try and take this one back.
No way!
The back assault somehow wins that on a 4 streak. Scrap is going to be furious with that one. Just the movement took him off guard, and they have broken back in here, Tun. LAG just rolled over Ultra.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. This is about to be a re-establishment of that 60 or so point lead. That is fantastic from LAG. That gunfire for Assault towards the back, though, makes no sense to me, especially seeing with an SMG in his hand as well. 6 spree for the world champion. Now rotating round towards Jewel. He's going to be the player that starts to set up for his team, trying to find these shots over towards the staircase. Standy, we'll see in a bit. That's a 7 spree for Assault. He keeps things rolling.
All right, Assault, I'm going to need the tack class after this one because that thing is a laser. And now he's trying to play cautious here. Might go for a little bit of a window jump, and he's going to see Insight and takes a few shots and gets away. Just trying to make sure he's a thorn in the side.
Wow.
And that's an even bigger thorn. That's an 8 streak for him now as he continues to put the pain onto Ultra, looking for Standy, who eventually does shut him down as Ultra look to break back in. They have been on the back foot for the majority of this hard point so far, and realistically haven't moved into the gear we've expected them to do so.
Yeah, we haven't seen them turn up whatsoever, but we've seen everyone from LAG doing their job to the top level. Assault 11 and 4 is, of course, the standout, and I want to just kind of reiterate some of the kills that he was finding. Finds the kill towards the back over towards P3, which finds the break, and then extends that over towards P4 and gets LAG a good amount of time for the kills that he finds. And for Ultra, you know, we talk about that rotational percentage being really, really low. They have been rotating this map. It's not working out for them so far.
Can they hold it inside? Trying to with 2 players with the bait and switch. And in come LAG again. It's the same story over and over. Ultra look like they have position. Well, they don't hold it. They don't win the gunfights. And now they have to retake into a very dangerous position. Exceed trying to just hold off Inside here, especially with that going down. Gets out of the range of the nade. Looks back towards it, and obviously the snaking comes through, and Inside has to wait.
It's such a hard break here for Ultra. Assault and Arcity's getting the job done. It's only Inside left in any sort of position to do anything at all. It is a 100-point lead for LAG. And look, we know that hardpoint has been really, really good. It shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, but Ultra are very, very solid on this map, or apparently have been. But look at Arcity's all the way towards the back there. Yeah, Scrap, you thought you had rotation. You do not. Ultra, nothing is going right for them at this moment in time.
Is there a way back, though? This is not over yet, and I hate to say it, but LAG have had comebacks foist upon them recently. And right now, you can see Ultra do have a player in here, but it's alone and about to feel the wrath of LAG.
Joe Deceives in a really good spot to watch the cross as the Cruise missiles starting to come on down as well. This is going to help them out and surely will help them secure this one. But standing in insight, finding kills on Joe Deceives and Arcitys while that's being called in, and all of a sudden the streak finds nothing, neither to any of your teammates. Assault now left in a position where he can help to pinch. We can see Arcitys making the kitchen push as well. But Ultra, a nice setup here, and it's crucial time for them. That scoreline was not looking pretty. 20 seconds still to go here at Glass. It's looking like it should be Ultras.
That's a big sigh of relief for them, getting some points back into this game, Tunt. They really needed to stop the bleeding that they were experiencing. But as we go into our second set of rotations, will it be a different story? Ultra did start off pretty well, and then LA Guerrillas moved into the form that has had them basically winning every hard point they played. Well, we go back and forth on P1. Ultra are going to gain control. Let's find out, though, how they are feeling playing this game with the Toronto Ultra. Listen in.
Short, one shot. One shot connector. He's gonna be flanking Toby.
Stand up. I'll save him.
Go to Caesar short.
It's one D1, D2, I think.
One more short. There's that short and dump pillars.
Nice, come on. This will come back, come on.
Yo, lobby. Fuck. Dump pillars.
Lobby dead.
Nice, dump pillars and one's going engine.
Pillar still.
Yeah, one more engine. There's two.
Yeah, short and dump pillars still. Dump pillars. It's good time still. Short.
No, in new dead. Short. Time left.
Dead. Connected, go in lobby.
Get to new.
He's lamps. Get to new. Everyone get to new.
I'm in the back.
Hit lobby.
Lobby already dead.
Nice.
Come on, boys. I'm looking at that call. I'm holding back call. Yeah, he's useless. I can't get it.
I'm staying here.
I'm just holding my engine chow in here. Yo, no, deep right, bro. Deep right and useless.
Okay.
In useless, I died.
You got lobby, Jimmy?
Engine on me. Engine dead.
I have a lobby. Lobby now.
Deep back on the truck dead.
Lobby absolute. Let's go.
Nice. Fucking go.
Nice.
Fucking slam these kitchens.
There might one here. I got lobby.
I'm getting towels in.
I saw bedroom.
Engine.
Move back.
Towels.
Go help an engine. Go uphill.
Where's towels on us? Towels dead. Engine. I got one. Mid dead. I think last guy's back set. No, I'm dead.
Nice, bro.
I'm one shot. Could be engine. Yeah, I'm looking engine.
I have a lobby, by the way.
And this has been a real moneymaker for the side of Toronto Ultra in the history playing Hotel Hardpoint. Hold percentage of 86% when they get it locked in. The LA Guerrillas are feeling that right now. What was once a 100-point lead is going to be basically even by the time we get the kitchen. Ultra are well and truly back into this game, Bryce.
Yeah, but they made the call as well. You heard in the comms, this is the comeback, and they are feeling themselves as that goes tick by tick back into an almost no-point game. And with kitchen popping, Ultra are looking to continue to pile this pressure on. Players here at the moment, LA Guerrillas trying to keep them at arm's length, refusing to have another comeback, just destroy them mentally. But right now they are holding.
They are holding. Staddy was doing a really good job at staying alive. The rest of the team struggling to get through the restaurant side. This is really good time for LAG. 35 seconds remaining. We'll put them with about 15 seconds away from the win in map number 1. Insight is here for the challenge. Standy will find one in mid. This is the collapse from Ultra.
And they're going through it as well. They're looking for only one last player. Joe Deceives tries to stay alive, but Insight will eventually cut him out. And the points here for Ultra do bring this right back. Standy looking to make the play. LAG know that he's coming the direction as well. Exceed chooses to jump, but just gets a little bit of wrong timing. And they fall like dominoes. Ultra clear the lines. They clear the hard point. It's scrap time and rotation for Toronto. And now they just have to hold.
Scrap and Standy absolutely flawless on that rotation. A couple of kills going to come in from LAG though. As we get ourselves over here, Joe Deceives might have made a misstep as that rotation comes through, but he will find himself 3 to break back in. LAG in control. Ultra have a pinch here set up from mid though, but the kills coming in from Exceed.
They're trying to get through it. Joe Deceives has to fight 2 different directions. Inside with a 2-piece does allow the gap, does allow something through, but Arcitys ends up shutting him down before he can do any more. And the Guerrillas have taken this away, and they could win it on this hard point as they continue the kills through, coming through, but Standy gets 2 as well. Joe Deceives tries his own 2, but it isn't going to happen. Neither team can now win onto this point, and it's time to get those feet moving. The rotation.
Oh my god! That's huge kills coming in from Exceed. 2 who on the rotation shut down pretty much immediately. We got 5 seconds to scrap it. Arcitys is challenging for it. Where are Ultra going to spawn because of that push that comes through? They know they've got the push towards the back. It's still the sparse spawn. It's a big brain play coming out from Arcitys. LAG 14 away.
And I don't know if you ever want to visit this restaurant, but I'll tell you something. I've got a feeling they're going to be serving snakes because Ultra have to make this hard break. And they've got to. No, it's actually going to be a team kill. It's not going to be enough, surely. It's JoeDeSeeves waiting for Scrap. And it's not going to happen as he gets gunned down by Assault. And LAG almost threw it away. They almost let Ultra back through the door, but it wasn't going to be enough. They took the rotation away from them. They got their own rotation and made them pay.
Brilliant play from LAG, and it felt like, especially when that initial lead comes through, that LAG just broke the setup of Toronto every single time. Whole percentage just being good for Toronto on this map, and they were winning those rotations, which is notoriously being a problem for them, but not so much of a problem because they're great at breaking as well, but they couldn't hold. Every single time, LAG picked them apart. And yeah, okay, they nearly bring it back, but I think if you don't find yourself at 100 points down at the midway point, you're in a really good spot to win that map. So a slow start from Ultra punishes them, but I love to see that back from the LAG. Arseny's pushing that scrap time, just forces Ultra to spawn back spot. He finds the 2 kills, picks up another 5 seconds, which just makes it that little bit harder for Ultra to then try and get themselves over towards the restaurant. It's such a hard push. Exceed on the rotation, find those 2 kills as well. Huge moments at the right time for LAG. Secure the map number 1. And looking at it, we were kind of having a discussion with the analyst desk beforehand in terms of how this series is going to break down. I felt like Greenberg Hotel was a must-win for LAG. They will find it because now we're going into a Mikado search and destroy. Toronto looking so good on this map. Haven't seen it from the LAG boys. And control overall has been fantastic for Ultra. They could have been staring down the barrel of a 3-0 loss here, the LAG. If they didn't win map number 1, it is crucial they find it. They now have an opportunity to send us to a map number 4. Hey, they might want to close it out in 3 themselves, but the stats are kind of telling the story that these next 2 maps look good for the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and I tell you something, it really was a game of almost 2 halves because LA Guerrillas in the beginning looked fantastic, come out of the gate hot. And we started feeling the Ultra comeback. They really put their skates on and brought it back to, what was it, 7 points in the end? Something incredibly close. And then when they won that rotation turn, I was like, hey,
oh yeah,
they may be able to lock the door here and keep them completely out, but JoeDeSeeves wouldn't allow it to happen. A 3-piece to break back in and force Ultra to go toe-to-toe all the way back to the point.
Kind of doing what they did throughout the map, the breaking. Far too easy when it comes down to it for LAG, and that will be the story of map number 1. Mikado Search and Destroy coming up though. We'll put a button in the hard point because, I mean, we've got a HyDra potentially coming up in map number 4, which doesn't look good for Ultra. We've seen them play it once, so we are definitely going to have to see that if Ultra can, of course, win the control as expected. But the Search and Destroy, this is an interesting one as well. Toronto sitting at 2-0 currently on this map in Mikado. We haven't seen it from the LAG roster full stop, whether the old one or the new one. So we don't know what to kind of expect here, but Toronto very solid at this map as they are a hotel hardpoint, but they couldn't win that. So they're going to have to turn things around here pretty quickly. And I feel like it's such an important game. You kind of set it up towards the top of the show here. Both these teams heading into the major, you both just lost a game as well. You don't want to be losing 2 games in a row. You don't want that to affect with the mental heading into such a big tournament in Boston. And this Ultra squad, they need to bounce back here. And they need to try and find a win in the Search and Destroy because they'd be feeling confident throughout some of the rest of the maps. But that map number 1 is going to sting a little bit considering they were getting bodied, nearly brought it back, and then kind of crumbled towards the end. Ultra looking for the bounce back here on the Search.
They are, and here's a kind of an interesting point for Ultra moving forward. Realistically, for this qualifier, I was kind of pitching Ultra as the team to watch going into Major 2, right? More time to gel, more time to figure this out. Scrap obviously doing what he does best, but after the defeat to OpTic, and if they lose this to LAG, it does put a little bit of a different spin on how we look at them. Obviously, there's a lot to go here, but people have very high expectations of Ultra at all times. Right? It's one of these things that I have noticed that people basically expect Ultra to at least beat almost everybody.
Yep.
But against the very elite teams, the record isn't as good as they would like it to be. But moving forward, it's going to be the underdog story. LAG are the underdog coming into this one, and 100% have been in almost every game they've played, considering they came from challengers just a few weeks ago, Ton.
I mean, they're slowly working their way through, though, aren't they? They were kind of coming into it. Nobody really knew what to expect, but They're looking like a really solid team. But as mentioned, Toronto, impressive stats on this map. We'll maybe delve in a second because it's kicking off a day already.
The next trying to get in a better position here. You can see the pressure coming through. They already know where he's going to be. Is there going to be a chow? He's got Scrap looking over him as well. Nade's going both sides. And Nastie dives out, but Stanley has his back. Scrap with a nade as well. Brings it down to a 2 versus 4. And already, LAG are not in the position they want to be.
Toronto Ultra notoriously, and did point it out, sitting towards the bottom end of things in terms of finding those first bloods. But their conversion rate when they do find them is quite wonderful. This moment in time, it is looking a little bit more scary though. 3 versus 2 now, as Exceed will find one onto Insight. Assault just watching the cross. Standy, you're about to make this a 2 versus 2 if you challenge this.
Might cover him.
Oh yeah, he's got the stretch, it's going down.
And he can't see him, and he's going to ask himself, how on earth has that gone down? The tiniest of angles. And sometimes that's all you need here, but Kleenex is already going to find Exceed and goes to challenge Assault as well. So it's all right. Almost takes a second, but not quite. Assault still alive. Back to a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds on the clock.
Has to let his health regenerate. This is so difficult. You can find the first, it's going to make things easier, but Scrap spots him, backs on down, sees him again. Yeah, you know where the challenge is. It's Standy already on the bomb site. Toronto Ultra find round number 1. And I kind of just wanted to delve into some things that we kind of found out in terms of those first bloods here. We talked about it. Overall, they're sitting 12th, but on this map specifically over the last 2 times, they're sitting at 7th in terms of finding those first bloods. And when they have found them, they've converted it every single time when it has come down to Mikado Search and Destroy. And alongside that, 100% retake rate when the bomb has went down from the other team. On the other side of things, you look at the side of LAG. When that bomb is going down, every single time it's been Joe Deceives leading in plants in stage 2 and the best team in 3v4 situations. So both teams really going toe-to-toe once again over towards A. Standy will find 2, one of his own teammates. It's now a 3 versus 3.
And Nastie's already knows they've entered the building. They're flying all around. There's a long shot as he gets it. Oh my goodness, the game is over. It is a fast round. Both teams just head-butting over that site. And eventually LAG walk away with it, but I couldn't tell you exactly what happened. Bullets were flying, bodies were running. And it's LAG who get it in the end.
They're not respecting the fact that I need to read these stats out, Bryce. Honestly, they're just heading towards each other over towards it. Give me a second. LAG flying forward, find the first... Well, I think it was actually Standy who finds the first kill, so there you go. This happened yesterday. We were talking about stats and they get obliterated instantly. There's the first blood conversion, 100% gone from Toronto Ultra when that's come down to Mikado Search and Destroy. All the 2 teams sharing an attacking round each. Standy, well, not the best of grenades.
It's a little bit slower here as well. Keep an eye. There are a lot of pressure coming through. Exceed might try and make his way forward here. He has done. He's done the jump for it. Scrap being careful. He knows what might be here, but it's not going to be enough. Goes down to a 3 versus 3 as there is a trade. Exceed's going to get out of there, but he has been stun checked. Just enough distance.
Gets himself around the corner, surviving, and he is now a big player for the side of this LAG team. A little bit of Cantina control, but Toronto Ultra right now, I've got free reign over B. LAG, well, they'll know that. They need to try and find some kills here to maybe make this a little bit more difficult. Worst gunfight I've ever seen. Exceed, you gotta hit your shots. Kleenex says thank you very much. We'll get traded, but that bomb is down at B. 2 versus 2. That was absurd.
Maybe thought it was a pogo stick. Trying to get for a bit of extra height on the stairs, but hasn't worked out. And now a difficult retake. They know somebody's going to be sitting top 10. They know this is all about corners and angles. It is not an easy break at the best of times already. Assault is going to fall. Joe Deceives in a 1 versus 2, but with 20 seconds left, he needs a miracle. Still looking for it. Eventually, the snipe just hits him before he can do any more.
Yeah, that's always a really tough retake. Both you heading down that side. Vaznev's in hand. Yeah, that's a tough one. But yeah, this gunfight, what goes on here with Kleenex? Oh, he doesn't even barely see him. He just jumps over the top of him, spins, and 4 HP surviving. Does get traded by Joe Deceives, but Exceed will not want to watch that one back too many more times. But I hate to tell you, that one probably will be on Twitter already. That is tough. Either way, I mean, that's a pretty crucial moment because all of a sudden you're trying to retake in a 3v2 scenario rather than the 2v2. And numbers are all advantage is always better to have. aBeZy's now going to give that numbers advantage over towards the side of LAG. Maybe finds another as well. Great shots, 4v2.
Now, so he's moving to cover his own angles here as that bomb goes down. Him and Scrap could see each other, but the angle is wrong for aBeZy. Scrap gets it. And a little bit of daylight, a potential here for the 2 versus 4. Down to a 2 versus 3, but with bomb down, it becomes a little bit more dangerous prospect.
Daddy popped. Got to try and find this shell here, but surely he will be traded. Even if he does go for it, does find Joe Deceives. There is the trade. Inside though. Does he have an angle on anyone here? Assault up top, Exceed down low, 1v2.
He's waiting for anybody to just make themselves known here. A little bit of a shoulder, but Assault's not really given the angle, and that's already going to be called out. Assault may look to chow, and he gets gunned, and surely's going to get away. Exceed plays high. Nice to meet ya. Nothing you can do. I'm out of here. Good shooting though.
Really good shooting from inside. You wouldn't have put it past him, would you, in the 1 versus 2? Very much one of those players. Well, it does come down to clutch factor. Not many better in the league. Inside, nearly be able to find that, but as I said, time very much on the side of Exceed, but I really love that aggressive play from aBeZy as well. Tack in hand, using the bomb as cover, but further in front of him as well. It doesn't just set himself up behind the bomb where, you know, you'll quite often see players can heck glitch it. Sits walk further back there towards that A site, finds a couple of kills to open things up, and from there on, it's pretty much standard procedure for LAG. Now, here we go. Once again, over towards A.
Josie is going for the jump into the window, and this time Scrap is waiting for him. They knew, and aBeZy's long range with the sniper, but that's already been seen. They won't put themselves there as well. Standy, super long against Exceed. LA Guerrillas finding no joy here on this map. Nothing they've done has worked, and they've been reduced in half.
And that's a tough one. LAG are committing nothing over towards B. Toronto Ultra have started to read that now. Standy runs all the way through B, gets a flank. Maybe could have found aBeZy if he got a bit of better timing, but aBeZy will actually find Standy. So there you go. Now a 2 versus 3. One of your teammates, though, does have a sniper, although aBeZy would have managed to pick something up by now, you would have thought. 30 seconds to go. Assault looking to just try and find a pick to make it a 2v2. Oh!
Gets the pick, but unfortunately the trade comes through, and that's not going to be one. Ultra hold them off. And they get another point onto the board. These two teams, I know we've made kind of suggestions of the rivalry, but it does feel like there's bad blood. It really are just throwing haymakers at it. And there's Standy again. Vaznev long range.
Yeah, pushes through dark, and I do wonder, let's keep an eye on the next defensive round that LAG have. Are they going to have to respect Toronto Ultra over towards B? Because that is 2 rounds in a row that we've seen a plant come in from Ultra towards that site. Of course, A is the more common that we do see a lot of action on. LAG actually going to very much respect it by going over towards B themselves this time.
Well, a little bit of a gunfight. aBeZy finds one. And because aBeZy is here, well, they are rotating. Somebody has heard it. Insight, looking to pick Exceed here. Exceed will check this, but he checks it with a flying jump, and it keeps him alive.
I was about to say, do they have a look in on Clinex? And the answer is absolutely. Assault towards the back. aBeZy will find a second. I'm really not sure. We'll get a chance to delve into it. aBeZy's surely still weak as Insight. We'll find the pistol shot. 1 versus 3 from here will be something special. For a really aggressive push coming in from LAG. And honestly, I think that the information is given over towards Toronto that it is a B push. I think Insight is calling that out. He's got the sniper. He's seen some tacticals go off over there. And all of a sudden, Standy pushes through tunnel towards A. And I'm really not sure what that was to be checking, because he's got an SMG in his hand. aBeZy's just chilling, playing that island player, finds an easy kill and completely opens up the round. So I'm not sure what Standy is trying to find there. I would have to listen to the comms to see where everything was set up for Ultra, but a slight misstep doesn't necessarily cost them the round, but it didn't put them in a good position. 3-3 now. I'm curious. Yes, look, LAG are sending somebody over towards B now.
Just careful here, Joe Deceives. He's going to stun himself. Gets away, and he is going to pay the price. The window doesn't break, but Joe Deceives does. 3 versus 3. Clinex finds a second one, and Exceed's in trouble as the reacher comes through. Still wins it with 17 health, and he gets out of there.
Look at Insight, though. Reflanking. But that bomb is now down as well. Insight with a sniper. This is a bad situation, which was looking like a fantastic one for Toronto Ultra. Insight's like, yeah, give me a gun, or do I even need one? Exceed, you dare challenge this.
Here we go. Does exceed Blink, and CleanX already takes out aBeZy. And then we go inside, feeling a little bit more comfortable with the passive, but no! The move to get a new gun means he takes punishment, and Exceed versus CleanX, a 1 versus 1. CleanX thinks he knows. He doesn't. But Exceed might make the wrong move here. Time ticking for Ultra.
Who blinks first? Does CleanX expect the wrap? Exceed will surely expect the blonde plant. CleanX is sticking this. Oh, is he? Oh, he goes for the Charlo! And was expecting the flank. He was correct in that. I don't think he expected Exceed to hold it.
I tell you something, that is a great chow from CleanX, though. Look at this. I think he only just wins it. And that's because he's laying down. The snap from CleanX was close, but not close enough. It really is coming down to a very, very minute decisions on this map. Toronto Ultra and LA Guerrillas. It's been a great series so far. Long may it continue.
Fantastically done. And that looked like an Ultra round, right? They kicked off things well. Found some information. Got some kills. Couldn't make it count. Now over towards A once again. Ultra sending a 1 and 3 setup, but you can see they've given up control of this site as LAG. 4 men over towards A. They're going to try and find a plant or a pick. That's going to be the plan so far.
And Ultra, by the way, they're playing passive, but the reason that happened was they had no trophies down. It forced them to take a back step. They didn't want to get into the nade rain, and because there was no trophies, they've had to give up control of the site. But CleanX is here, and will be trying to somehow aBeZy gets 2. I have no idea how he's made that happen, but he saves LA Guerrillas from the pinch, and now down to a 2 versus 2 as Scrapz gets back into it. Stanley hitting the route. Will he get here in time? Dead Silence is gonna catch somebody surely. And he will. aBeZy goes down. A 1 versus 2 now for Assault. And down he goes. Standy says, all right, Dead Silence. I'm Superman. I'm out of here. And it's round over.
That's a 2 versus 4. aBeZy finds 2 to open things up. Then Standy and Scrapz go to work. And lovely play from Standy. You kind of just got to move in those moments where you're down in that number scenario. You've got to try and make the play. The Dead Silence just about getting them towards that bomb site. Unheard, unseen. Finds the kill. Ultra looking awkward in that situation, but finding that round. Can that be the turning point for them? 4 to 4. Being so closely contested. Over to A once again.
Comes the hit.
It's a 4-man hit.
They're taking Cantina. Already the nades are coming through, and 2 fall down. Assault and Joe Deceives take Ultra out. Ultra have control of Cantina. CleanX might go for a crazy play here, but he finds one, so does the inside. CleanX jumps down again and gets the second. This is down to a 1 versus 1. Surely not again. A 2 versus 4 on the cards. And CleanX manages to hold. I don't know how he did it, Ton.
Well, just taking a step back here, I know exactly how he did it. aBeZy finds the first 2 kills. Oh, sorry, Joe Deceives and Assault find the first 2 kills. aBeZy find the first 2 kills the last round. And then they go, right, okay, we want Cantina. We want that control. And Ultra in a position where they send 4 men over there so they can peek over the top as they start to make the reach out for the site. And they're there to clean up the gunfights. This bomb is now going down. aBeZy, do you check it? CleanX, do you go the right way? Does he sneak away? He does. 1v1.
Now aBeZy is going to need every bit of veterancy he can muster. You have to dig CleanX out of Cantina and get that bomb defused. 30 seconds on the clock. Dead Silence from aBeZy. He's hoping that CleanX blinks or gives him any indication of where he might be. And he might have seen him there. He has. Desperately trying to get away. Now aBeZy's going for the chow, but CleanX reads it perfectly. And he can't dig CleanX out of Cantina with that little time left. And what a clutch up. I think CleanX got the last 3 kills in that round.
Huge.
LAG have to be sick.
Honestly, yeah, look at how they're starting to push. They were all sat back towards plant pots after they found those kills, and they look to try and retake the site. And CleanX jumps out of top window, and he's got pretty much 1 free kill and then a 50-50 gunfight that he does very often win. He's been an absolute nuisance at 11 and 6. It's a full 8 commit from LAG. That's a lot of stuns going over. Trophies do nothing. That's a lot of Cantina control. And that's a big grenade.
That one works, though. Clicks on a 4 streak. 1v3 last round. Stanley gets another one. aBeZy finds 2 more. Why do these rounds keep happening like this? Stanley, dead silence popped. Last time around, the superhero play. Can he do it again? He's going to check this corner. He checks it on his belly. He's going to find aBeZy again in the flank. Stanley hunting. And down they go. Ultra are going to win this. Time after time, ton. What was that S&D?
It's 2 2v4s as we head into the round 11 for Ultra. They've clutched up so many times. And what a great S&D it was. We were talking about the stats in terms of LAG. Those first bloods were kind of what we're counting for Ultra. When they were finding them, that's what's been on top for them. And for the side of LAG, when they're in that situation where they are down in numbers, that's where it works for them. We completely turned things around. Ultra, 2 2v4s to send us to that final round where they then clutch up themselves. They never got 2v4'd themselves after aBeZy finds 2. But clutch moment after clutch moment. I think it's Kleenex that comes in with so many important kills and a lot of them on top of that. 12 and 7 from him. What a game. What a map number 2. Fantastic between these two. It sets us up for a fantastic series now as Hotel Control coming up next is very much the bread and butter of Toronto Ultra. The HyDra hard points that we barely seen from Ultra as well, and the potential Fortress Search and Destroy to finish things off. Pricey, I think we've got quite a few maps left here, if I'm honest with you. It's been a banger.
It really has. That S&D kept going back and forth, and I think we could rewatch all of those rounds, and it could go a different way at any point. But the S&D is done. Potentially 3 more maps ready to go. Let's find out how they do when we come back to this game after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Oh, Scrappy's getting hyped already. Fickle, though. He is shredding.
Dios mío!
What's going on, everybody? I'm obviously Jeremy Stun, and I'm joined by none other than one of the best young rookie players to enter this league. My guy, Vico. How you doing, my friend?
All good. What about you?
Doing good, man. So the first question right out the gate is, we want to make it clear to everyone. Is it Scrap or is it Scrappy?
So I went by Scrappy for like 5 years, but then when I entered Cold War, I was like, let me just switch it up a little, just put it to Scrap, maybe a little bit cleaner. So I just kind of go back and forth. It doesn't really matter to me. Whatever someone wants to call me, so.
We're interviewing you and Scrap. You and Scrap are quite familiar with each other, aren't you guys?
Yeah, so pretty much we teamed all last year, so me and Scrap kind of have a really, really close bond.
Me and Javi played on Toronto Ultra Academy last year when we were going on our big amateur run, winning all those tournaments. He's just kind of like a really good friend of mine in the community, probably one of my closest friends that I have in the league.
More like brotherhood rather than
that's awesome.
People say it's a rivalry, but I don't see it that way. We speak to each other pretty much 3 or 4 times a week. He's the reason I'm here as well, because he told me so many things, mainly about confidence on yourself.
Fickle has murder on his mind.
Bro, can they even counter this? No, bro, no one can counter it. We're the best team in the world. Let's go.
And I think he brought my game from average to a pro league caliber player.
Welcome to the league! Welcome to the States!
We always know at the end of the year, it's that Rookie of the Year thing. I heard Vico say some things in his interview about like he really just wants to beat you for this award.
The only reason I want to win Rookie of the Year is not even because of myself or anything, it's because I want to beat Thomas so bad. It's Scrappy.
You gonna allow him to do that or what?
Nah, no shot. He's got absolutely no chance.
Dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I didn't know I was gonna get the contract. I wasn't sure, so I started the semester. I was going to class every day, and as soon as I got the contract, I think it was the start of September, I ran to the office of administrations, FaceTiming my dad. Dad, I got the contract. I'm dropping out. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. They were on board. They were happy that I was able to achieve one of my dreams, which is to play in the CDL.
Vico trying to stay alive, does find one. Can he find a second on the Dashy as well? The shots are there.
Right side standing. He's dead.
Vico might, the whole team might. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. The boogeymen for OpTic here in these majors. Is Brack going to read it? He does! The Mutineers have done it. They have eliminated OpTic Texas. Texas here at the Major.
Let's try to think all the way at the end of the season. What is a successful season for Vico?
To try and win the World Championship.
And Vico and Co are in the kitchen and they are cooking.
A new Spanish player on the scene. He's doing a wonderful bit of work.
At the end of the year, it's all about champs. Like, that champs is everything. And a lot of players will say that too, but it truly means everything.
And Scrappy. Well, he's shutting it down in every single way. Scrap comes into the league already doing exactly what he promised to do. Dominate.
Well, I appreciate you, man, for stopping by, giving us this beautiful interview with yourself. Obviously, you get a lot of people to understand who you are, and you're going to definitely be one of these future superstars. So I'm really looking forward to your career as you go along.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are heading to map 3, a control with Toronto and LA Guerrillas. And it has been some spicy maps so far. The hard point was close. The S&D was even closer. So many clutch rounds, so many missed opportunities. But I can guarantee the control is going to be fun too, Tom.
It should be fun, and I think Toronto Ultra will be the ones maybe thinking it's going to be a little bit more fun for them. Looking towards the stats, the 2-2 record for LAG, 0-1 with the new roster, but overall in control for this new roster are 0-4. They are getting fried on the slaying front. Every single player sitting heavily negative. Yes, okay, we don't want to talk on it too much, but the best KD on the team in control is a 0.87 from Assault. That doesn't really tell you that it's a good time for control for this side of LAG. But by the by, we look at Toronto. First in defensive win rate at 71% when it does come down to Hotel. They're slaying. They are the #1 team on 2 of the 3 control maps. Is a nightmare matchup for the side of LAG if you look at the stats. But sometimes they don't tell the whole story, Brycey. Let's get into it.
Sometimes they don't, but it is going to be an interesting note if LAG can find a little bit more consistency through the rounds. They keep winning that first hard point, but they haven't won as many series as they would like, and this is probably why. Already you can see Ultra on that first tick on B. They have the bodies there. They have put LA Guerrillas back into their spawn, and they are suffering.
This is a really tough start for LAG. B's gone. That is done. So clean from Ultra. You hit bed, you hit middle, you win the gunfights, you make your move. And LAG, they're not even in a good spot to defend A here.
That's what I was going to say. LAG been a little bit slow off the respawn. And that meant Ultra were actually being slow on their own rotation, expecting a little bit more resistance, but eventually gets through. But here comes Sandy again. Dead silence popped, moving like a maniac, but already it's cleaned out. They've killed everyone for him. He has nothing to do. And that first tick from A is slowly pushing forward. The rest of Ultra are now in positions. And this might be done.
This might be one of the quickest rounds of control that we've seen so far. B gone in the blink of an eye. A may well follow. And once again, it's done. That is absolutely flawless from Toronto Ultra. LAG are looking around saying, what's happened? Have we started the control yet? I don't know. Toronto Ultra very much have done.
I am going to need our stats team to tell me whether or not we figure out who has the fastest control round.
Yeah, that might be the fastest.
Close.
Tim, where you at? I'm messaging Tim.
That was one-sided and a little bit brutal. Ultra, not messing around in control.
I mean, it couldn't have went better for them. they push through mid 2, through bedroom. It's not necessarily anything groundbreaking, but they win the gunfights. They then further on extend. Stanley went 4-0, Kleenex 5-1. Assault is barely having, 0-4 right now. Let's see if they can get things going, though. One attacking round does not make it a control, but that's not the way you want to start.
No, LAG only made 5 kills that entire round. Have to regain. Obviously, there is a bit of a bonus. If they can get back into this and win this round as well, it won't be as much of a blow. And aBeZy picks up 2 on the rotation. And they might have A locked in. Damage control for aLLeY Guerrillas. They can win this attack. Then even though it might come down to death at the end, whatever happens, it will be a big sigh of relief for them.
Yes, slowly being captured, so Ultra choosing whether or not to answer to it. Shots coming in over towards the back door and B site as well, for the most part, cleaned out. But Exceed, alive and kicking over towards Spa. Assault has been here all on his own for quite some time, will eventually get dealt with, and the push now starting to come over towards B. It feels like aLLeY Guerrillas don't have a concrete plan. It's kind of just like, right, okay, well, let's make a push in one direction. If it doesn't work, we'll make a push in the other. Exceed staying alive around Spa, though, is creating a little bit of havoc here.
Looking for the kills and keeps racking them up. And now they're going to be in here. Ultra are actually going to go for a full wrap onto this one. Watch the player come through bedroom and mid. That is what they are aiming for. But that first tick is in. The second tick could be in shortly. Ultra will now swing. This may be their last roll of it. Standing finds a huge kill onto Assault, though. Joseph's trying to play his life. Takes down the inside as well. Second tick good for them. They are fighting to hold on.
Oh, timing.
The Ultra comes through and the Thieves get to turn and burn. But it's not enough. 2 and a bit ticks is not 3.
It isn't. But for all of that, they will get themselves a hold of it. Stanley has made an overextension towards it just to try and set up some kills to try and slow things down. Look at the passiveness from aBeZy here. Maybe expecting a wraparound through kitchen to try and force the issue. This moment in time, though, he needs the rest of his team to find some kills to make it count. Assault will find one over towards Jewel. We can see now the setup for aBeZy starting to make it push through glasses. The rest of the team make their way through restaurant.
So the benefit for aLLeY here is they've got enough lives and enough time and only 1 tick to get. Ultra must not slip. They must not make a mistake. They have to hold everywhere they're holding. Assault gets a kill. Exceed is going to be with them. They have bedroom control, though, Ultra. And right now, aLLeY Guerrillas are not pushing the tempo.
Bedroom control is great. We talk about it so often. The kills starting to come through as well. But that 1 tick is going to make a difference. Yes, okay, there may well be a wipe here. It's going to make things a lot more difficult for aLLeY. But it is one semi-decent break in a stack that will make the difference. Standy finds a kill over towards the restaurant side, just trying to slow down the inevitable wrap that is coming through now from the aLLeY team. Spawn over towards Spa, so they know where the push is coming from. The Vice is slowly turning here as aLLeY Guerrillas find themselves in a good position now.
Can they win it? That is the question. Dig out bedroom. Find Standy as well. Clinic already finds Assault. aLLeY Guerrillas, they are trying to put the pressure through, but they are not finding the kills. And with no time left, they have to make the move. And Kleenex cleans up on a 7 streak in bedroom. And aLLeY did so much work, but none of it is going to matter. They will not get B. They will not cross the threshold. And it's done, and it's dusted. 2-0 for Ultra.
Really resolute defense from Ultra. I said at the beginning of the round, it felt like aLLeY were like 4 men to one side, didn't work. 4 men towards the other, didn't work. But when they get those 2 big ticks over towards B, yeah, okay, you take that every day of the week. Even if you don't get it, yeah, okay, you can now concentrate on it, extend that time. They did what they needed to do. But the setup from Ultra was very tight. A lot of control over towards bedroom, but sometimes when you've got that 1 tick to get, it takes 1 or 2 kills. You don't need a 4-man wipe. If you can stack it, get the angles covered, you can maybe get the job done. Not able to, though. Kleenex, a constant problem. It's run Ultra 2-0 to the good. It's a big attack down mid again. Can they do it again? Can they do it faster?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Kleenex looking to make a move into Assault's already taken 2 down. Looking for it as well. aBeZy just spray hitting through the doorway. But Ultra this time will be on B, but they've lost a few players this time around.
Next kills are big.
I say that, it's a 3-stack again, ton.
Yeah, next kills are really big. aBeZy and Joe deceives. The problem is you have to push out from where you are, and it is an unfavorable gunfight. They're all dead already. They're trying to speed race this again, Brycey. This might be the quickest control we've seen all year. Over towards A we go. aLLeY Guerrillas, it's same old story once again.
Surely not. There's a kill coming through as well. Only 5 kills for aLLeY on their last attack. They've only got 3 this time. A is coming through. Standy finds 1, looks for a second. It's not going to be there, but the kill feed is still Ultra. It's still all them all the time. Josephs finds 1, but they are stacking and looking for it.
They gotta go. Oh, Assault is gonna run into the gunfire. Joe Deceives will find 1. Still just only Kleenex. Oh, he actually does have a little bit of backup. This one might be done. That is just flawless from Toronto Ultra. Yeah, let's get on to map number 4. That might have taken 5 minutes.
Well, if you went to the toilet during the commercial break, you may have come back late and missed it, but we did have a game of control. It just wasn't very long at all. 2 attacking rounds. I think they may have got 6 kills that time. LAG, it wasn't many. It wasn't many. I'll have to go back and look. But 2 attacking rounds combined, they may have been about a minute. And very few kills. LAG, get on the VOD, watch the defense. It wasn't pretty, but it was fast.
Yeah, watch it and just don't do any of that ever again. I mean, look, you kind of got to at least go 50-50 in some of those gunfights. Like, everybody's taking them from angles that you would expect, etc., etc. Ultra are not doing anything, from my point of view at least anyway. Somebody else might be seeing something different, but aren't doing anything special here. They're just gunning them off the rip. It's a 6-minute and 18-second game of control. It's actually not even close to being the quickest game of control that we've had so far this year. It was actually Tim. Thanks, shout out to Tim for giving some of these stats in. The fastest game we've had so far is 5 minutes and 7 seconds. The fastest round we've had was between LAT and Las Vegas Legion with a 68-second round. That round number 1 took 84 seconds, which is still absurdly impressive, but not the record, Pricey. Not the record. It felt quick though.
The total control time they're checking on, just double checking right now. So the current fast was 5 minutes. Was that this one?
No.
I want to know which was the faster round, first or third.
I think the first one was quicker there. I think that first round was the 3rd fastest overall control round that we've seen so far this season. And it has got to be up there in terms of the whole map. That one was done and dusted, respecting the schedule. We may well see all 5 maps here, all right? Be on time, because that was so fast. Yeah, I mean, the face kind of tells the story, because he's like, oh, okay, well, map 4 we go.
There's not an awful lot for us to break down. Normally we would be talking about that map for a little bit longer during this while we get ready for the hard point, but I kind of looked on the replay there as well. In the second defense for LAG, they got 6 kills. So in 2 rounds of control on defense on Hotel, they got 11 kills as a team. It's not the statistic you want to have highlighted, but unfortunately it is. But full credit to Ultra. I think we have to look at the positive here. They had a plan, they knew what they wanted to do with the break, and they executed it. And the crazy thing is they did it twice. They won the gunfight, they got in position. We saw the same setup on B. They locked it in, they kept them away, and LAG had nowhere to run. Ultra looked mad.
I think that is just one of those things that you look at it, and Ultra are a great control team when it has come down to Hotel. Their stats kind of do tell the story. Number 1 in defensive win rate, pretty decent at attacking as well, but the KD on this map for the whole team is a 1.14. When you pair that up against LAG's, I don't want to say negligence, but in terms of the way that they are able to slay in control, it was always a potential recipe for disaster. That's now 0-5 for LAG on control, but they're going up against a Toronto Ultra team who are so superb at this mode. And we just, I mean, we literally got what the stats told us for just about a change, Pricey. It felt like the last couple of days or the last couple of weeks we've been saying, well, the stats are telling us this, and the opposite happens. The stats told us that LAG are struggling with slaying and control. Toronto are absolutely not. They're at the opposite end of the spectrum. We've seen that in full flow there. Toronto Ultra just walked through them. Just walked through them.
Okay. Well, for LAG, the issue is now this. You have fought some of the big dogs in the CDL. You took on Atlanta FaZe yesterday and you looked good against them and then fell apart as FaZe asserted the dominance. Ultra are another big dog as we move towards the Boston Major. And you looked good in the hard point. You had a good chance on the S&D, but that was nothing less than a breakdown on the control. This is your bread and butter. This is your mainstay. Hard point. You have to take this for us to give you the evaluation we know you want. We know moving into it. I was kind of putting LAG as my dark horse's turn. It's looking a little bit more wobbly.
It is, but look, I mean, let's go back to some positives when it does come towards LAG. Of course, the hard pointers look fantastic. They're 1-0 on Røkkr when it has come down to it. Toronto Ultra have not played this in over a month, and they've only played it once, and it was against Atlanta, and they got bodied. So practice for Toronto Ultra on this one. It's usually an automatic veto 50% of the time. It is gone. LA Guerrillas, though, feeling confident on this map. Could well force a map number 5 here.
Let's see if they can do it. Obviously have the better position for this right now, and soaking up a few times. Stanley calls the water play correctly. Pressure is being applied, but Stanley is just looking a little bit mean. They still have that spawn blocked off. They'll get a few more points. Stanley's going to try and get these players off the respawn as well.
Wonderful start. Kind of what you want on a map that you, well, aren't competitively well practiced on. Last time around, it was 250 to 161 against FaZe. So not necessarily the best, and it's just the hold percentage that were looking good. They were breaking and rotating well, but holding was an issue. Rotation is there. Can you hold it here for Ultra? That's a good 25 seconds or so over towards P1. Arcety's is going for a swim, though.
Maybe see Arcety's ready to rock, but down he gets taken before he can do any more damage. Assault tries to make a move, but there are too many guns watching. Josie's around the back, Insight knows as well.
Wow.
And it's all Ultra in the kill feed. First attack completely rebuffed. And LA Guerrillas will have to try a different tactic.
So we're going to head over towards the ruins. Stop Scrap pushing out over towards P3. Now if you're Ultra, you want to try and push out and then spawn out. Look, LAG, you've pushed maybe just a little bit too hard, or the COD gods maybe just not shining down upon you. They will find the gunfights, but not quite enough, and now the spawns come in perfectly for Ultra. LAG spawning towards the back with scrap time remaining. We're heading over towards P3 in a 50-50 fight.
There they go. At the moment, spawns blocked. Ultra will have the better spawns for the first half of this hard point, but Insight tries to stay alive. They get the spawn towards the back, though. That's what Ultra were looking for. Textbook hard point on HyDra happening so far. 76 to 0. Stanley comes out of the water, takes him down, looks for the one up top as well. Assault doesn't look, doesn't get the call. Josie's falls and manages to get 2. And Ultra have to reassess their battle lines. What they'll be looking for now in the next few seconds is to give up that back spawn, but they want the kills first.
Yeah, they need a little bit of control up top. This is the problem. Thieves can put himself in this position. It gets aggressive as well. And these back spawns, for the majority, are good, but if you start getting forced away, it's not what you want to be. Stanley Code, though, will clean up some kills. LAG, for all that presence, for all those kills, 5 points to their name right now. Toronto Ultra are having their way. For the first time, we are going to see a successful rotation for the LAG. I can't imagine we're going to have any Ultra members spawn back towards this side, devs. No, not quite. We are going to still have LAG in control. So, thank God, they'll be saying to themselves, we can lock down a hill here, but how is your hold? You haven't had an opportunity to do so yet. Ultra, all going for a little swim.
Yeah, they've sent some bodies around the back here. Thieves will be the goalkeeper. He is the man checking the names on the list, trying to make sure they don't get through. Already does find one as well. But he is surrounded by a sea of purple, and down he goes. Ultra taking these back spawns.
Yeah, they get a hold of the back spawns because they forced that issue. They forced themselves through there. It is another wonderful break. We may well have only seen this one time from Toronto Ultra, but my goodness, they're looking good so far. LA Guerrillas all at sea. It's a 100-point lead, but we've seen it before in this series. We've nearly seen it come back from this deficit from Ultra in map number 1. But it may well take a toll order because right now Ultra just look a different level.
They are moving a little bit mad on HyDra. And Scrapz is trying to punch a bit of a hole through, finds a kill, but will be traded out again here. It's just trades for Ultra, as LA Guerrillas are now in a position to claw some time back.
That was 7 in a row that from Scrapz before he eventually does fall. Well, as Parasite said, if you ain't swimming, you ain't winning. Shout out to Chris for that one. I've pocketed that from the word go. Inside now, inside the point. Cannot get anything going. This is some decent time for LA Guerrillas, considering they've got absolutely nothing over the last 4 hills. CleanX up top, though, is going to cause issue.
Oh, and he tries to jump in, picks it wrong. Thieves cleans him up as well, but the rest of the kills come through for Ultra. Insight eventually gets his way through, but he doesn't have the reinforcements he needs. We can see LA Guerrillas are slowly but surely making their way towards this, but CleanX eventually does back him up, and Insight sitting pretty.
When everything going right for the side of Toronto Ultra, manipulating the spawns where they need to. Sometimes they don't need to. They're working in their favor. CleanX through the front door. A constant issue. Spinning around. Where's Exceed? Let's see if I can find him. Yes, I can. 4 in a row now for CleanX, who just seems to keep popping off when needed. And now the rotation's starting to come through. Arcety's in a spot. Big gunfight going to go over towards that side of things. You can see standing just about around him. Arcety's could do with winning this gunfight. He's going to get taken down. but you can see LAG still overextended to try and get these P2 spawns. Can't do it.
There's just nothing here for LAG. Absolutely nothing. No rotations, no gunfights, no luck. They cannot find a gap in Ultra at the moment. It's 167 to 37, and it's again rotation for Ultra, spawns for Ultra, and finally LAG get this side onto P1, but can they push through?
It's been hardpoint 101 from Ultra, in all honesty. LA Guerrillas, absolutely no answer. And for all that the streak ended yesterday against Atlanta FaZe, it's looking like it's going to take another deficit down. It was 7-1, maybe it would have been 8-1 in hardpoint over the last 9 heading into this one. It is not looking like it's going to be 9-1. LA Guerrillas are getting beaten across Zarqwa at this moment in time. The rotation is there. The missile is in. The scrap time, yeah, you might get 2 seconds, but there is the cruise missile in as well. Toronto Ultra are running away.
Oh, Clinics. Just... Oh, no! Oh, no! Surely, if that signals a comeback, it'll be disastrous. But at the moment, it's still going to be Ultra who have it, and eventually Stanley will clean up for his teammate. Only one player left. Arseny's in any position to contest, and down he goes as well, even with the 2-piece. And this is looking like a one-sided massacre as Ultra just go to work on LAG for the temerity of beating them in map number 1.
I mean, at least the LAG social team have got something to post for map number 4 now. My goodness, I wouldn't want to post anything else. This has been a bodying. Toronto Ultra, this may well be one of the most convincing hardpoint victories we've seen so far this year. Rotation, there. Scrap time, there's as well. Ultra haven't missed a beat here on HyDra. This has been somewhat flawless. And against LAG, who have come screaming into the CDL with the new roster and have looked sublime on hardpoint. Not so sublime here, but maybe the spawns belong to them now. Maybe they can find a break. That's the first time we've seen them win a rotation. LAG, keep this, well, maybe respectable.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I was about to say, production, it might be worth just putting 4 players of Ultra's face cams on screen towards the end of this game. We know there's going to be some enthusiastic words said from them if it continues in this sort of a bloodbath. Ultra are going to be back in as well. Assault trying to hold off the tide, but down he falls. It's still going to be the tide of LA Guerrillas who have the spawns, but Ultra don't even want to let this go. 10 seconds left in this hardpoint time.
Yeah, they're forcing the issue. They're forcing them back there. They want to keep those spawns going in towards the back for LAG so they can just rotate that a little bit easier. Spawn's actually going to come in there from Kleenex, so if you're Ultra in that position, you want to then use that as a pinch, as Kleenex now on his way through mid-map, as are the rest of the LAG team. I said this has got a little bit more respectable now, but the kills still starting to flow for the Ultra. They still have the spawns locked in, and players coming in from the mid-map as well.
With only a few seconds left, LAG find a crucial 4 kills on the kill feed. Inside trying to hold off Joe Deceives. Eventually will thread the needle and get him. But they have the spawns. The rest of LAG are streaming towards this hardpoint looking for it. Arcee's up top, guns him down in the end, and LAG are in.
They are in. Spawns towards the back, still here for Ultra. Kleenex on the mid-map, he's the one causing issues. Still 3 points away from Ultra. They may well close it now.
Done. It is done. It is dusted. It is over. And welcome to the 100-point club. LAG Ultra said, "What were you thinking? Do you know who you are? I am."
And Stanley's picked his camera up, and I'm not sure if you got that line delivered correctly. Was that the right one? I'm not too sure.
Whoever you think you are, I am. Doesn't matter. Ultra said it better in actions than I could ever say in words. 100-point club for what looked like one of the most dominant hardpoint teams on the game. They got welcomed to the club that no pro player wants to find themselves in.
And I wonder if LAG are just reeling from map number 3 still, because that was not a performance that is indicative of how good they are at hardpoint. They're a solid team, but that's 2 map 4s in a row, I believe, actually, where they've kind of been blown out the water. I don't know if it's just coming down to their picks being good for them, because, well, HyDra, I would have to go back and have a look, but that is a map you would look at and show that LAG have been doing well on. We've only seen it once from Ultra. We may well not see it for a long time after that, because that was quite brilliant. Yes, okay, they had the better spawns coming off the rip, which always does help you get to that initial lead. They take 25 points from P1, then just keep it on rolling. That was just rotation win after rotation win. Couple of spawn help outs, has to be said, but everybody gets them at some certain stage. Ultra flawless in those last 2 maps. That was a really convincing victory, especially in maps number 3 and 4.
Yeah, it was. We had a commercial break and everything basically changed for this map. I don't really know what more to kind of put on it, because honestly, Ton, that was one-sided in the last 2 maps, to say the extreme. And realistically, I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful Des to tell me what on earth we just watched.
Dominance.
Woo, baby! We were talking about these 2 teams being very fun to watch in Hardpoint, and if you're watching the show yesterday, we're asking, are the Guerrillas contending with New York as one of the best Hardpoint teams in the game? Well, Toronto just showed us they're the best HyDra team in the game. What a dominant finish there. aLLeY, I know you are leaning on the Guerrillas to win this series. What did Toronto show you today to put them back in that top tier?
That HyDra. I mean, I feel like that's all you have to say in the series. We definitely expected the control to go the way that it did, but for me, it had to be the dominance in HyDra. I mean, it was the rotations, it was the holds, it was the routes. It was just a stunning map from Toronto Ultra, and I'd be very, very surprised to see any teams playing them on it anytime soon.
Yeah, and what we saw, we saw LAG play HyDra recently versus Minnesota. They dominated them on that map.
So
this is so different. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm learning so much when I watch this map from the Toronto Ultra. We haven't seen a display like this on this map yet. We saw the rotations. They were just absolutely money. Every single time they needed a pinch, it came in, and it was really the SMGs for me. Like, some of the plays Standy and CleanX were making a rotation were unreal. Even at the end of the P2 here, you see CleanX, like, he does get turned on, but he's making the right play. And then after that, Standy picks up a couple kills. He's pushing so far up the map while retaining spawns. Like, Ultra was just teaching just now, Puckett, for real.
And Standy getting loud. He takes the camera with him. You can see the frustration exceed. Joe Deceives, headsets off. They walk off the set. aRSity sits with his hands in his face. Standy, though, I don't think I've seen him this fired up for a series. And that's kind of scary that you're getting a man dropping numbers the way he did in that Game 4 right before a LAN event. On the other side of this, though, let's revisit the good things we saw out of LAG, because that first game, we were really impressed with their rotations and the way they were able to finish, especially when Exceed popped off of that 2-piece.
Yeah, we saw a beautiful play there, right? Like, it was on desk kill. They knew that they were spawning back spa and back stairs. And, you know, on rotation here, Exceed makes a good play, pushes all the way over towards Jewel, finds a just disgusting skill 2-piece, but also the anticipation. But meanwhile, you see RCs as well pushing up towards desk on your minimap to sort of trap them in and secure this rotation. So this is just great spawn knowledge, map manipulation on the side of LAG, which shows why they've been so good at hardpoint. We've seen them get rolled now in 2 Game 4 hardpoints, but the idea is there across most maps. They're still very solid. They have good playmakers. I just think maybe the honeymoon phase is sort of phasing out a little bit, right? So some of the veteran leadership from RC needs to kick in the latter half of these series so they can close them out.
They were able to start off strong, but after that, it was 3 straight for Toronto, and we're going to be joined live by the Rookie of the Year candidate that is now officially back in the #1 spot. Please welcome back to the show. We got young Scrap again. Scrap, we played your clip. First of all, when did you first have that quote about Joe Deceives, and did you feel any extra pressure competing against him today?
No, not at all. You know, I don't beef with shit stains. It's just not me. But yeah, all I said was more challenger players deserve a spot over him, which is true, and I'll still stand to that to this day. And yeah, I just don't beef with shit stains, to be honest.
Well, yeah, shout out to your old teammates, right? You know, we hear a lot about them in challengers right now, and you always are very humble when you speak about them, that they deserve spots in the league. I do want to focus on Toronto Ultra for a second, though. I'm just wondering what you guys personally feel like your strongest game mode is right now.
I would say our control. I mean, I feel like we're pretty unstoppable on every map. And yeah, if you veto one map against us, you better be ready to square up on the next one. So yeah, I would say control for us.
Scrap, what's up, man? Like, where did HyDra come from? Like, we only seen y'all played it one time and you lost it. So coming into this one, like, is that something that's been nasty in scrims, or did you just feel like matchup, it's time to play it?
Yeah, so I think we've wanted to get like reps on all the maps for Boston coming up. We've been putting like all the work into our hardpoint, really focusing on like tightening our rotations, making sure every hill is good. And yeah, it's just the hard work we've been putting in scrims that you know, just led to an absolute slamming.
You guys looked fantastic again tonight, and I think you answered a lot of questions the community may have had about this team coming into Boston. But looking forward, you mentioned already that you're playing for a championship. What else is going on with this team, though? Because when we look at some of the other squads, they lose that first map, the energy drops. It looked like you guys kept that energy up despite the loss, and you do it consistently every time I see you on the stage.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first map, we went down, 140 points, and we almost came back and won the game. So we knew that, you know, we started slow, and that's not the team we are. I think that us to other teams, we just have a super good connection. We know that we're very good at every game mode, and that if we lose one map, that doesn't mean the next 3 will be fine, and we'll turn it back around. So, yeah, we're really confident in all our game modes.
You guys are looking great. Excited to see you in the future. We'll let you go today because we got 3 more matches after this. Later, Scrap.
Have a good one.
The great young Scrappy making his plays, but our scuff play of the game, it belongs to the Kleenex. Let's take a look at this one. The 1v2 clutch, but he got a bonus kill as well. Walk us through it, aLLeY.
It's been in the search and destroy, right? And he had multiple clutches like this to kind of give them the edge when it came to this S&D because it was neck and neck. And it was really this 1v1 that put them into position to close it out. And it was the 2 kills before that that he popped when his teammates went down. This was the second 2v4 Toronto Ultra had to clutch this series up.
Yeah, when you go toe-to-toe on a map like Mercado, really, like, breaking it down, these guys are just face smashing over towards A. And it comes down to, like, it's 4-4 at that moment, right? It comes down to individual plays, somebody standing out there. You know, if you were to nitpick, Assault could have played his life, maybe went back behind the hedges, and it went down different because they did have numbers. But nevertheless, like, Kleenex is up top. He's got an SMG, the VazDev, best gun in the game. He's going to be able to make plays out of that window.
He was snapping in that game, too, and that was the start of the 3-game comeback as Toronto gets our first win on the day. Reminder, we have 3 more games to go, and we are just 5 days away from kicking things off in Boston. Join us, of course, here on the official channel, but also join in with the CDL watch parties. All of these beautiful faces will be taking part at Major II, and you can still get in on the action using the hashtag CDL watch party. Thank you all for checking out our first game. When we come back, Vegas looking to bounce back after a 3-0 last night, but they're going up against the 3-0 undefeated OpTic Texas so far in Qualifier 2.
Heroes life.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and that will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
You know what they say. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Welcome back into Super Saturday. Your headquarters crew gearing up for the Las Vegas Legion versus OpTic Texas battle. And this is going to be a fun one. We're talking about it between breaks. This may be the best sniping duel we see on the day with Clayster taking on OpTic's iLLeY. But before we get to the S&D, let's break down all of these maps and what we expect to see. Because, aLLeY, Vegas, they've looked pretty decent at the start of their hardpoint games. They haven't been able to close it out, and we saw them looking mental boomed against the Subliners yesterday. So for me, if you're a Vegas fan, you need to start off with a win. Is OpTic vulnerable, though, on this map in particular?
Not really, to be honest. Even though they haven't played it yet with this new roster, when it comes to the Vegas Legion, they've really been lacking in the slaying department. The top 2 right now in the KDs for them for hardpoint. Prelude has a .99 and Clay has a .92. Let me reiterate, that is the top 2 on that team for hardpoint. So the slaying has not been there, and I feel like on a map like Mercado, we're going to need to see a little bit more out of players like TJ, like Prelude, because this is a map where you can lose sight of Shotzzy. Shotzzy will be the player to watch for me with OpTic Texas with this opening hardpoint. And should Vegas Legion go down, again, we've seen the mental boom when it comes to this team. If they lose that Search and Destroy map too as well, and...
But if they make it to Game 5, Chris, what happens 6-0 on Fortress for Vegas?
Hey,
that's all I'm saying.
If we go to a Game 5, we got OpTic Texas, and this is a team to watch, but I'm a little scared for them, and people are calling this could be an upset situation. You're 3-0 in our Qualifier 2 standings, but it went to a Game 5 versus Boston back when you had Scump in the lineup, a Game 5 against Seattle, who's at the very bottom of the Qualifier 2 leaderboard, and then a Game 4 against Toronto. That last one looking the most convincing, but what OpTic do we get today?
I mean, they've gotten better with each matchup, right? And this is a team, like, they picked up the pace of play. and they made some pretty big improvements from their hard point into that Toronto series. They won both. They look great there. I really like this team. I think they're solid across the board in all the game modes, and we'll learn a lot because in this series, starting off on a Mercado, that's a map that we've seen Vegas get to the very end at, crack that 200 mark plenty of times. So, there's stiff competition. So we'll see how OpTic's looking.
iLLeY's back in the building. Toronto kicked him out. We got the match kicking off here in just a moment. Allie, I need one name on each side to watch for this game. Who do you have eyes on?
On the side of Vegas Legion, I mean, you got to say the Clay and iLLeY sniper battle. Dang it, I didn't want to do it, but you have to.
We're suckers for a good snipe. It is what it is. This is headquarters, but it's time to get into the game. So let's hand it over to our casters. We got Miles and Chance.
Oh, yeah, you do. We're ready for an absolute banger today, ladies and gents. Miles and Chance here. Miles, no relation to Bob Ross and Chance casts. No relation to the rapper, Chance the Rapper.
No, definitely not. Slightly different people, also not from Chicago, also not nearly as talented, so will not be rapping on the broadcast today, but we will be casting what I think has the potential to be an incredibly intense match, right? Clayster versus OpTic, that is a tale in Call of Duty that is as old as time, and even from the jump on Mercado, there's going to be two hills that I'm paying a great deal of attention to. Vegas, everybody knows about their hardpoint struggles, but the diagnosis on this map, it's P2 and P6. Both of the Cantina hills, they are miserable on. I'm talking 1 in 13 on rotations to P2 and 1 in 7 when it goes to P6s. So that is too many hills for Vegas. If they can clean those up, their record's going to turn around.
Let's see what happens, though. Again, an exciting lineup for the OpTic Texas team they've been playing against. Of course, Vegas Legion on a little bit of a downturn right now. Let's see if they can turn it around here in this series. So far, though, Huke having a whale of a time with these boys, looking to get himself over towards P2, firmly in the hands of OpTic for now. iLLeY holding down that line in mid-map, keeping the time flown as well. 20 seconds accrued. Plenty more to be had here on P2.
Yeah, you talk about how important the rotations are. Well, maybe Temp actually trying to open up the door to get towards New. So you see he's going to be the guy blocking those bottom spawns. So Vegas have at least set themselves up on the rotation. Obviously, though, with 20 seconds left, Shotzzy wants to try to break this down.
Yeah, perfect position for Shotzzy to be in. Gets himself up onto the little awning here. He's going to be a very difficult player to handle in a mode. Dead Silence still going. Sneaky as you like. Oh, that's the first dagger. iLLeY the one to drive that one. Here goes the hit. TJ keeping the bottom side safe. Shotzzy upstairs. Here we go. Wins a fight. It's a 4 spree. Tack still in hand. Clay, though, going to keep him down with a bit of suppressing fire.
Perfect.
But magnificent teamwork from OpTic Texas. That's the break.
Literally perfect. Again, you actually had Vegas creating the opportunities to make the play and get that direction, and eventually it just turns into an OpTic 4-man wipe. Funnily enough, though, literally just off respawn, Vegas instantly break it back. So as good as it was for OpTic, I suppose maybe even better after the fact for Vegas. So the P2 dream is alive to win it. Right now for OpTic, it is a 4-man hit through one side. That means you're going to be lined up for at least damage to be done. A lot of players tagged. The pace has been slowed as Vegas slowly accruing this time.
And this is lovely work on P2. Again, you were touching upon the Cantina hills here on Mercado La Salmas, not to be, I suppose, smiled upon for Vegas Legion, but hey, turning those frowns upside down. Over towards the next hard point we go. The battle raging. Priestahh will run out of numbers. Oh, sugar, I said Paris added to the tally, Bricey. They're running out of numbers, Chance, and that's going to be OpTic Texas on the hold.
I mean, honestly, the way it's been, we could call them Paris for the respawns and then Vegas for the S&D, because if you just want to go with that dichotomy, yeah, I can live with that, but what Vegas can't live with right now is trying to break into this hill, because OpTic, firm control, everything is pushed out that they need to. iLLeY gets to dance around up top, and it's going to be a long while before Temp can even think about challenging this bottom.
Get more decent time, and a lead change once again. OpTic Texas now running this one. 2 players left up now for Vegas, trying to make the entries. iLLeY, the man upstairs. Shotzzy finds a few more. Almost a clean sweep now. Vegas, last man alive. TJ making his way forward. Cut down by iLLeY. OpTic Texas running the show here on P3.
Still, I mean, 25 seconds is worth fighting for, so these are important gunfights. Huke has a little bit of help on the back end, and that's help he's going to need, because ProLoot's actually going to be able there for the contest, and maybe Vegas trying to set themselves up long term. ProLoot wins 2 massive gunfights for this scrap time, so that's like 25 seconds that he just bought his team and took away from OpTic. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the Vegas players trying to get set up in the back alley. iLLeY's the first one here to try to break it down.
Here comes the barber shot over the top. ETJ finding 1 kill, trades on immediately. Shotzzy brought down as well. Here comes Huke. Next up, Contempt. Yeah, he does. Breaks the wheel, gets more than 2 in a go, holds it down. Lead change, Vegas Legion.
And again, just to sort of highlight those P2 and P6s, because for Vegas, that's been the theme. If not for the instant re-break on that hill,
they'd end up down in this situation by 40, 50 points, and they'd be clawing away trying to get the lead back. Now, instead, it's their opportunity to actually push the pace. They got a flank coming through the middle of the map. That's going to be TJ. Freebie number 1. You got a guy trapped in the hill, but if you need the cutoffs first, you take them. Perfectly played by TJ. Instant taking back at the hill, and that's 25 seconds to just increase the lead Vegas already has.
Classic Vegas Legion teamwork as Priestahh put in work with a submachine gun Prolute there to back him up. They've got a couple of kills before going down once again, but this is going to be the next rotation. See, top right hand side of the screen, that is going to be the outside of this tin warehouse. Prolute's in a sweet spot to hold this position down. His teammates now backing him up. Big pinch now from OpTic Texas. All angles covered, all angles taken care of. Great work, Vegas Legion. Time's theirs.
Easy peasy. Look at the spawns coming through, by the way, for OpTic, though. They actually have an opportunity to pinch because they'll be all over the map, but that doesn't mean Legion aren't going to read it. TJ's getting cut off kills. Now all the pressure through the front. Prolute inside of 10. He's been great. He can snake his ass off over in this area, maybe buy his teammates the coverage. Everybody from OpTic flooding in, and honestly, flooding in a little bit too fast. The break is clean.
Clean. 30 seconds remaining here on this hard point. What a banger of a hard point it's already been so far. TJ checks every corner but the right one as Shotzzy stays alive in the point, gets them kills, rolls on over. Final 20 seconds are looking very OpTic Texas if you ask me. Now though, back over towards the cantina, and this is where Vegas have not been their strongest.
Yes, again, like 1 for 7 of actually winning these rotations, and this is 10 seconds for OpTic to try to break it down. This is where Vegas have struggled, and maybe this is where they're trying to make those improvements. A cheeky spot for TJ turns it into a 2-piece, and that is rotation secured on the money hill. This is the theme for Vegas. When they're winning the Cantina Hills, and it's a rarity that they do so, that's where they have success. Now this is where they get to push the lead.
He's feeling himself right now. Time still ticking. TJ, these back alleys are a dangerous place, and it's solely because of him. Can iLLeY take care of him? Oh, only just, but that's an angle to work with now. Here comes Huke from the front line. Temp's got the top side locked down. All good for now. Looking towards the numbers there. Good work over the top side. Clay's still alive there on the point. Trying to keep it going. Can't, though. Foot race is on now. It's an open hard point. Who's going to take it?
And it's Shotzzy in a pinch, right? Oh, well, the stick is just going to take care of him. So nice little aim there from TJ, who so far has been a menace on the map. But the 2 money hills where Vegas has struggled, they have delivered both times, and admittedly it is still a tight game. OpTic absolutely are still in this one, but at least as far as the rotation goes, Vegas are going to be there first. They're going to be everywhere, and a little shadow there to help Tej again.
Yeah, Vegas remembered where they parked the car, and they are currently parked all over the point. And Prolute, wow, Shotzzy guns him, takes clean care of that. Temp's next up on the hard point. Nades are over the top, and it does land. Bye-bye, Huke. Now, towards the backside. Clay's got that one all covered now. Good work again out of Vegas, buying as much time as possible. Here come the reinforcements. TJ's coming there on the right-hand side. Temp, all he's got to do is watch this angle, stay alive, find their time, keep things going.
And OpTic are waiting for Shotzzy, though. They're waiting for the pinch to come through, so they're trying to forward hit it at the same time, but Temp is able to pick up 2, and honestly, Temp might have to kill them all because Shotzi's still trying to be that thorn. Buys enough time to get Huke inside the point. And a little standoff here between him and Clayster, but Huke has bought his team so much time just to get back for a little bit of help. So, again, Vegas get the rotation. They turn it into a decent chunk of time. OpTic at this point, it kind of feels like they're fighting for their lives, just trying to keep things mixy.
Great stuff out of Tim. 12 and 7 from him, 18 and 13 from both Priestahh and TJ. Good work out of them as well. Prolute 12 and 17, but finding that hard point time. Good work, Vegas Legion. Can they keep this one going? Dashy lined up towards the back line. Nice tags, good nade. Huke's there to help him out as well. Finally, a resurgence here from OpTic Texas, trying to get themselves back into this game, and iLLeY absolutely melted there. You've still got that P1 control, just like the first go around, but now in the second set, let's see how far things can change.
And it's awkward, and it's a little bit strange, but funnily enough, it is P1 where OpTic had the most success on right from the start of the game. I think they got about 30 points, and obviously it turns in a rotation that became very dicey on the back and forth, but OpTic still have map control, still have pressure on the point. Shotzzy's waiting to pounce to get this player out of the hill. The timing was good, but the gunning was not. It just turns into trades, but you already see the game plan from OpTic. They are just trying to keep these bottom spawns. They're not making mistakes. They're trying to keep it contained.
It's just tight angles able to work with as well. Shotzzy now looking to take care of these defending holds from Vegas Legion. There's one. You've softened them up enough. You're forcing them to spawn on the top side of the map. That's where the minimap's going to come into play. Look at that right-hand side. Here comes the attack now from Vegas Legion. Prolute and Clay leading the way. Last two members really in position to get anything done. They're on the point. Dashy holding it down. Gun.
They got the spot out though. Ready. Sorry, no, they got the spot out, right? Because OpTic actually going to be out the bait, but it doesn't make a difference. Vegas ended up just getting picked apart along the end, so they put themselves in a pinch and maybe a moment of opportunity for Vegas to get the break, but they got to try again.
Can he get a second? He gets a trophy out, but that's still going to allow the invaders to make it into the top floor. Dashy now. Oh, head on a swivel. Gets dumped on. Here comes Huke from upstairs. Can he keep this play going? No, he can't. Wow. Can't believe it. Shotzzy's in the point, and through the smoke, it's Temp, but it's nades. It's iLLeY. It's bloody madness. And it's 200 points for Vegas Legion.
It is big wins, but iLLeY might have to win another one because this is still a decent chunk of scrap time, and he felt it and he chowed for it, but couldn't win it. TJ takes him down, and that'll put Vegas at about 220. So maybe one good break on this 10 hill, and Vegas can win the game. But OpTic, obviously, they're here first. Players up top, players come the back alley, and Shotzzy already getting the intros. And right now, Vegas, it is a scattered push. It was not a great attempt. And OpTic, they'll have the stronghold, at least for this initial time.
Well, unless Claystick can kill 3 players posted up, which one down, a couple more to go. Oh, 2! How does he get them both? iLLeY, though, immediately answers back. This is good holds. And smooth moves from iLLeY. Can he get all 4? Can he get the quad feed? Nearly no. Huke's there to help out, but OpTic Texas bounce back to life.
Yeah, what a moment right there for Clay to nearly make the play, but iLLeY instantly responds to keep his team alive. In Vegas, it looks like they're sort of chalking this time up, and they're setting up for the rotation and trying to keep these OpTic players at bay. So you see no one overcommitting for the moment. Maybe Clayster wants to chow for some scrap time, but no, that's not the call. He's swinging through mid. Vegas are truly just getting set up for new, but at least Dashy gets the intro. This back alley is getting swarmed, and for Vegas, this is pressure on right now. This game is not done.
Far from over, but Clay, though. Big Daddy Clay graced her in the feed with another 2. The barbershop is lined up. And Dashy, he's trying to hand out a short back inside right now. Tags are there. Huke now getting involved. Forward we go. 25 for the win. Dashy stops the bleeding, and that's a break. OpTic Texas are in, but for how long?
I mean, this is just a hop, skip, and a jump in the hill. Dashy just beaming, only needs to shoot 4 bullets for every single kill. But again, it's Siege for Vegas every single time. He's the man to make the break. Vegas, now, this could finally be it for the game.
Oh, here we go. Can Huke do something here? Find a moment. Take care of Prolute. Maybe dive on the hill. He's got to wait for his teammates. The trophy's not going to help. The covering fire is here. Vegas is setting up for it. 10 seconds. Dive in. It might be done here. It might be over. Map 1. The Pick'ems are chalked. Get in there. OpTic, go. No way. They break it with 2 seconds. Is it done yet? The foot race onto the new hard point.
Yeah, but look who gets that close spawn. Prolute just spawns up on new, so he beats Huke by default. But still, 4 players for Vegas. Only 3 right here for OpTic.
Not done just yet. Here we go. Let's find out what you're made of, Vegas. Into the point. Dashy's going to be the first man in. The clock is now struck over. The kills are there. Clay, though, finding what he can. As close as he possibly could be. Oh! It's not the happiest look across the Vegas Legion players. But that, a win is a win. And man alive, what a start to the series.
Hey, dude, I didn't even get to see it, but TJ came in with a 3-man wipe in the feed in the final moment. So OpTic, I mean, they're forced to flood. It was 248 that Vegas had, so they got to instantly try to jump on that rotation. But they got funneled into TJ, who just had one of his best hardpoint performances of the year. 29 kills to his name, but so many of these are on rotations and for the 2 pieces and for this scrap time. Dude, Prolute, similar kind of situation, right? Like the first 10 hill that we had, he's challenged old, getting 2 kills, and he's stripped away 25 seconds of scrap time from OpTic, gave it to his team. I mean, that's like a 50-point play in a sense. And yeah, Temp holding it down in the hill, maybe not the most characteristic performance in the slaying category, but he absolutely did his job in that game. And just to backtrack, Miles, the P2 and the P6, especially that first P2, it was almost the prototypical example of for Vegas. So they got here first, and then Shotzzy makes the play, waits for his teammates, they break him down and get that 4-man wipe. That's the highlight we just saw. If Vegas instantly doesn't bounce back and re-break the hill, just like snapping and making it happen, there's no shot Vegas ends up winning that game. It is the P2 and the P6 that, again, has been a problem for them. They were clean this game. Took a little bit of luck, but they made it better, and it resulted in a very narrow win. That's the difference maker for this Vegas squad, at least on Mercado.
Crazy difference-making moments like that. I'm sure we'll see plenty of that on the desk and on the many chat shows here in the CDL world. But man, what a great start for the Vegas Legion here in this series. My pick'ems personally have taken quite a dagger here. I did not expect a victory there from Vegas, but we'll take them. We'll roll on forward. As the personal biases aside, I do want to see myself climb that leaderboard and win them prizes, if that's even possible. And OpTic Texas, though, look, great signs of life, and I think the face at the end of it chance here from Priestahh. You win the game, he doesn't necessarily look super happy because you think we had a bigger lead. We're happy, it was relief with the victory, but there is this idea that, look, we should be better than this. And see straight away imparting that knowledge, imparting that wisdom, trying to get themselves back into this one. So for Vegas, this is still very much a moment of, yeah, we were good, but we have to be better. We'll see if they can do that now. Mercado, Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a thing for Vegas where I think they're now like 5-7 in close hardpoint games, close being when it's within 30 points. So they have more close hardpoint games than every other team in the league. And I think not only Priestahh, but all the players can feel that pressure of like when OpTic break the barbershop hill. It's just that feeling in your chest of like, oh man, they're about to do this. Like we're about to drop the ball again in a close match. So I think that's why it's not elation on Priestahh, more of like, hey man, this is what it's been every single time. This is where we have to execute. So hey, job well done, at least for the map 1, and we stay on Mercado going towards the map 2. I know the desk has already talked about the sniping battle. iLLeY is going to snipe on every single map. He is incredibly proficient with the sniper rifle in his hands. I don't know if we're going to get the battle, though. Clay doesn't pull it out super often on Mercado, so I don't know if he's going to be going for the counters, but it'll be an interesting thing to keep in the back of your minds. The main driving point on this map for Vegas, it's actually been TJ, but you can see how comparable these stats are purely for the snipes. The round win percentages jump up massively for both of these teams when either Clay or iLLeY's pulling out the snipe, but I think the one that stands out a little bit more to me is when Vegas isn't having Clay snipe, still very successful. When iLLeY doesn't have it in his hands, they do drop off a bit of a cliff, but again, it's a very map specific thing. Priestahh on Mercado, occasionally he has used it, but it's very rare, so it'll be a back pocket idea of the counter snipe potential. But for Vegas, main factor of success, TJ Halley on this map has been ridiculous. He's got a 1.44 KD on Mercado. On offense, he's been electric. He's won like 87% of like the opening duels for the first blood battles. So TJ was the standout player for me on map 1. He's the guy to look at for map 2.
Even keep it going. Demon TJ. You mean, there's a great sort of like clippable face he made where he did look so mean, man. So mean. Nice guy out of game, in game, an absolute monster at times. Fist bumps are out. You know what that means, friends. It's time to get into the search and destroy. Map number 2 here in this series. We keep on rolling. Big Saturday here in the CDL world. 4 matches to play through. The first one, an absolute blinder. Throwing our Ultra coming out on top there. Now in game number 2, we'll see what happens here. Already off to an exciting start, Chance. God only knows where we go from here.
Well, I think we go to a lot of offensive wins potentially, because it's not just TJ is sort of like the SNG front runner guy making plays for his team. On the flip side, it's actually Dashy. So, you know, snipe battle potential aside, it's the ARs on one side for OpTic where they have a great deal of success. And I suppose that being said, Dashy's KD does look great, but Huke does bring a different dynamic into it. But whatever the case may be, TJ, front-running man, wonderful in the first blood category in already Cantina control. No time wasted. He goes for the chow, but Shotzzy there to shut him down.
Prologue, immediate trades. Huke, same thing. Bang! Right back and forth we go. Dashy stops the trades, makes it a 3v1. All down to temp now. And he is not having a good time. There is a lot of noise, and here comes iLLeY on the flank. That is going to be the round. Lovely work, OpTic Texas.
Yeah, the tin building is called Elephant Room, and it's because in this game, if you just walk around, you sound like an elephant. Those footsteps are ridiculous, but as far as game plans go right there from OpTic, if like Vegas runs the show like through TJ, you see how aggressive he was playing it. If you shut him down, things are going to go incredibly well for you. So Shotzzy wins that opening gunfight. Huke is there for the trades after the fact, and That's about as well executed as you're going to see as far as defensive rounds go. So for OpTic, that is a fantastic way to start.
Lovely way to start. See if we can keep it going now. An offensive round now for OpTic Texas. 3-1 split for Vegas Legion here. 3 members going towards A. That's them right there. TJ Temp Pro Luke. Nades are going to connect. Good shots there from Tej at range with the Semtex. OpTic now. Immediate change of pace, change of plans. What are we going to do now without iLLeY in the game?
Man, that first round ends so quickly that no one has trophies ready for the opening salvo of grenades at the start of the next one. So OpTic get punished for it, but they still have Cantina control, and with a minute left, it's more or less just going to be play for picks. Huke, cheeky spot here to look for intel, but Vegas for the moment giving him absolutely nothing to work with other than a little bit of space.
Tej, oh, gifted there. Doesn't manage to walk into the crosshairs of the Demon Tej. Daddy's finished. Vegas Legion have to make a move in a moment, and that's a problem for them. Here we go. Bomb down, 40 seconds.
I think what Scum predicted the 2-piece from this spot last time, so I think Huke, he's fiending for it. He wants to make the play.
Yep, will lightning strike twice? The answer is most likely no. Through the middle of the map, that's where the hit's going to be coming now from Vegas Legion. The 2-man Deddy play. One of them eliminated. All trades are on. Shotzzy on the flank, flying around. Just over 20 to go. Clay, easy reads. This is a book that I'm sure he helped write. An old teammate of Shotzzy's there, and a good bounce back there from Vegas Legion. Waiting for the dead silence to finish before hitting that defuse.
Yeah, that was a kind of an interesting round, too, because I don't know how TJ managed to do it, but he just found the route straight through tunnel and just pierced the setup like at the perfect time. And as soon as they're trying to set up a potential Huke 2-piece, all those players on Vegas back down. They're like, you know what? Let's not go this way because Huke could be in that exact spot. Let's wrap it through mid and just leave like one player off to the side to float. So Clayster gets to be that island player. Everybody else on Vegas there to execute on the actual jump on the bomb side. And I mean, hey, back-to-back defensive rounds on Mercado. Not the easiest thing to get done. Now that it's Vegas' turn to attack, trophies out and bound to dodge the nades. You get yours out. Couple of hit markers coming through, but no deaths. You just get that building control.
You get told about the hit markers. That gives you plenty of space to work with. That's an even bigger hit marker. Pro Luke looking to finish what he's just started with that Semtex. No one in the position to help out, though. DJ certainly feeling great so far. The first blood goes his way again. OpTic Texas, a man down.
Oh, he's creeping, but look at Vegas being ready for that. Double chow coming through, and now you got a 4 versus 2, and iLLeY can't make anything happen because TJ is the player to watch for a reason. Guns 3 in that round. Again, a 1.44 on Mercado. This is TJ's happy's place.
He's an extremely happy man. Don't let the face fool you. He's having a great time. Prolude, good work from him as well in that round. Again, surviving the kind of bait and switch play there from OpTic would have been ideal, but good work out of Vegas to hold those tight angles, hold those 2v1 spots, winning them fights. And this is a fantastic turnaround for Vegas Legion. God almighty, do they sorely need it. The series and the map's far from over, though. Here we go again.
5 spree as well, so 1 kill away from the cruise. And look at how no one is going to get naded for OpTic. They didn't even bother to pick up the bomb. No one pushed the back alley. They wait for the nades to come through, but now it's Prolude's turn to make the play. He gets it done with the TAC 56 and just another first blood to Vegas. Another advantage, and TJ pops the dead silence, wants to make a play.
TJ is going hunting, and the timing of this could be awful. Or it could be perfect. Cruise missile now acquired. That's in the bag. The 6 spree continues now. 3v2. It's all in the Dashy and Huke. Huke's now managed to get himself in the corner of the bomb site. Shots are there. Trades on. Prolude is the 2nd kill of the round so far. Turns it into his 3rd. Vegas Legion once again.
Yeah, and just to add, I know we talked a lot about TJ, but Prolude is another shining light for this squad. In Search and Destroy, and on Mercado specifically, pulls out the TAC 56 in this round. Not only does he get the first blood, but after TJ gets the pick, him and Prolude just working so well together by the Cantina to make sure no trades come through, no sneaky plays right there from Huke trying to make something happen. And again, just an incredibly well-executed team, especially when they get those first bloods. Vegas right now, they're on cruise control. I mean, they're used to playing these S&Ds after getting smacked around on a hard point. Now they get to come into a map, too, with good vibes. So they're looking like they're going to ride that high for a bit.
No trophy spotted there. Huke, though, oh, don't need the trophy. Huke and Shotzzy getting to the feed. Lovely work. iLLeY wants to get with that snipe. Oh, dear. Just missed an opportunity to maybe catch one more out there. Will he get a second shot at it? We'll see. But either way, Huke's found himself another, and they are absolutely hounding Vegas Legion this round. Temp now in the 2v1. Oh, see ya! Good round, OpTic Texas.
And a nice haircut as well. I mean, that was courtesy of iLLeY. Gave it out for free. And he's over here just hooking players up. So yeah, quick round right there. Again, first blood battle. I think not only do they get the first, I think it was Huke that struck in the feed, but him and Shotzzy right there together. Obviously a theme of Mercado. It's not just the nades off the opening break, but it is all of those timings for the SMG's gunfights around that canteen of buildings, the hop-ups you can do, the sneaky crouch plays you could try to make. So nice little bounce back for OpTic. Down, but certainly not out.
This time, OpTic, they're going to eat quite a lot of that lethal tactical usage being tossed their way. He's trying to get himself in. Spots out TJ. Wow, good fight. Well played by Huke to stay alive. And look at that. Out like a light. Across the map you go. Shotzzy secured the B-bomb site. It's now an open field to work with. No one else from Vegas Legion have adapted fast enough. So now OpTic, that B-bomb site's all theirs.
Yeah, it's got to be the round win, like a guarantee as well. iLLeY can just sit here in a corner and watch through the middle of the map, so, or not, it doesn't matter. It's a 4v2. You don't have to watch crosses. You get the bomb down. It truly, you can do whatever you want. Bomb planted, and Temp and ProLoot, good luck trying to break this one down.
Time would be ideal, but it's Dashy from up top window, cleans the pair of them up. Good looks there of OpTic Texas. This map is not done just yet. This is the final kill here. It's Temp. And an airborne Shotzzy. Not an uncommon sight to see for many Call of Duty V-League fans. But Dashy there, strong iron sights, holds it down, wins the round.
And just again to touch on those SMG timings as well. As soon as the first blood comes through, down towards the A-bomb site, I think it was Clayser that starts to like wrap towards mid, and Shotzzy perfectly timed, goes and gets a freebie, shoots a player in the back. And again, the 4v2 is just a guarantee. So tied up 3-3. I know Shotzzy and Huke have been causing so many problems when they're getting openings for the first blood, but Huke meets an early demise. The nade's on point. Now TJ, you can see Spidey senses tingling, waiting for Shotzzy, but Shotzzy ends up catching a player, and the bailout with the snipe is here.
Temp and Tej versus iLLeY, Shotzzy and Dashy. Now Shotzi's the inside of the cantina now. This is going to make things very, very weird indeed. Temp has popped Deddy, and Temp loses it to Dashy there in the darkened alleys, and over now to Tej. Can't get a single thing. OpTic Texas, back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, what a breakdown of a round as well. I mean, that is the, like, iLLeY factor there with the snipe. That is truly all it is. Instead of kills getting traded out after the next kill comes through, it's certainly just that player gone. ProLoot not able to trade anything out. And, I mean, that's a massive round right there for OpTic to be able to collect, because I think so far pretty consistently it's been both of these teams executing when they get the first blood, but that is the turnaround there from OpTic, and not just the snipes from iLLeY. I think it was Dashy over towards the B site, helpful on the flank to actually catch out Temp trying to make a play. So good awareness all over the map.
And Nade's going to help. Oh, I was going to say stay alive. Maybe not. It's one for iLLeY. Nade's out. TJ's not going to give up this position. Pistol out. The snakes. Get his ass! Does indeed. 4 spree now for iLLeY as the kills are there. Completed. Temp and ProLoot last man up for Vegas.
Ah, it's hideous. I hate watching gunfights like that. Poor TJ. There's just nothing you could do, and a play like that might be good enough to win OpTic the round. Temp does even the odds to 2-2, but not for long, and ProLoot has to stay in this corner or maybe just dive away. He has a 1v1 against Dashy, and it cannot be understated how important of a moment this is. Maybe not technically a necessity, but is a big one if ProLoot can get it, and I think Dashy spotted him on the cross.
He may. Here comes the fight. Dashy moving forward. Might be able to get the bomb down. He might plant it.
Oh, ProLoot's so loud, though.
It's so loud. Thunderous hooves. You even heard him pop Deddy. Poor man can't catch a break. Here comes Dashy around the corner. Checks it. Big win out of ProLoot. Ooh.
I'm laughing, Miles, because I think Dashy heard the dead silence get popped, and I think ProLoot knows that. And so when he pops the dead silence, instead of making a play, he's waiting for the chow to come through. So I think he was just playing off the fact that dead silence isn't dead silent at all, no. But that is a big brain play out of an S&D star so far for Vegas, and again, a round that they absolutely needed. You had Vegas trying to counter the snipe by iLLeY, but iLLeY delivers with a 2-piece, but they clutch up the 2v3 after the fact, and ProLoot the shining light in that regard. He's going to back OpTic down, and yeah, ProLoot, no time wasted. They are getting this bomb site control, not letting Huke and Shotzzy make a play, except for the fact that Shotzzy might be making the play on the flank.
Yeah, he's number 6 in the mini-map, kid. This is the guy right here we're worried about. He is in the back line. Dead. He's finished, though, so... Pop that crouch, son. Here it comes. Oh, Prolu got a decent amount of damage before bringing him down, but still, that is still a 2v3. Numbers for OpTic Texas, slight advantage.
And Clayster's taking his time to find it. I don't know how well Clayster's going to check the corner, but Clay has to crouch walk so he doesn't get hurt. And he does have a Vaznev. And even number 3, 2 and 3, Clayster and TJ, they know Shotzzy's down low, but I think for the moment they're going to ignore him. They don't know what corner he's in. They're waiting for him to make a mistake, and now you got TJ popping the dead silence to make the play, so he opens things up for a 2v2. But isolated players all over the map, and TJ's feeling himself. He's challenging, and that is bombed down, and that is Clayster still in just a standoff right now with Shotzzy.
It's a brutal 1v1 situation to be in. And there it is. Get him! Clay does finally outwits Shotzzy in the hide-and-seek extravaganza. Now, iLLeY to the back line. He's gone to the alleyway. God, poor Clay's got 10 seconds to get this bomb. It's done. There's no way. He may have nabbed it. Doesn't have enough time. Can he somehow catch a miraculous gunfight? Most likely not. An unfortunate round to lose for Vegas, but kudos to OpTic for wasting that time and staying alive. What a crazy round.
Yeah, that's just a perfect example, I'd say, from Shotzzy's end of knowing when to pump the brakes. Like, he makes the most aggressive play possible, flies through on the flank, and even when the dead silence runs out, still pressures on and, you know, holds that W key forward in a sense just to make sure he gets the kill. But then after that, I mean, if we had a heat map, basically didn't move for the next 45 seconds. So that's S&D and how you play without dead silence.
Yep. Lucky 7s across the board that kills the bomb for OpTic Texas, aside from Huke. The bomb carrier right now. Okay, Dashy changes to get himself up to 8 now. Got a bit of space to work with here on the A-bomb site. A defending team, Vegas Legion, not able to do too much, but here comes the cruise missile. This is going to change things indeed. OpTic, they have scrambled. Look at the move now from Vegas. This might not kill anyone. If it does, kudos. But now Prolu in a position to get into the fight, and he does. Gets himself 1. Trophies down. Waiting for the remaining members of Vegas Legion to show up, and here come the reinforcements. It's a good up 3v3. Turn it into a 3v2 as Prolu continues his reign of terror.
Oh, that was so good, but it's not done yet. You do have Shotzzy again. Dead silence going on a flank to make the play, and Shotzi's going to get a freebie, and now you get that dead silence refresh. So Shotzzy allowed to fly. It's number 3, TJ, that he's going to be dealing with, but TJ can't hear this coming, and Shotzzy from the height above, able to descend from heaven, get the kill, and now it's Prolu maybe going to get sent to hell in a 1v2, and he's the trophy player.
Here he goes. Tags. Not enough. So much damage dealt. 20 seconds. Run, Prolu. Stay alive. At the health regen now for OpTic Texas. You can take another swing at this fight if you want. 15 seconds on the clock remaining. My good golly, they've got enough time to go towards B. Will Prolu read this? He just may. He's going. Dashy has the cross. Surely not. Another 1v1 against Dashy and Prolu. Surely not. Oh, there it is. Great work out of OpTic Texas. A very dicey search and destroy indeed, but with that, they level up the series.
That is just, I mean, you know, as everyone predicted, in a sense, Vegas winning the hard point, losing the S&D, but I think that is just Shotzzy at his absolute finest. Those final 2 rounds of the dead silence plays, just the nail in the coffin for his team. That's a 2 versus 3 where he's allowed to flank again, gets the freebie, and again, when Shotzzy is actually allowed to just fly and be as fast as possible, just a little bit too quick for TJ. And I know for me, it's always heartbreaking when you see a player in a clutch situation and it's the trophy guy, and you're just like, oh, Prolu, there's just nothing you could do. So great plays from OpTic towards the end. I mean, again, Shotzzy, absolute wizard on the map. Quite a few, like, you know, nice defensive rounds OpTic were able to get in terms of first bloods. Huke able to provide for at least 2 of those. And even iLLeY, it only happened 1 round, really, where he's the bailout with the sniper. But when you're going against Vegas, who has been one of the best, if not the best S&D team in the game, it takes a well-orchestrated effort to take him down. So right there, you see OpTic Texas, everybody provided.
6-4, final score on Mikado. Hotel control coming up after this one. Let's see what happens. We've already seen a record setting. Actually, maybe not record setting, but damn close when it came to a speedy control on Hotel. We'll find out how that one goes after this quick break. Don't go too far, COD fans. Plenty more action today.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
And here we go, game number 3. No shenanigans today in the control room in Columbus, but we're always watching. That's right. We're always watching. Nothing but fun and games here on the broadcast, though, as we've got ourselves a game 3 now. Control on Hotel coming up in just a brief moment. We've got Vegas Legion, we've got OpTic Texas, and we've got ourselves an absolute banger of a series. Perchance, you hit me with an interesting stat in the break about Vegas and winning series after losing game number 2. And what was that about?
Yeah, just to answer your question after a nice 30-second delay there, Miles. They've never won a single series if they've lost the map too. Vegas, obviously the best S&D team in the game, are certainly like in that category, like in those ranks. But yeah, they've suffered in map 2. They've suffered on the series. So very tough spot where they need to clutch up in one of the next 2 respawns. And I know for Control for Vegas, it has been a problem all year for them. So good luck, have fun. You know, somewhat of a new OpTic team, but I think OpTic are much more comfortable now that they got the bounce back.
Yeah, and you got a big bounce back indeed in an important round. There we go. So Vegas now off to the races on attack. They've got themselves in towards A here on the opening round of Control. Actually managing to get himself out of dodge with a bit of help from Shotzzy. Saves as much as they can in the A zone now before it can be stopped. Can Shotzzy stay alive here? Tricky stuff. Dolphin dive, flip and dive and jump in and out he goes. Round about, he comes again. Give him half a second. He's about to reach out here on the A zone. Nearly able to get that first zone finished, the first segment. Here comes ProLuke. Good work out of him. That should do a decent amount of damage towards A.
Yeah, and I think he got spotted on the cross, but ProLuke certainly trying to at least open things up and make the play. And he knew he got spotted on the cross, so Shotzzy and Dashy got baited out the bag. They were looking for ProLuke, and it took him a little bit of extra time to actually find them. But you can see Vegas very happy to take their time. Clayster in the hill, just going to snake and watch his own flank. And I think Vegas are trying to find openings on the map or create them, right? You have TJ trying to hunt players down towards the bedroom. You got Clayster trying to rotate that direction, and they're trying to pick this OpTic setup apart. And in spite of all the time, OpTic still have 2 players towards bedroom, 2 players on the flank, but it's a nice little start from Clay.
Yeah, good start. So not a lot of space to be held here from Vegas Legion towards that B zone. You got a decent spread across the back line of the bottom half of the map now. ProLuke though, sneaky beaver, word to Puckett, creeps in the back. Now he's going to be silent. No one around to hear the ring of his dead silence as TJ's cleaning things out as well. Whoa, it takes Gary Shotzzy, and now B is looking free.
Vegas have to know, though, that it is basically everybody on OpTic Texas that are going to be behind enemy lines. 2 players working the flank, and that's why TJ, at least he's got bottom bedroom covered. He's got number 4 in the hill. ProLuke looking at 2 other things, but OpTic get the trades, and this might be the moment, though. Only 1 player left alive for OpTic. TJ thinking about going hunting or maybe stop the clock, keep the pressure on. You know it's Huke that's going to be top bedroom.
Just chill. Just wait it out. 1 segment down. This is a good look on the offensive round. Stunned up. Waiting for the hit. OpTic all over the place. Huke wins a big one. Dashy as well. Last man on the point temp. Force brief for him. Can he keep it going? Last man up for his team. Tags are there. Takes care of Dashy. Makes it a 5. No streaks, but they do get the second segment on B.
And look, 2 ticks, though, was fantastic. Vegas with plenty of opportunities, but that also just highlights how impactful Huke is when he's top bedroom, that TJ can't play up on the head glitches on the front side of the actual zone. He has to sit around the box because he's worried about getting shot in the back, and that opens things up for OpTic to actually push through and take easier gunfights. So again, that's why bedroom presence is incredibly important. But with 50 seconds left, a lot of pressure on the flank, and Shotzzy for the moment, he's feeling that pressure.
Indeed. Well, slight life lead now for Vegas Legion, 12-10. Not going to make much of it. Pushing the lead a little bit further forward. TJ and ProLuke getting them kills into the point we now go. It's a 2-man stack. This should be it. Oh, there's the kills. ProLuke's done. That is it. You found the opening, Vegas. You found the window. And wow, Clayster said something very naughty there. He's doing it again.
You say it, good freaking job, guys. Like that was genuinely perfect. A lot of things we can't say on broadcast, but
let's freaking go. What was, let's flip and go. Well, he did it again. Oh my god, we went full screen and he's doing it again. Lip readers in the chat. Oh, this is a
Good job,
replay.
guys. Good job. He looks like he's in heaven as well. He's got like the halo effect around him. So Clay's going through it, man. He's feeling great. And he's not wrong. That was a great job in that round. I think Temp just went 9-2. Temp also just got like the 2-piece to open things up and clear out the flank. So I think that's Vegas. Both the times they had pressure on the actual B zone, it was off the flank. And speaking of pressure on the B zone, that's where OpTic are looking to go. And that's where Clayster is trying to stop him.
Do or do not. There is no try. And now he doesn't have to try anymore because most of them have gone over towards A. But that kill from Temp has pumped the brakes of the OpTic train. Now they are hitting the reverse. And Temp not letting them get away without a pound of flesh. Good work here from Vegas Legion. The aggression continues. That is streaks for Donnie Temp.
Oh, he gets out with his life as well for the moment. He even gets this stick, so it's a lovely one. The cherry on top at the end of that little spree that he goes on. And now ProLuke gets to pick up the pieces because it's not just Temp, it's 12-3. ProLuke quite literally right behind them. 10 kills to his name. So Vegas, you know, we ragged on their control, but so far in these first 2 rounds, they're at least putting the pressure on. And ProLuke winning gunfights like that, that is a nice way to continue.
You get on the way, though, for OpTic Texas now. 37 seconds on the clock stopped. ProLuke wins another big one, man. I don't remember the last time we saw OpTic Texas win a straight-up 1v1 fight. They're getting shot in the back. They're getting outmaneuvered. They're getting smoked on the point. 35 seconds. Clock is now reopened. ProLuke still roaming the halls of the restaurant. And he is not on the menu right now. Take it all back. Huke, ate him alive.
Finally, Huke is able to deliver for his team, but you also have no pressure over towards A. Finally, OpTic are going to get everybody nearby in the early snake shots coming out on Clayster. OpTic should be able to deliver 2 players for this stack, but ProLuke again trying to make the play. It's only 1 player on point, but looks like he's chalking it up and looking for the kills instead. The impossible Shotzzy to kill. Eventually, he gets him, but that is the 8 points secured. 1:20 to work with, and honestly, the life battle for how this round started, OpTic have done a wonderful job of just keeping it close.
Doing a good job keeping it close. Nice teamwork again, not letting those trades happen. iLLeY is on the absolute prowl here, trying to take care of Temp. I think Shotzzy might be the only player in the league that can dolphin dive backwards. That is a moment we will not be... Whoa! Hate to see it. Over towards B, we now go.
Just a reminder, Temp is double positive, so he is having a great game, just not a great moment right there. And honestly, that moment might convert. OpTic now have everybody on the zone. You got a nice little full 3-man stack on the point. You got iLLeY coming in for the reinforcements right behind. This zone is gonna fly. No one right now is able to chow, except the cruise missile. I ain't seen no trophy, and neither did Temp. And what a way to keep that round alive.
He gets all 4. It's a clean sweep from Vegas. Man, that was something. You don't see too many of them. Absolute perfection. Now Temp trying to keep him in restaurant. The spread now from Vegas Legion seemingly perfect. Can they keep iLLeY down? Yes. Clay gets that one. Next one up on the patio, and he's not out here for a good time. He's here for the kills. Can't get it. Big Daddy Clay finds another. Clock's ticking. 15 seconds to go.
I mean, OpTic, though, they got players all over the map, right? So you got a pinch coming through, but almost everybody has to deliver with their individual gunfights. iLLeY backs him down, opens things up for Shotzzy, who does get chased. It trades out to a 2 versus 2. It's only iLLeY on point, and he can't last for long. Talk about the cruise missile from Donnie Temp. Didn't even see it. Didn't see a trophy. I just saw a massive explosion in OpTic, who in any other circumstance would have guaranteed that round. End up holding the L, and there's a different look at it.
Here it comes, the mother of all cruise missiles. Bang.
Oh, the dude, I think iLLeY had the trophy. It just didn't deploy. He had it on the ground, but it didn't spread its wings. So it's Vegas that get to fly.
That was brilliant. The Temp truly makes it rain. Wow. Well, yeah, we saw the trophy there a fraction of a second too late, but what a sensational control so far it's been. Vegas Legion back into the swing of things, certainly. 2-0. 1 more round's all they need.
Hey, look, don't get me wrong. I'm sure feeling great being up 2-0, but there is this game is not over. Is all I'm saying. Because OpTic can absolutely deliver and make this comeback, and that is the perfect opening break. Clean 4 down, pressure all over the map right now from OpTic. So again, being down 2-0 is not fun, but it's control. It's against Vegas. You could still make it happen.
Anything can happen, and it will. Vegas onto the A zone for a moment there. Slowed things right down. Dashy fastidiously trying to clean up these players on towards A for now. Again, OpTic on defense for those not paying attention at home. Whoa. Awkward tags, bit of a pre-fire there, but look at that. Teamwork, can't fault it. Can ProLuke find any more than one out of this? That'd be great. Shotzzy's up next. Good coverage there from Clay. Nades there, slowing it down, making things a little bit mixy, a little bit dicey as you're still capturing A.
That's also a nice little swing right there from Vegas. I think maybe 4 or 5 kills in a row they just got to keep the life count closer, and they're trying to put the pressure on the B zone. But this is just going to be time getting burnt off the clock, and everyone's going to die. Whoa. That's a 4-man wipe on the flip side, so they flew a little bit too close to the sun, gave up all the map pressure, didn't win a gunfight, and only have 18 seconds to try to capture this A zone.
Good luck. I mean, not impossible, but really good luck. You've got one player to deal with for now, Huke. You've got Shotzzy on the flank. Temp, can you do it? Nah, that should be it. That should be the round indeed. Unless, by some miracle, Clayster can make his way on towards this point, win a gunfight. Can't get a second. That's it. Great work, though, Clay. Oh, wait a minute. It's Tej. We're in 0.2 seconds on this one. Good luck. Have fun, lads. Seemingly impossible. Let's see what happens.
They're spawning like a bedroom as well, so they don't have. Yeah, no, that's the worst case scenario. You're hoping in that moment to spawn kitchen and just get the pressure on the other zone, because there's no way you're surviving in that moment. But that's your Icarus play. A little bit too close to the sun. They saw a small opportunity and they just full sent it to try to make the play over towards the B zone. But I mean, OpTic stacked around the point. I think it was Shotzzy that delivers with a 2-piece as well over towards that next zone. So much more clean, much easier there for OpTic on that round of defense. So again, they found themselves down 2-0, but if not for that one cruise missile coming through, the scoreline would be different. So OpTic still have to battle back a little bit, but the chances are there.
Little 2v2 taking place over towards the A side of the map. Shotzzy is going to be the last man standing over there. So for now, OpTic Texas can breathe a sigh of relief. A little bit of time now to capture this A zone. First segment on its way out.
And it's kind of interesting from OpTic because 2 players are still floating towards the B zone. So it's like your SMGs on one side, your ARs on the other, and you see OpTic, they're double stacking this B zone. For Vegas, nobody's home for the moment. So a bit of a unique round, but while the A zone gets cleared, at least on one side, now Vegas have to rotate back, and they do have to do this quickly because that's a tick and a half through.
That's massive damage.
This is going to be it
as well. It's going to be it. Oh my God. Can you get it? No. But now, a tremendous moment for Vegas Legion now. Just set up shop, go for it over towards A, because that's all they've got left. And not to mention that, only 2 segments before OpTic Texas can tie the map up.
I was gonna say, that's a beautiful play. I mean, we caught it from the observers. We're like Dashy, like, you know, crouch walk top bedroom, like taking their time just to sort of make that late play. And that late play ends up delivering. So a much easier job OpTic now have ahead of themselves. Only 2 ticks need to get towards that A zone. You get Shotzzy in prime position to start to make plays. And it's a corner he's accustomed to. This is a spot that he loves to be in. And this is where he can start to make plays. All the pressure on TJ in the back end. DJ trying to deliver and avoid getting pieced up, but he does so. He takes Shotzzy down, and Vegas trying to keep that fight alive.
It's a big 2-piece. Dashy now hold this part as well. Nice work against Proteins on a big one. Semtex out. Should take 10 with him. Does. Good work. 16 lives left for Vegas Legion on defense, and now we are on the point. Here we go. 2-man stack. Any more there? Come on, guys. There's plenty of space. Don't be shy. It's a 3-man stack for OpTic.
Yeah, good luck trying to break this one down. ProLuke gonna fly into certain death, and just like that, OpTic Texas deliver. And look at the patient plays from Dashy, man. Him and iLLeY working bedroom off the rip, found the timing to open up the B zone, and I don't think Vegas read that at all. Like, you had 2 players that were just missing on the map, but I think Vegas still basically poured their efforts in on defense over towards the A zone, which at least initially they did hold on to, but then even that little 2-piece Dashy got when he was over by the arches, just to keep that man advantage, because Vegas are going to end up spawning so far out. So quite a few good rounds for OpTic. It all comes down to round 5.
One more, and we'll all check out the hotel and go to HyDra. Let's find out who comes out on top. What a wild and crazy control this has been, fans. Let's get it. OpTic have defense.
And I think this is also a setup of no funny business, no games, no messing around. 3-man stack on the B zone on the defensive end, and Vegas, they just want to try to do the default thing first, work that A zone. And we've seen them do it before where they make plays, they'll leave one guy on the point and just see if you can create those opportunities. That's where they had success in round 1. So that's what they're trying to recreate instead of sending everybody away from the point. And so far, TJ and ProLuke, they're delivering.
And this is a good bit of work from Thieves behind enemy lines now, causing nothing but trouble for OpTic Texas. Huke behind the bar will not be spotted out. That's a big kill. Keeps that part of the map safe. Denny Pop doesn't help him whatsoever. Here comes Temp. Temp guns up, ready for Shotzzy. All the damage. Is it enough to get his teammates in a position though? Clay's behind him, trying to back him up. Dashy's going to win that big fight, and now Temp still alive and kicking on point. One segment down at A, and you're looking towards cap in B as well. Donny Temp getting aggressive. Here comes the flank though through mid. It's Dashy who's got to stop the players on point.
And these are the big moments as well. These are the gunfights for ProLoot. Not easy to win and not easy to stay alive. He's got a little bit of help from the ARs. Clay picks up one from over top of him. So ProLoot, 5 HP and a trophy and a dream, but the trophy's gone. He's trying to make the play, but Clayster again from top bedroom has been getting the kills. And look at OpTic on the map. They're chalking it up. They're saying we can't handle the B zone. We're giving it to Vegas. We're going to try to settle this over towards A, but Vegas, 6 life lead in 2 minutes to work with. They might be able to get this done in control.
And this is it, the last stand here for OpTic Texas in this control. This is their Helms Deep. They are nestled into the mountains now. There's no getting out of this one. Vegas on the march forward. The guns are up though, and iLLeY is cutting them down. 1:35 on the clock.
Pro's gonna fall as well. Yep, easy clean up there from Huke. So all that effort on the flank absolutely get picked apart, and you got gunfights all over the map. This is towards the B zone, and Huke's probably confused, but they're tipping back through the middle of the map. Vegas are putting on the pressure. Dashy with the nade hits himself and opens up the window.
It's okay. Oh, he made the best of a bad situation there. Perfect spot to be in. 2 players down. Spawns are still very, very close right now for Vegas. There's an opportunity to catch a couple of players out and hit that stack, and before you know it, the round is going to be over. Here we go. Dashy, first man in, finds the kills through the door. Huke gets himself involved as well. You pop Denny, you saw, and somehow you don't spot Temp. 4 players now for Vegas. They are ready to make the hit. Numbers not there for Texas.
And Vegas repeatedly, they are trying to go through the middle of the map. They don't want to deal with Kitchen at all, and they're getting nades and backing these players down, but they have not won any of these gunfights after the fact. But the hallway's open. ProLoot trying to start things off.
Let's get it going. Dashy on the outside, taken care of as well. Down to the inside of the restaurant, iLLeY the next man up. Snake forward, gets turned into a soup. On the point you now go. Starting to stack things up. 4-man stack. All of Vegas are in. They're all in. The chips are on the table. No one's there. Viva Las Vegas. They're on control. He's feeling himself after that.
Man, he is feeling, dude. What kind of series do we have where Vegas are winning 2 of the respawns and dropping the S&D and not making the big plays? And also, you gotta mention it, Shotzzy in the Search and Destroy was making all of the big plays, literally did not move towards the end. I mean, he sat in kitchen when the 4-man stack was on, and he dolphin dived into nothing way too late. So I know he wants to coordinate with his teammates. I know he got put in a bad spot, but ineffective towards the end, and that is a hell of a game from Vegas. I mean, shout out to Temp, if nothing else, not even for the slang, literally for the cruise missile that got there a split second before the trophy was properly deployed and won then the game in a moment like that. Or how about for Vegas, when round 1 on offense, they left the one guy on point, constantly playing with the opportunities, putting the pressure on the flank. And it was Donnie Temp, at least in round 1, that was finding the openings for Vegas to have the success. When they try to get cheeky on their next defensive round and send everybody into the mix and just give up the A zone, they got completely picked apart. So they ignored that strat, go back to Old Faithful and just execute and get the job done. So it's not something that can be said very often, but that is a very well played control coming out of Vegas Legion.
Lovely stuff. Whether it was the immaculate timing on the 4-man white there from the
poor trophy.
I think it was iLLeY who got there. He was like, I got a trophy. Everyone was like, yay! Bang! That happens. Unlucky lads. What a beautiful moment. Don't see too many of those here in the Call of Duty League, in Call of Duty in general, especially at the higher levels. But GG's indeed there from Vegas Legion. Whether you love them or whether you just don't like them as much as love, it is so wonderful seeing the player cams of the Vegas Legion players. So emotive. So much of a wild roller coaster it has been for them in their careers so far in the Call of Duty League. And hey, this could be the turnaround for Vegas.
I mean, it'd be a hell of a way to, you know, sort of set yourself up for the major, get some wind in your sails, a little bit of momentum, because at least based on the tweets, I know that they were going through it after their series against the New York Subliners, and understandably so, because the Subliners are looking different. That being said, though, I think iLLeY might have just issues with trophies. Do you remember on aBeZy where he like throws the trophy down at the start of the round and the trophy deploys, but his teammates explode anyway right in front of his eyes? And we were cracking jokes about how like iLLeY's gonna have beef with the trophy, quite literally. And now the exact same thing where there is a trophy in iLLeY's face directly in his like line of sight, and everyone just explodes in front of him. So the devil's in the details, and that split second for that trophy to actually get out. It's just painful.
We just got a DM from Anthony Nameless Wheeler. I will not read on air, but he's absolutely right. OpTic have got a very, very difficult and unlucky track record when it comes to trophies. I'm paraphrasing here, friends, but yeah, very, very interesting. Something they're gonna have to look back on with coaching staff. But we'll see what happens now on HyDra Hardpoint. Up next, map number 4 in this electric series between these two teams. Let's see what happens, and God only knows. If we have to go to that fortress, again, that's a good place to be for Vegas Legion, but imagine if they can close. I mean, the picks are chalked. The pick'ems, my pick'ems are so inside out. After map 1, this has been great.
Well, I mean, that's really the thing, isn't it? I mean, obviously, it's not like we can predict how this series is going to go because Vegas have won both the respawns, but even if we just give the automatic expectation for OpTic to win on HyDra, which obviously is not the case, certainly not automatic, that game 5 for Vegas, 6-0 record, perfect on Al-Bagr Fortress. Their like round win percentage is just clinically absurd. So like, this is as comfortable of a spot as Vegas is ever going to be in a series. So they get to play a little bit loose, a little bit relaxed, and obviously for OpTic, I mean, now it's a bit of a mountain that you have to climb to get back in this series. Maybe happy to see HyDra to start things off, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any team that would particularly be happy about back against the wall. This is the map you have to deliver on because it's one of those maps, one little moment, one guy gets through with a sneaky water route and can just blow the entire setup open. And to pile on for OpTic, they're starting out on the unpreferred side, so an uphill battle indeed.
I know, no one in their right mind is like, guys, it's all good. We got HyDra. We'll be fine. No one has ever said that, ever. Still, though, first hard point. Top side of the mini-map. That's where Vegas is sitting right now. He's sitting pretty. Shotzzy, in and out of the water he goes. I'm not sure what the aquatic equivalent of whack-a-mole is. Something to do with, I don't know, eel drilling or something. I don't know. Who knows? But either way, for now, it's Vegas with a lovely bit of time. Good kills as well. They are keeping OpTic well and truly trapped.
This is just easy. I mean, they're making this look simple for the moment. No pressure on these gunfights. TJ just gets to coast along into the hill, and as soon as he falls, the trades are going to be quick and in the mix. Now, Huke may be an opportunity to make a play, or maybe an opportunity for his head to get ripped off. So a big gunfight there for ProLoot to win, and we said unpreferred side for a reason. Vegas gets to the hill first. They get set up on a rotation, and Vegas did not drop the ball. They've delivered, set themselves up for new, and already built a 39-second lead. That's about as good as it gets.
Temp's having a nice time up top of rocks there with a 4 spree. TJ, different set of rocks, a little bit less structured. Having a good time as well. Dashy's in mid now. Last man in his position for OpTic, waiting for the reinforcements to get there. And TJ saw something, but he's now chasing ghosts. Unfortunately, he could have had a few more kills out of here, but now he's just doing 360s, and now he's dead. Absolute madness. Up close and personal, though. They line up for Pro. Gets 3 of them. Shotzzy, last man. Is it going to be enough? Does he have the muscle or even the hit points to get through the point? No, he doesn't. Clay's gunned him, and it's a perfect run still for Vegas Legion.
Oh, and they know, too. They know that they're spawning in the back. You actually had 10 picking up an extra kill. Glacier ready for it, but at least if you spawn him out, that buys you so much time. Number 6 and number 8, and down number 5. So many players for OpTic are so far away from being able to rotate towards this new hill, and even Temp is pushed out to get some of these cutoffs. So it might not be as good as Ultra with that like 82-0, but you're up by 60. You're set up for rotation again. And OpTic, this is painful just looking at this mini-map.
Yeah, they got a long way to go. I love this player attempt, though, that he took a tag and immediately dipped his head under the water. Absolutely love that. Dashy, great timing on the turn there. It's a nice comb across the map. It's a clean set of kills, and it's a break for OpTic Texas.
I mean, you might like the water play, but also if you're in the water, it takes you a year to actually swim out of it unless you're Shotzzy. So all that pressure on the map, that 60-second lead they just had, how clinical it looked. Maybe it gets broken down, or maybe it's like Mercado P2 where Vegas just strike right back. The benefit of the close spawns and the benefit of at least a decent chunk of scrap time. 2 players for OpTic actually spawn out. Really, talk about gunfights that you need to win on rotation. Gets caught in the YY, gets gunned down, and now OpTic, they finally get the back spawns at the worst possible time. And again, it is a hike across the map that OpTic have to go on. As Vegas, they have just been running the show.
Oh, one awkward spawn at the back there. Clay, who's not going to take the hard point, has a pistol for the underwater battles. Man came prepared. Didn't leave the house without his trusty X12. Here we go. Hardpoint still in the hands of Vegas. FaZe's going to get there a little late. His teammates are getting ripped apart along the way. And here we go. That awkward spawn now coming into effect. 116 to 28. iLLeY still finding kills in the feed there, and play. We're still on him, and he's in the back now.
I mean, that was a year and a half. That was literally like 30 seconds before Clay got a gunfight, but the gunfight Clayster wins is the most important one. You get iLLeY out of the back spawns, you get your teammate right inside the hill and doing a little bit of damage with the nades as well. I don't know what it is about HyDra today and just ridiculous score lines that we have, but I mean, we already had one team put in a blender in the 100-point club. That is scrap times toward Vegas. OpTic haven't even gotten 30 seconds in the hill yet. For the first time, though, this entire game, OpTic at least gets set up towards new. Not exactly a money hill that's easy to lock down, but that is a very nice start, except for the fact that they didn't block the spawns, and Vegas are going to be able to swarm this hill.
Vegas, they are smothering OpTic Texas now. They've got not a single hope. When it comes to these hardpoints, they get broken so efficiently, so fast, so cleanly. iLLeY's boots aren't even going to be dry and to be dead in a moment. Absolutely smoked. It looks bad. Let's see if it sounds just as tough. Let's go for an OpTic Texas. Listen in.
Top part. He's backside point. One guy's water hopping. Top dead. Water hop. Two guys. Let's get what's up. Use water hop. Top. He's still there. He's still top. Up. Spawn in the back. Soak is 20. Soak is fucking 20 right here. Got him in the back. Good shit. In the back. Got me. TJ. I'm giving it up. TJ is going top. Top. Watch your top. Literally bullet. He's jumping in front. You got that. Yo, one guy's P3 right now. He's outer sewers. Play for this P1. Which one are you done, by the way? Absolutely dumb. I'm gonna work P3. I'm gonna work P3. Yeah, I'm stunned. One guy's back P3 on me.
Gonna work castle.
Back P3. Can I help you? Gotta work the water. Yo, he's on the sewers. He jumped out. I got him. We're good. I'm need time. I'm pushing this side out. Hiding with the castle. I need time. He's bottom door on me. Yo, use our side, P3. Our pipes. Our pipes. I got a crew. Yo, shit, so one's running a mid, 100%. Yep. One mid, absolute. I'm going for you. I'm getting naded. I have a trophy.
Passionate comms there from OpTic Texas, trying to stay alive here, trying to just sink and swim. Vegas Legion though, on the other side of the board now. Let's go for listening with them.
Window, one top red, there's two.
Downless? You gotta like nade it or something. Top right plat, bro.
Top right plat, one shot on me.
Let's be 5 dead. Play your life. Do not die.
One top right, one bullet.
Cross.
Top right, one bullet.
Yo, he's on the left barrels. Yo, listen, I died. Shotzzy. Go right water.
One swimming.
Go to street.
One in water hop.
I didn't have a trophy. I'm staying alive in the back. If I die in the back, it's fine. I did initial. That streak. And you go around the back or no? He could have water right now. He's on me, yo, one pussy front. In the back. Stay alive, down. One time.
I'm gonna go right.
Go play, Don.
Whoever's on me right, I'll help you, okay?
Top them. Nade time.
I needed P4 for you, Don.
P1, only 2 at a time. I start flipping. P1 weak. He's running back to hut right now. He's out of play for 2 more seconds.
Oh, he's in the back looking at me, Don.
Where? On you.
It's a good 30, yeah?
Top down, one shot.
This one new.
Try to block the spawn. Boom's big top. I don't know where we're in there. I'm getting out of here. Top down still.
P5 on me, one shot dead, Huke.
Listen,
Shotzzy, iLLeY, Dashy. One on me, P5.
I'm fighting.
And again, very impassioned comms there from Vegas Legion chance. They're not out of this woods yet, though. OpTic Texas, they've found their sea legs, and they are kicking.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing the comms of like, we're missing Shotzzy. Yes, the water routes are open. Yes, he could be in the back and no one actually picked it up. So the comms are great. The execution, not so much, but moment of the game right now for Vegas. There is a massive flank coming through from Huke as they're trying to break this hill down, but TJ gets the entry. Couple players up top, and OpTic, it looks like the pinch might be perfect just to block the spawns. Clayster gets dealt with, and OpTic, the break is in. They're down by 50. That's a nice little moment right there to start working on this comeback. The question is, they read this player in the back. Yes, they do. The arrows turn. OpTic right now might be ahead of the game.
7 spray from Dashy. He's got streaks. It's going to help out a ton. His teammates are getting absolutely ripped around him, though. Can he catch anything out of this one? Big reads on the pro loop. Nice work upstairs. A second. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy for Bruce. The third on the Tej. Guns him to bed. Massive work out of Dashy. Hard point. Still in the hands of OpTic. How's he going? Comes to an end. The 10. But it's not over yet.
And even for that moment, for the 10 spree, it's still, you go into that hill down by about 50. You leave that hill down by about 50. So, like, you are fighting. You are keeping things close. And, again, I know OpTic have just had struggled on these rotations, but they're set up again towards new. 1 full 60. They're back in this game. They just got to read TJ.
Super sneaky Tej, and he's made his way in from the back. He's got himself one. Can Tej get any more kills here from this very sneaky situation?
Oh, no.
Oh, he gets by with a little help from his friends, and now Dashy with his back line. He is the last man standing for OpTic. Huke managed to spawn close. Will he be red?
Oh my God, TJ.
Into the point we go now. Vegas Legion, and things are getting spicy.
Yeah, TJ just broke him down. 3 kills on the outer lane. He's got the coverage on the back, and Dashy investing in Cruz, but look who's got the trophy out and towards the hill. Vegas, keep it secure, keep the lead, keep the spawns, and maybe keep this series under lock and key. Obviously, they can't win it here, and they got to hike a little ways across the map, but a decent amount of time and a very sizable lead. OpTic desperation to try to hold on, and even with players spawning out, the temp is reading in the meantime. I mean, this is truly it. One good break from Vegas, they win this game.
Tej turned into the ungunnable for a few moments. Here comes Daddy Clay. Huke's trying to keep him at bay with a little bit of suppressing fire. Proloot there with the trades. Now iLLeY into the point. Can he stay alive? No. Proloot again. A 5 spree as Byron with the trophy down now. Hold in this position. It is now the death knells of OpTic Texas. They're screaming out, trying to stay alive. Late minute kills. Couple of breaks. TJ still from up high. They are locking this down, Chance.
I mean, this is ridiculous, man. What a potential, just insane way for these two teams to end their sort of stage going into the major. I mean, this is looking like no more perfection for OpTic, and this is looking like a Vegas where Temp is dropping bombs, where they're making plays and winning hard points. 250 knocking on the devil's door, and they can't get it done just yet. Or maybe TJ, the final man there to deliver. Vegas Legion, welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Oh man, and they are feeling fantastic after that one. A very sorely needed win there from Vegas Legion. Things were looking dire for a long time, but that's a big turnaround from them. 3-1, Pickham's out of the window. Clean out the window. My day is ruined, but for you Vegas fans out there, smiles all round. The series score 3-1.
And that's just, I mean, where do you start? Because, you know, when I'm looking at the series, I'm looking at the details on like a Mercado hard point of like, there's a couple hills that they need to focus on. Well, they deliver in that regard. And then then they lose the S&D, and I'm like, oh, it's chalk. Like, that's going to be the series over. And then they just kept making big play after big play. I mean, Temp ends it with 28 kills, dropping bombs, obviously had the cruise missile in the control, leads the lobby in damage. That's Temp in, like, his finest form. But also, like, TJ was a monster this series. Literally from the jump in the first hard point, but even like, you know, the outer lane push when he's over swimming in towards the water where OpTic finally gets set up on rotation, TJ's the guy that's there to break him down. So that truly just felt like a series outside of the S&D where like all of the sort of like tools that Vegas have in their skill set, they brought them out and used them and perfectly coordinated, and everybody right there was showing up in that series. So, I mean, that seems like that's Vegas Legion at their absolute best. And if they can win series when they're not winning the S&Ds, that is a wonderful sign, I'd say, for the Legion camp.
The stats are out the window now as they've proven themselves to be winnable, even if they do lose their search and destroy. Crazy. Can Vegas, though, use this confidence to roll into the major and look that bit stronger? That's the question for me. Very, very exciting to see what happens in the upcoming major. But for now, let's find out what the desk thinks about that absolute banger of a series.
Ooh-wee! If you're a Vegas fan, well, you just made a whole lot of channel points. It was 1.2 million to 10.8, at least. That was the last I saw it here in chat. No one believed in Vegas. Less than 10%. And they come out and win not one, but both of the hard points. They lose the search, and they take the third respawn on control. Let's go to the very start of this and just talk me through the issues, Ant, because we were looking at the maps and we were saying, okay, can Vegas win hardpoint game 1? And we're like, no, it's looking like it should be OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, my pick'ems are absolutely chalk, let's just be honest. I picked OpTic in this series, and Vegas just so surprising in the respawns throughout this. Like, we'll get into the control a little bit later. We could talk about this map here. First of all, can I just give a shout out to the coach on the side of the Vegas Legion?
Who's that?
Yeah, that's Theory, my guy, man. Like, they coming out, you know, we're seeing ProLoot. He has the trophy as the SMG for the squad, and typically you'll see most SMGs have Daddy making plays, but he had 2 minutes of hill time, throwing those trophies down where they need it, which honestly, I thought that was a big difference maker throughout this series. Every time we're on board with OpTic, they're getting stunned and naded. But it was the first half of this map, just perfect rotations on the side of Vegas. I'm going to show some love to Clay as well, because this guy was making the cerebral plays, man. Rotating around, taking his time, getting the back control like a true AR should. Just a great display. And, you know, we saw both these hardpoints get very, very close, right? And I think one small thing I'll nitpick on the side of Legion is they're trying to play at the end, like get the scrap time in the last few heals to close out these games. I think they're just traumatized from these close losses they had, so it got a little bit closer than they needed to, but great hard points from Vegas.
Allie, I think the big surprise here for a lot of fans is that Game 3 hotel control. I was impressed by Donnie's numbers in that Game 4, but the man was lighting up in all of the respawns today. Is he the key to success for this team? Do you need Don to drop the big numbers?
Well, the thing is Don has always dropped those numbers. Every time we looked at Vegas Legion, even last year, it was Donnie Temp putting up the KDs and putting up the streaks. And I think for Vegas Legion, something finally clicked for them when it came to control. This was a team that was struggling so bad, and they finally won one bucket.
Here is our scuff play of the game. We got to revisit what Temp was doing. He got beat in a harsh 1v1 at the back and then immediately gets revenge with the 4K cruise missile. You're talking about trophies? Not one in sight. Where's all of OpTic? On respawn. 4 for 1 as the trophy comes out just a half second too late.
Yeah, that was just a crazy streak, man. Like we've seen, I think the other one we saw was Brack get a 4-piece. It was on a CeeLo, so just some insane cruise missiles.
Chat might question this. Should that trophy have blocked the cruise missile?
I mean, it's got a small radius. I mean, I think so, personally.
I think it was a second too late. I think because he was mid-throw and it was coming down, like maybe it need already be placed.
We're going to have to go to Reddit
Modern Warfare 2.
See what the Wizards do in all their research
That's just
here.
unfortunate.
Vegas comes out, though, with the control win, and it wasn't just one missile that was the difference maker across these 5 rounds. Vegas jumped out to a 2-0 lead. They put in the final round. And what impressed you most during that control on Hotel?
Such an important map in this series. You know, these guys are on offense. They're in such a tough scenario. When we roll this clip, I'll get into the weeds of it. But basically, they have to flood through mid-map. You see them get to the side doors into carpet, and they hit a beautiful pinch, and it's Clayster who gets a wonderful kill. But right here, this is such a tough scenario. Like, you have Dashy and Shotzzy who are in kitchen and carpet respectively picking up kills up top. And right here, Vegas, like, this is almost impossible to break at times. We've seen so many teams hold this down, and they get kills on every single side of the map. They get that entry. You see ProLoot gets through the door. Clay goes around, picks up a big kill on the pinch, and they're able to get through and on the point and capture it in a wonderful stack. Just a really tough spot that they were in, man. Like, they got slayed out twice before they were finally able to get through carpet door. Some excellent communication and a wonderful pinch leads to a victory. And what was a crazy control? Because you think back to when they were up 2-0 and they were on that offense. They gave up that A point to go and try to capture B through their spawn. Failed epically. I thought the morale would be crushed, but they bounce back and they get the dub.
Allie, this is a huge dub for Vegas tonight because you look at their recent performances here in Qualifier 2 and you go, what is it? 1-3 against Boston, 1-3 against London, who you were expected to stomp out, and then 0-3 against New York. You had that tight hard point, but the rest of the series was all theirs. Vegas now, are they again a threat like they were in Raleigh? They were the dark horse that was causing upsets. Too early to say?
I think they will always be the dark horse. I think for now, Vegas Legion, for me, will always be that team that's kind of underrated and overlooked for a bit. And for right reason, they were struggling to close out those hard points, but when they do, that's when you become a big Vegas Legion fan. I'm really happy to see them win a control as well, and I hope this continues for them moving forward.
We've got one of the best snipers in the game joining us live right now, and he's coming off a big 3-1 over OpTic Texas. Clayster, welcome back to the winning circle, my friend. How are we feeling, and what changed from the Subliners matchup to this series against OpTic today?
I'm not quite sure, Puckett, and good to see you guys. It's been a while since I've been doing an interview. Yeah. We're on a little bit of a losing streak. Finally broke it. I honestly, it felt like a different team. We felt like a completely different team today as opposed to yesterday or even last week. And I told my teammates, we just got to keep that up. Like, whatever we did today, however we're playing, we just keep that pushing, and I think we'll see success.
Clay, so happy to see your face. So happy to see Vegas Legion with a W, especially against our only undefeated team in Stage 2. I don't think you realize how much of a feat this is for you guys as a team. And I wanted to know with the hard points, you know, you guys always kept it so close in every series that we saw. And I know you said that maybe you didn't know the difference today and that it was just hitting, but I know you had to go back in those VOD reviews. What were the mistakes you were trying to hone in on moving forward?
I think our biggest mistakes throughout the last couple matches have been translating our practice to our matches. And what I mean by that is just playing the same way, communicating the same way, still talking to each other the same way. And it's natural that, you know, emotions and comms and everything gets elevated in a tournament match, but we really have been trying to focus on making it the exact same. And so I truly think, like, when you go back and look at the VODs, like, we have our voice comms and we lay them over the VOD and we watch it. We're just all over the place in matches. And then in scrims, we're just like calmly talking to each other. And that's something that I was really trying to push this match, is just guys, we need to have a conversation. Let's stop screaming call outs. Let's actually talk to each other, tell each other what to do, and work from there, you know?
Clay, talk to me about like your individual performance throughout this series, because it looked like on a lot of these rotations, like you were playing a little bit slow, more methodical. You're just in position every time I look at your triangle on the mini map. So for you, what adjustments did you make personally headed into this game?
I think from last weekend to now, my team basically begged me. They're like, we want you playing safety. We want you playing like a main AR. And, you know, I'm not sure when it happened, sometime in Black Ops 4 probably, but I just sped up my pace so much. And so I'm kind of having to relearn how to play slow, like Anchor, Black Ops 2 style. And I really think that's the biggest thing I've worked on the past week, is just like being that backline, being the safety, making sure I'm always taking care of the spawns, directing the troops and stuff like that, instead of just trying to be in the mix all the time. And I think it showed in this match. Maybe not yesterday, but at least today, I think it showed that I am trying to work on it. It's something I'm trying to re-implement back into my gameplay, and it's something that's at the forefront of my mind.
Wait, for anyone who wasn't around, maybe still in their mommy's tummy during Black Ops 2, do you have any great memories or any VODs they should check out on YouTube?
I mean, just go to YouTube, type in Black Ops 2 complexity, and watch any VOD that we have, except for packs. Just ignore that one.
Yeah,
just ignore that one.
That was a rare fluke there. Clay, congratulations again. Before you go, I just want to let you know our stats guys dug up a little nugget for me. This was the first time in CDL history that Legion has beaten OpTic. So take that home with the team tonight.
Yep, let's get a facility. Woo!
Let's get him a facility. Come on, Vegas.
Let's go to Vegas. I'll visit weekly. All right, that's Clay, so we got to let him go because we still got 2 more matches to go, and the fun isn't done here. As we put a final exclamation point on that series, Vegas moving forward, OpTic moving forward. Real quick, aLLeY, what are your thoughts on Vegas first?
It's just a feel-good. It's just a feel-good match for the Vegas Legion fan. I know I didn't pick them winning the series. I don't think many of us did at home, but I think all of us can agree that, you know, it was heartwarming to see them finally get the W.
And OpTic moving forward, you worried, or are we good? They're 3-1 now.
Hell yeah, I'm worried. I mean, looking at a series like that, like I was really high on them coming into this series, but just a lot of mistakes. I don't even mean to say a couple throughout that series, especially in the respawns. We expect them to be really strong, and now with no coach, a lot to work on headed into the Boston Major.
Work on those trophies.
You just saw 10 million plus channel points dropped. Who's going to regain? We'll find out next as we have our 3rd series coming up first. But a quick reminder, the CDL shop is always open. You can support your favorite team, including OpTic and the Legion. Get your gear over on callofdutyleague.com, shop.callofdutyleague.com for all the official CDL apparel and merchandise. And of course, look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs, including home and away, male and female variants, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. I might be rocking a Legion one tonight as I lose over and over again on Warzone. We got a quick break. When we come back, it's an epic battle. Boston trying to get another big W before their major. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. It'll be a close one against the Mutineers.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and this will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Methodz and the boys from Boston Breach are 5 days away from playing in front of their home audience at the Boston Major II. But this is going to be one of their biggest qualifying matches, and it's going to be an exciting one because you're going up against the always unpredictable Florida Mutineers. And this Mutineers squad, well, they threw another wrench in our gears. Guys, let's take a look at what they were doing to mix things up in the last matchup. They put Brack, a man with ridiculous stats, on the bench. They bring in Dave Patty back into the starting lineup, and a squad that already looked good in S&D got even better.
Yeah, they looked even better in Search and Destroy. The hard points, though, Puckett, like map 1 was kind of close, map 4 was not, so I'm looking for improvements there, but at least you know, like, you're getting the same version of that team at the very least. They're still very icy. Havoc came out in Game 5, absolutely popping off. I expect no different today.
Do we see another Major Maniac 3K with the sniper today, aLLeY?
I hope so, and I hope he keeps it out. I think the sniper is going to be really important in this matchup, and the Search and Destroys as well, because when we watched Boston Search and Destroy against OpTic Texas, it was iLLeY with the sniper that was just shutting down their plans time and time again, and they didn't really have a counter, so I'm wondering if Florida tries to take advantage of that today.
Now Boston is getting ready for this matchup, and we just got told the maps are locked in, so let's take a look at them right now as this game is just a few moments away from kicking off. aLLeY, I know we've always been looking at this Boston squad thinking they're the favorite in the respawns. Is that true today against the Mutineers?
I mean, I think regardless of the maps in the series, they'll be favored in the respawns. I will say that LSCLO control is going to be a little bit interesting that was allowed to get through because Florida is 4-1 on that third game mode. But that game number 5, I said it earlier in the pre-show, if we go 4, I'm going Boston. If we go 5, though, Florida Mutineers.
Chat is split about 50-50. Get your channel points in right now because the game's kicking off and we have our casters ready to go. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. We launch again into another game with this one. Florida versus Boston. A bit of a showdown for both of these two teams as Ton loses cat off screen. But realistically, return of Paddy the Baddie versus a Boston team that has been struggling to find consistency.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Cody must be a Dave Paddy fan. You know, she wants to come in and see how the guy's going to do in the series. Look, I'm very excited for this one. It should be an interesting one. You know, how often have we talked about Florida's success in Search and Destroy, but they suck so bad at hardpoint. We've seen some elements, I want to say, of what Dave Petty could be bringing to the table for this team, but we need to see him just a little bit more. They do have time to bet in before we do get to this Boston Major, but it is going to be a hard game. Boston are one of those teams that we just kind of don't know where to put them on occasion. Sometimes they'll turn up and look like one of the best teams in the game. Sometimes they'll kind of look a little bit mid. Not too sure what we're going to get in this one, Brycey, and based on the last series, I don't know what to predict whatsoever, so let's just see how the action unfolds.
Yeah, that'll be the case. Yeah, it's one of those days where statistics don't seem to matter as much as they could do. But again, the main story for me with these two teams is figuring out where on earth to put them going into the major. Boston looked really hot week 1 of the CDL, but haven't since. And Florida, will their hardpoint woes continue? They changed in Dave Paddy to try and fix it. So far, no results have gone their way.
Looking towards HyDra as well. I mean, losing it yesterday very, very closely, but it was typically their most beat up. But of course, Dave coming in does seem to have made a difference in that aspect. So let's see how they get things locked down. The Boston Breach typically on this map, rotations have been their issue. P2 is not going to be one of those issues this time around, though. They are the first ones there. Nero aiming down sight, Vivid setup over towards Dome as well. It's a nice little setup for Boston Breach, but 19 or so for Florida Mutineers is nothing to turn your nose up at from P1, but here they come for P2.
Holding this, being very cautious, but almost gets turned on, but not quite. Giving information to his teammates as well. Coming across to help out, and that is a complete wipe. Florida have not found a foothold on this rotation. They completely fill the kill feed with their deaths.
Owakening and kill. Ensure they're locking this down. It's so important to get these rotations locked in here, and there's another 2 for him. Owakening really has been that X factor on this Boston Breach team, as we really did expect him to be. Rotation starting to come over towards P3 as well. Look at those shots. They are crispy. They are clean.
This is going to be everything. For Florida, it is about turning around this narrative. It is about stopping the Neslo storyline. They want a hard point under their belt. They want to prove they can compete. Will this roster change and give them everything? At the moment, it's a good rotation. They have spawns blocking at the back. They have the bodies and the setup. We're even going to see Havoc flying around, causing his namesake.
Can he find anything? Major Maniac not going to quite get there, and the gunfights don't fall their way. I'm looking over to some more of the statistics as well. The hold percentage is very much there for the side of Florida, but they need to get themselves in a position where they can lock some good time down. They haven't been in that spot where rotations have been working out in their favor. Boston Breach are very much the first ones there, and they are absolutely reaping the rewards. Vico just trying to find a breakthrough here. The rest of the team, are they here to help? Yes, they are. Vico finds 2 to help open up things. Boston Breach should still be spawning towards the back here as well. This is the blender, and welcome to it, the Boston Breach.
Great play there from Florida, turning this around. A 4-streak for Vico, who's going to continue to push the tempo here onto them.
Røkkr
Just throws his life away just to try and pin them in for a few seconds, but keep an eye on that. Vico has spawned out. They've given it away. They flipped the spawns. That is exactly what Florida did not want. They worked so hard to try and keep Boston all bottled up. Havoc, though, in a good position. Has to play his life, has to stay alive.
That's just one of those situations that we've kind of talked about, rotations being a problem. You kind of set yourself up in a wonderful spot there. Eventually, they will get this rotation as we head over towards P4, but that could have been so much cleaner. Florida Mutineers have got Boston Breach exactly where you want them. Yeah, okay, you lose the gunfights, but do you even need to be taking them in that stage? Send 2 guys back, and it's a clean wipe coming in for Boston Breach, and Florida Mutineers, they are quite lucky they didn't get punished for that a little bit more than they did. Picking up some good time here nonetheless. Boston Breach still need to find a breakthrough runs.
They're going to try this maybe one more time. You can see they're just being a little bit careful. They won't give everything away, but they do want to try and fight them off at this time. But it is going to be Florida who are still holding the spawns for this. I don't know if they're going to even push for the scrap time. You can see Boston are equaling them as well, and they are worried about that next rotation. We can see on the minimap, nobody is there yet. But that doesn't mean Boston won't be cautious.
Slow and steady, winning the race here. They're probably nearly lock in onto Vivid inside the point and may well get a second bite at this. Heading up top, here's a free kill. Where's the rest of the team? What's Owakening watching? Lots of questions to be answered. As the push now coming on through, 3-streak for Dave. Now finds himself inside the point. Florida, nice little break. Boston close spawns though. Not a bad spot for them. Can they retake?
Yeah, Vigo waiting for a window to be filled that's never going to come, unfortunately. The rest of his team are going to fall in the hill, but stays alive and keeps pushing this tempo. The spawns have flipped as well. It's a good pinch there in the end from Florida. They hold onto the hill and they push Boston out. Boston will be looking for a P1, P2 setup now, and you can see that's exactly why they are spreading across the map.
And that's the only thing with Major Maniac, pushing that out, clearing out the back spawns, just securing some time here. You will forego a little bit of time over towards P1 and P2, of course. But look at Havoc. The route is already underway. And he's going to be a big factor as it's looking like Deputy and Co. just going to about clean things up here with a second to go. They get the scrap. Havoc on the rotation, though. Important kills coming up.
And now
there you go.
Towards them, and they're just trying to fight for this one. I will say right now, Florida looking in a very good position. Over and over again, we've said, when will they break this hardpoint duck? Reminds me of Ultra last year when they just couldn't find it. Took them so long to improve at this game mode. But as they are in the lead, it is more important for them to really hold these spawns, and then they make the kills. It's a perfect clean for them as Owakening tries to go fishing, finds Major Maniac, but goes down, and the spawns are miles away.
Yeah, that's just perfect play from Havoc. He's the one that goes from the final hill all the way around for a little bit of a swim, finds the kills on rotation, and he is still going at 6 now, causing havoc after initially getting the spawns for Florida Mutineers in a good spot to help his teammates pick up this scrap. If I was Vico, I would have already been out of there. Let Havoc try and lock this down. Good shots from Owakening now, and all of a sudden it's a 2v4 on the point. The spawn out comes in, and that's what I'm saying. I think Vico should have backed on up, helped his team out. Now Dome is completely free. Boston Breach have found a route through, but kills coming in for Florida.
And FaZe is desperately playing his life here on a 5-streak. He knows he has to hold this off. If they flip out, it's going to be difficult to get back in. Nero fighting his life. You can see right now, Boston are fighting 2 fronts at once. They don't have anything secure, and Havoc, that's a huge kill. but still, the point remains in the balance.
It's just a frustrating one. You know, we kind of had a bit of a conversation off air about it, that the rotations at times do look like they have the ingredients for what is looking like a good rotation and a good hardpoint team, but they just aren't quite getting put together at the right time. So the Florida Mutineers there, P1 to P2 was looking so good. All of a sudden you pick up very, very little because you maybe hung around too many of your resources over towards P1 still for 10 seconds of scrap. Havoc was already up top. Vehicles inside the point picking up the time. Vehicles should be really backing on up. They weren't really helping in any sense. Yes, okay, now P3 rotation is there. This looks beautiful once again, but make it count this time.
And Florida again have the rotation, have the opportunity. A big hold here could put Boston under a serious amount of pressure. You can see now Panny is trying to just get that pinch come through herself. Vehicle firing all the bullets, but Methodz manages to get away, not for too long, as Vehicle continues. Oh, he sees Nero as well. Pre-fire coming through, not going to work out. At the moment, it is going to be Florida Mutineers who will have the point and the spawns.
This is much better. A brilliant hold. It's going to be a stick on the Vehicle, though. He's in a lot of trouble. Methodz will take that as well, just trying to release some of the pressure that is just undoubtedly coming from the Boston Breach now. Havoc trying to stay alive, front man for the side of Florida Mutineers. Boston Breach have just about been forced away. 10 seconds to go here. Havoc now getting a little bit wet, finding a swimming route as best as he can. The only one here, though, from the Florida Mutineers who's in any sort of position to break this, though.
And Havoc
surely had that.
No, they haven't. And it just pops up and pops away. Trying to figure out which way he should go here. Little swim, little comeback. Little see if he can do anything, but he hits a stun in the head. And it has forced Boston out. They don't know what to do with him. The aquatic warrior. And here you go, dead silence. Going to be looking for Methodz at the back. Will he slip the net again? Havoc has been playing his life for about an hour here on this hill and eventually will go down. Boston lock it, even with him being a problem.
I was trying for that solid minute of you talking to try and think of a word starting with H. That means somebody is wet. Didn't figure it out, but Havoc down there a long time. 22 and 12, some good time on the board. Boston Breach very much on the back foot here, but how are the comms looking? How are they feeling? How are they sounding from the Boston Breach? Let's go to a listen in.
He's diamond con wait. He's looking for the back.
What was that? What's up, guys?
What's up? Top my new again. Hop in the back rock. Go. I knew Chow me. Backside new Havoc and then diamond con rocks.
I'm gonna go left here.
I spawn P1. I'm gonna go around right.
What's up, guys?
No, I don't think so. I don't see him shit rock. They love going top hill and like.
I'm going front rock. I'll see him, Tom. Can we barrel?
He's lined up.
Behind the rig, Vickle.
Once he be down.
Rock dead.
Banana rock.
Okay, I'm one shot as fuck.
Banana shot.
I'm one major. Charles got time.
Back to time. Another one over. Time, one shot. Banana. Now get the front hill on me.
He's top rock. Top of the rock. Weak on top of the rock.
Front door dead. No one front. Dave. Stop jumping out. David's going door. David's going front door. Okay. Michael.
I'll get window now. No, dead.
I got your front door.
Front door, I think.
One right. You one down.
One P1.
I'm ready to front door still. Absolute front door. One rocks.
Yeah, 2-0. Don't worry. He's on the rig. Back. Top.
Yeah, stay alive.
What's rocks? One red. What's top red?
Yeah, that was
Mike's stun red, guys. Then I'm top red.
I didn't do it. Stun didn't do. I'm going rocks.
Okay.
I don't see him top door. Go water. Stay long.
But Boston Breach are spitting in the comms. They desperately try to wrest this back into their control. And a player walks past Methodz, and Methodz always lets him go. Major Maniac going to be here as well. Awakening going to try and spin around, but he's not quite quick enough. Major Maniac from the Mutineers holds off Boston, and they are looking to break the streak of losing hardpoint stun.
P2 once again locked in for the Florida Mutineers. Some rotations have been good, some have been sketchy, but the Boston Breach have not been able to answer to it. The break percentage for them has really been something that we were looking towards in this game, and they have struggled. 11th in break percentage, only 16% of the time. We're getting a good example of this in this map number one between these two. 20 seconds to go for the Florida Mutineers, and once again, they are here and ready for this rotation, but Major Maniac is the only one, needs his team to find this pinch.
Major Maniac going so far back, he's just dipping his toes in the water, but it causes a problem for Boston. They cannot afford to let these kills go. They are spawning out. They know somebody is behind them, and that means they have to split their fire, but Vivid with two may give them the relief they need.
Are they going to get the spawns?
Major, he's still going to be here. He's still going to be blocking these spawns. And Boston are not reaching out to get him.
Moist Major towards the back. Not getting anything done. Not really helping his team. He needs to start pinching with them. This is free time for the Boston breach. Major Mack will find one towards the back, and that just might kick them into action. Pricey.
And it has. It's done exactly what they needed. It's only going to be 10 seconds left now. Boston fighting desperately. Nero flies in. He knows he has to block this at the very least. They cannot afford to let it go. Players from both sides swarming through. Nero gets it. Vivid gets it. One more fight, and they hold the
rotation,
but only a tiny relief. Both teams will now be screaming across the map, but it's too far for Boston. Maybe Nero knife out. Dead silence pops, takes down Havoc, but with 6 seconds, Boston are not in position.
They're going to go now. Nero has to go absolutely huge towards the back. They've got 6 seconds to try and find this break. Nero will find one. He needs his teammates towards the front to get moving and get moving now. Vivid's there for the break. We'll find one. Havoc is able to answer back, but Boston are in. Boston are in.
It's an incredible break. How on earth they've done this?
Oh my God.
As well, and Boston now need to hold them off. Flying towards it. Havoc has found his way into the point. Vivid with 3. Vivid with 3. A 5 streak for Vivid has just shut them down. One player towards the back. It's Major Maniac, and they need him now more than ever. He has to pinch this in the dying seconds.
It didn't work on P2, it's got to work now. He's being caught immediately, and Methodz awakening. Vivid all dying. Nero's left all on his own. Has to go huge. Finds 3. It's upset. They're in and they win it. What a game, number 1.
And the Mutineers may have broken their streak, but it has taken a second to set in. What a way to break it. 10 losing streak for Mutineers is broken here, but they almost broke first. Kills flying in. And I think we may have to watch the end of that hard point again. Florida had the rotation. Boston had the break. There was streaks in the kill feed. And Nero almost with a 4-piece.
God damn.
Here it is.
Right, so I mean, Vivid does wonderfully. Nero towards the back as well, winning some important gunfights. Vivid is now here. He goes on a 5 spree to lock this down, and you think Boston have got it. That's it. It's chalk. I mean, that is so good. That is so good. But it's Major Maniac spawned towards the back. Oh, God. Right, we'll think about that later. But he gets himself round, and then he finds Methodz, and that's what opens up the doors of absolute chaos in the point. The fact that Nero does this. Oh, he just doesn't get in. Oh, I don't think he wins the gunfight anyway, but he does so well to find the first 3. What a map, number 1. Holy hell.
And the CDL is having a day today. LAG, one of the best hardpoint teams, got 100-point club today. The Legion were on a 7-win streak for S&Day, and they lost it. And the Mutineers were on a 10 losing streak for hardpoint, and they won it with 9 points spare. Oh, Boston. The Major is looking spicy in every single way. The games just keep getting better and better. What a day.
Man, Nero got me excited with that 3-piece towards the end. Imagine. Map number 1 was probably not the place to blow up my voice, because we definitely do have a few more to go. Embassy Search and Destroy coming up. And map number 2, aLLeY Control, is what we will see in map number 3, and we may well see Embassy Hardpoint and aLLeY Search. But that sets up Florida Mutineers in a wonderful place now, because you've got the Search and... I mean, you just need to win your Search and Destroys, and you're good. This is kind of the situation they've always wanted themselves to be in. If you can... Yeah, okay, look, they don't need to be the best hardpoint team in the game. They need to be able to take maps here and there because they know their Search and Destroy is so good, especially when you've got an aLLeY in there. Embassy is not their best, but you know, when it comes down to aLLeY, they're one of the best teams in the game. If you can then start taking the odd hardpoint and control map here and there, as I said, it doesn't need to be the best hardpoint in the world. You just need to be able to nick them. They've nicked one now. This is the game plan. 2 Search and Destroys are their win condition at this stage, unless they can just go and get another hardpoint 2 in a row, you know? We'll never know. Just throw the stats in the air as per usual, Pricey. I'm down for it.
It's one of those days. It is one of those days. And as we go forward, Boston here may be losing, but they'll be winning very shortly, and so can you, because we're heading to a major. And you can get your tickets right now and see us all there, screaming, roaring, and Call of Duty. It's all going to be going on February 2nd to 5th at the Music Hall at Fenway.
Oh, very, very shortly, Brucey. Very shortly. Good to see you in Pit. I am going early. Just thought I'd have a little over around Boston as well, you know. I just had constant days off in my lifetime. But yeah, I'm gonna peek at the venue. I'm not gonna show you any pictures though. You can wait until you get there.
Oh, that's lovely. And exactly what I expect from you. But moving forward in this game, the Mutineers have put themselves in a very good position. Known for their S&D prowess. And now they've won the hard point. 2-0 in the series potential. The Neslo only team is Neslo only no more.
Well, they might get Neslo themselves. You never know. These things could happen. Based on some of the things that have already happened today, I wouldn't throw that idea out of the window. But as we've said, Florida Mutineers, this is somewhat the game plan. You get yourself a respawn, you become better at those respawns, you become a better all-around team. And if they can really start to click with Dave Paddy in these hard points, they become very dangerous for a lot of teams. Look, it's a long process off. It was a very close game. There was fumbles left, right, and center. Absolute mental the end of that game. I kind of need to watch it a few more times. But you will take that all day long. You know, you now have 2 search and destroys that you know you can secure. Boston Breach. Well, I was about to say a mountain climb somewhat, but they don't look too perplexed by the situation. They'll be feeling good heading into an embassy. It's interesting to see how this one's going to break down, but the Florida Mutineers very much in the middle of the pack, as are the Boston Breach. And this is somewhat of an important game. You want to find yourself in that best spot possible, heading towards the end of the qualifiers to get yourself in that best spot possible when we do get to Boston.
Yeah, it is getting tight. Now, Boston, if they can win this, can go 3-1, or they could lose this, go 2-2, and then obviously another game tomorrow, 2-3. Could be a lot of teams on that. For the Mutineers, they would love to get this one locked in and move forward. And because it's S&D, you do favour the Mutineers.
You do, but before yesterday, they were 0-3 on Embassy. It is notoriously their worst map when it does come down to search and destroy. Of course, but winning it yesterday, 6-2 versus London. And that was a surprise to me after what we've seen a team typically do on this map. It's a big statement win. Havoc 10-2 yesterday, 3-0 in opening duels is going to be a big factor for the squad here.
Now Major Maniac with a stick, and there's a dive across. Doesn't hit it. Dave Paddy with open proceedings, already takes down Awakening, and Major's coming under a lot of pressure, dives out of there. Vivid takes down Vehicle, keeps backing up, waits for the chow. Is anyone going to be crazy enough to throw a shoulder?
And Vehicle somewhat the sacrificial lamb there to get Major Maniac out, but Havoc will find a kill on the flank, and all of a sudden this 2 versus 3. There's a 2 versus 3 pinch, but it's kind of a bit of a flip here. Boston Bridge not fully committed to this site. Dave Paddy going to get himself out though. As A is still on the cards here for Boston, but they're in a rock and a hard place at this moment in time.
They really want to plant this, but they know as soon as they do, they'll be taken. And he gets him before he can get away with it. I think that was a sniper. And now Vivid in a 1 versus 3. He already knows people are going to have an eye on this bomb site. Major Maniac was threading the needle. Goes towards the back, and he's stunned, and he's down. The Mutineers keep on moving.
Good start from the Mutineers. And Havoc is always going to play that aggressive angle through bottom orange, heading up towards the front of office building. We didn't get to see too much of it, but keep an eye on it as we head on through the rest of this map. He's always going to be that presence when you're on the defensive side. But can Boston answer back with a defense of their own, of course? See how things break down. Those opening bloods are going to be so important for both of these two teams, excelling when they get them. Dave Paddy, though, 2 kills for him. Attacking round to come up, though. It's a big hit over towards B.
And already, Methodz take down Havoc. Vehicle going to get taken down as well by Nero. They have watched some VOD. This is completely fallen apart, and Dave Paddy tries to get back and doesn't get anything. And Major Maniac will now back up. Sniper and no friends.
For Boston, should be a defensive round. There's the stun check. There's Major Maniac into the next round alongside the rest of his teammates. Boston Breach find themselves a defense. And something I was maybe going to bring up a little bit later in the search and destroy. 1-1 Boston, respectively, of course, in their overall record here. But their win rate in terms of attack is really, really strong. So when it comes down to it, 63% that they get it. 88% of the time on the attack, they are finding that first blood. They didn't find it the previous round, and they couldn't get anything done. 100% Røkkr when that bomb goes down. So Boston are such a strong attacking team here that it could still be very difficult for Florida to find that 2-0 lead. Now, let's see what they can do on the attack this time, Boston, because they got pushed back the last time.
Aggressive again. Already gunfight's going down. Methodz is waiting for the push he knows is coming. Havoc comes straight through the door and Methodz takes him down. Vehicle does not get the trade. I think Methodz saw him jump across as well, but even then he takes a few bullets.
Yeah, bomb down.
Full health, and everything's been erupting on this map ton.
Erupting whilst the bomb does indeed go down. Nero making the dead silence play. No way that Major really occurred that. Now it is just about office control. Nero just trying to stay alive around the site. His teammates do go on to fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Awakening still alive and kicking.
Awakening waiting for that. Only saw a sniper glint. Doesn't want to come through. Nero needs to make the move. Time is ticking away. And already Awakening pushed into a back corner. And it is going to get vehicle, but there's a 1v1. The time is gone. Nothing will happen. And that was a kind of a weird round, ton. Everybody taking individual challenges all over the map.
Yeah, it was a strange one, but I think, you know, Nero is in that position. They don't have a read on him. They may well have the information that there's at least one up in top office, but it's such a hard retake there for the side of the Florida Mutineers. It's not one that you're often going on to win in. As I said, the stats at the beginning of that round, 100% post-plant for the side of Boston in full effect there. Nero playing his life up towards orange, lingering around and puts towards the top. Nicely done. Good work from the Boston Breach. Can Florida Mutineers answer back with an attacking round of their rock?
Well, last time around they were stopped dead. This time a different tactic. Vehicle flying out towards it. Vivid with a sniper. And Nero finds him. Vivid finds another one as well. Oh my goodness, a second. And Havoc shows himself for a brief moment. But he is alone. The bomb is away, and there is a sniper watching. He's going to take him on! He's going to take him on! Oh my goodness! Almost perfectly centers on that second players. But we'll have to settle for the one. Held back, dead silence popped. Havoc is going for it. Jump straight out, guns Nero as well! Surely this can't happen.
I'm still reeling from that first kill, but the 1v2 on the cards, the 1v4 underway. Havoc now, he's not making noise, and there is a third. You've got to be kidding me, Brycey.
Only Methodz stands in the way of probably one of the most insane 1v1s we've seen. He is challenging anything that breathes on this map. But time may be against him. If he can get the bomb down, it slips to his advantage, but will Methodz move? That is the key.
Methodz ain't gonna move, but is he gonna expect that he's there though? Which way does Havoc go? Does he get out? Does he get out?
He's out. I think Methodz knows as well. And a 1v4 for Havoc. Out of nothing, out of nowhere. He throws the shoulders. Methodz is going to see him. He shuts it down. The angle is just enough. The dream not realized. And Boston Breach move 3-1 into the lead. He has ruined that clip, Methodz.
Damn it,
It's a good save, but you've ruined it.
Oh, and look at the angle. Well, because I think he must have seen him move into orange. And he's thinking, right, well, he's not going to wrap immediately, is he? Or is he? Holds the angle, knows that he's not pushed up towards top plant plus, holds it down. Good awareness from Methodz there. An important one, because I'm not being funny. You lose a 1 versus 4. I think, what was one of your quotes? Head in the bin, the bin's on fire, the bin's out the window.
Yeah.
Something along those lines, mate. Something along those lines.
Almost happened, and Major's going to slow peek it. Oh, okay. It's a trade by themselves. The snipers have shut each other down. 3 versus 3.
We're not going to talk about that too much. Happens. It does happen. Both pulling the trigger at the same time. Now a 3 versus 3. Strange old set of affairs so far in the search and destroy. Today hit coming in. Boston making the move. Havoc popping the Deddy at the right time. Don't think that Nero would have been able to answer anyway. And all of a sudden, that bomb is in the worst possible spot. Methodz is now dead. It is a 1 versus 3 for Awakening. He couldn't, could he, Bryce?
Well, I was going to say that there's no way Havoc could have done it without the bomb and snipers overwatching him, but he came close. Owakening, though, has no time. That is the problem. And I think Mutineers are also playing a lot closer than Boston were. That was one of the issues Boston had. They weren't really playing for trades.
Got some tough timing on Dave Paddy. If he finds
I think
that
he'll kill Paddy anyway.
Yeah, I think he will, but is he going to hear him? Yeah, he's seen him crossing. There's one, but 8 seconds to go. Just not plausible, not doable, impossible for Owakening. And that's going to be another round over towards the Florida Mutineers. Good job. And I think, you know, we can talk about this round in a second, but that previous round, I see here comes the sniper trade. Both just pulling at the same time. Major Maniac landed the headshot though, so I'd argue his maybe cancelled that a little bit more. Trade comes through. Does indeed happen. Yeah, bro. I know.
Well, let's see how this continues on. I will say at the moment, the Florida Mutineers versus Boston Breach series has been pretty amazing. Everything keeps happening in the hardpoint. Everything keeps happening in the S&D. But with Florida on the attack, it has not been successful so far. And Boston have really pushed out A.
Well, Havoc obviously not hearing anything. Vivid must have popped the Deddy. Information gained though as that stun comes through. Havoc about to get his dead silence as well, so this is going to be absolute lunacy inside of office. Look at where all these players are positioned. Vivid is very much the cat amongst these pigeons. Vico will fall now. Vivid can stay alive. It's just such a bonus for the side of Boston. Does get traded 3v3.
Yeah, Nero's in a fantastic position as well. Florida Mutineers have not protected their flank. Do they know? They are waiting for somebody. I think Major's trying to get an angle, but Nero should have Major in a very easy kill. He's gonna... Oh! Wait. Oh. It's tense. It's nervous. Somebody do something.
Oh, this search is giving me a headache. That bomb is not down in an ideal spot, and honestly, even if Nero finds that kill on Major, they get the information that he's here, and they know they have to clear it. Him staying alive is arguably just as important. Here comes another kill, surely. Do they know he's here? Absolutely not. It's actually Methodz who cleaned that one up. Nero will find the kill onto the bomb site. He may well have not done very much for the majority of that round, but the fact that he's there is just such an ace in the hole for Boston Breach. The rest of the team don't need to do anything. You can chill. Nero's top office. That's why Methodz is, okay, yeah, this is the final kill coming through, but for the majority of that time, they're chilling. They do not need to do a thing there. Takes a lot of pressure off. Good round from the Boston Breach.
These rounds are weird, but great. Yeah. And I've got to say this, obviously Boston, that was a playbook play out of them. Pushed so many bodies all the way through A.
Hard to explain this one. I think if any of you are just joining in here at round number 7, you need to watch the previous 6. We can kick it off. All over this site. There's a trade instantly coming in. Major Maniac with the Overwatch. There's another one. Does so well down this side. Only sitting at 3 and 5, but is finding important kills. 3v2 for Florida.
Now where did Boston move? Beagle's going to see Methodz as well. Does he try and take this? I think he got a stick. He got a stick. Methodz is going out of this game. A 1 versus 2 now for Owakening. And gets away with it. But so does Major Maniac. The key here for Florida might be playing this trade. Group up and make sure he doesn't two-piece.
It almost feels like all clutches are on the cards now.
Yeah, the Greasy Gang showed us the way.
He did, nearly. Well, he does have Daddy.
He can get this down. Yeah. Okay, Daddy and bomb down. He can play around this.
No.
Oh, this is interesting because he doesn't know. He doesn't know where Florida have gone. Potential wrap here. Daddy is popped as well. Florida don't know where he's gone now. Too much time has passed. They can only tell where he hasn't been by what they've been watching.
And the Daddy advantage is now completely gone. Awakening pops it immediately, expecting some company. Nice and early. Stun starting to come in. I wonder if Vico was just getting a little view of him there. Nope, they still don't know where he is. Good shots in the Major. Goes to the child again. Checks the bomb. 10 seconds to go. It should be the wrap.
Oh, and the clutch is in. Awakening holds them off, and maybe the Mutineers just took a little bit too long. It was time that killed them there. And Boston firing back on all cylinders against Florida. While Mutineers win a hard point, they are losing this S&D.
You know, I suppose when we talk about it in terms of winning one of those respawn game modes to then fully fledge your S&D master plan, you gotta kind of win the search and destroy. It's not looking great here for the Florida Mutineers. It had been their worst map until yesterday when they managed to find a win underneath it. Well, still statistically is their worst map, and it's looking to continue to be. Boston just seem to have the number. The sniper battle going their way. Trades working the way of the Boston breach again. Vivid has just been that little bit better than Major Maniac, but the sniper has got the pistol, not quite. It's a 2v2.
Big kill from Vehicle to get out. And with bomb down, it does look good for the Mutineers. Vehicle's going straight through the back as well, and he's already going to identify. That will be called out to his teammates. Say, hey, they've got to be flanking. And Paddy lies in wait. Oh, he's moved at the wrong time! And the COD timing goes to Awakening. Paddy called it right, but second guess his decision. And Vehicle's going to wrap it himself.
Oh, he's so loud. They didn't see him. He crossed in time. Oh, this is hard, though, because they've already jumped it. Vehicle has to go. He has to go. Now the gunny from Methodz and Boston level the series. A close map #1 and not so close search and destroy. Very solid from Boston. And all but a nearly clutch from Florida Mutineers. They kind of got from the search and destroy with a whimper in this series. They're settling in very, very nicely. What a piece between Florida Mutineers and the Boston breach.
Well, I don't know what to tell you about today, people watching. Sometimes things don't really matter, but Boston really put the screws there to Florida Mutineers. Only highlight for them maybe the fact that Havoc almost won versus 3, and bearing in mind that he got 3 kills that round. He went 6 and 6. It's not been a good time, but these two still battling. I don't know how the series is going to go, Tom.
No idea. I mean, that's one of those moments, though. You know that HyDra is something that Florida Mutineers have been practicing. They've been getting better at. Yesterday, it was very, very close in their series, of course. Embassy Search and Destroy typically is their poorest search and destroy. So, look, I mean, it didn't right itself, of course, especially with the way that some of these rounds transpired, especially with the way the end of the HyDra transpired. But nonetheless, we have our series tied up at 1 apiece. I don't think anyone would have disputed that being the fact heading into map #3. It's just however the rest of this one plays out. It's been a strange affair so far, and long may it continue, Brycey. I'm enjoying it.
It could do. We've got at least 2 more maps, but all that and more coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back with the Boston Breach. Of course, they're Major just around the corner, and they have tied this game up. They want to be on their best possible form in front of their home crowd, but they have to get past the Mutineers first on what could be Mutineers' best control. Fortunately, Vivid is frying this series.
Yep, has been playing very well so far. Nelly was the hero in that hard point, of course, with the 3-piece to open things up, but Florida broke back. And a good series so far out of Vehicle. In all honesty, 1.04 in the hard point. It's good to see those kind of numbers from him. Search and Destroy, very much his bread and butter, though. 1.4 there. Remember last time we were on aBeZy, the guy absolutely fried. That was Search and Destroy. We'll see that map number 5 if we get there, but it's Control to kick things off here in map number 3. As mentioned, Florida's strongest control set into 4-on-1. Boston have mostly vetoed this, but they actually decided to pick it. Out of the 9 times that Boston have had an opportunity to veto in map and Control, they've got rid of aBeZy 8 of those times. This time, they want to play.
Yeah, let's see if this does pay out for them, but Owakening, only member left of Boston, as they all respawn and come back into the fight, as well as Havoc having the kill record on this map. The veto does seem a little bit weird on paper.
It really does, but we've seen a lot of this, I suppose, in Stage 2. Teams still trying to just figure out what their best maps actually are. What are the maps they just didn't flat out like at the start, but have grown to enjoy? We've seen it a couple of times this week, last week. Of course, I'd imagine we will see some of these picks saved for the Major, but teams just still trying to get that practice, and Boston Breach doing a good job at making an effort over towards A. Paddy and Havoc causing just that havoc around this site. They will clear them out. Methodz now trying to get control of Radio Tower, yet they get a kill on the board.
Oh, Methodz knows that Paddy is up here, and he's also going to know exactly where he is. Paddy's fighting for his life. No support from the teammates either. This is a 1v1 for now. And eventually, Methodz is going to find him, but Nero eventually does take that kill away from him as they fight back into A. And they've managed to make Major Maniac back down.
Oh, good shots from Methodz. Nice centering, but they probably will just about rebull this. Well, he will rebull this. 3 kills off the respawn for Dave Paddy. And now a push over towards A, which was looking good for the Boston Breach. May well get shut down, but then Florida falls so back and forth. Nobody really with any sort of control at the moment.
And Dave Paddy tries to just hold them off for a few seconds. Not going to work for it. Vehicle does come and fly in. And he's actually going to contest this because he knows if they get it, they get a whole nother minute. And the Mutineers desperate to maybe stop this because they don't want to have to fight over B for this long. And Vehicle is going to do exactly that.
So patient all the way through it, and this might well be Boston Breach done. 2 ticks to their name and still an opportunity here. 15 seconds to play with Nero. Big gunfight win. Havoc's able to take him down, though. The trade is there. Boston not quite close enough yet, Bryce. Or are they?
That and they're in. But so is the Mutineers, and they clear it out eventually. They've got it.
There you go.
And with those kills, they're already running through. Major Maniac is flying upfield, knowing he now has to hold this off as his teammates come on to respawn. But a minute left to go for Boston. They have the life advantage.
Big old insight on the attack, Nelly. Not doing Owakening any favors, but he's able to hit these shots. Nicely done. Vehicle's taken care of, and honestly, Major Maniac's the only person in a really good position here. Forcing the spawn towards the back. I feel like they probably should be spawning towards the back building, but here we are. Still spawning towards the rock. Shots coming in. Complete middle map control from the Boston Breach, but Major Maniac in that position is very much the get out of jail free card for Florida right now.
And they haven't actually had to use him yet.
Not yet. 7v9.
7 to 9. I don't know if this is going to come down to time or kills now, but Boston cannot find a way through as Havoc keeps killing. Nero does find one, but with 19 seconds they have to commit. And when you commit, you put yourself in a vulnerable position. One last fly for Boston. Nero has to go. They are picking their moments. Boston moving in a position like a glacier ever so slowly, and they have to come through, but Dave Paddy, Major Maniac, shuts it all down, and Boston are too far away. They get A, but they get nothing else.
Problem is, when you start running out of time, you don't have the extra moments that you need to then be picking up control of blue, making sure that you are getting rid of players of Major Maniac. This is a big moment. This is honestly really slowed Boston down. Dave Paddy finding 2, the 3rd. Well, it was there somewhere in amongst the final kill cam, but Florida Mutineers, through thick and thin, will manage to get a hold of the round. Honestly, relatively comfortably. B wasn't really threatened that much. Florida locking down A for a good amount of time, making Boston's job just that little bit harder. Dave Paddy trying to take off his teammates' kill record here. 10 and 5 to kick things off from round number 1.
He has been frying. Centering is perfect from him. And they look to move forward into this. Attacking around here really would give them some serious momentum, but Methodz already shuts down Paddy. aBeZy just going to play his life here. He knows he can't really push forward. This is what he does best. Slippery movement, roaming, slaying, and continuing this on a 4 streak.
He is just that guy at times, isn't he? Slipping around inside a bar, inside the S&D site over towards A as well. He is just causing issue at every single point. Vickle will finally kill it to Vivid. That might just open up some routes here for aBeZy to fill the void with. Trying to just cause issue here, but the rest of the team not really in a position to do a great deal. Is just going to commit to it himself. Does have a little bit of support in the form of Vickle here. It is now underway for the Florida Mutineers.
Problem here is Boston already have Overwatch. Methodz is up top radio tower. Looking for anybody to push out in the direction they want to. Methodz finds 2 as well. And aBeZy coming under fire and will eventually fall. The Mutineers did not have that clean. They did not have it in the position they would want to have it in. And too much running around has caused that time to burn down.
You're right, honestly, they're trying to search for something that isn't there. Boston are not creating those opportunities for Florida to find the kills in the middle of the map, which is not giving Florida the security to be able to push it. Major Mack and aBeZy will start to find those kills, and this may well be A going over towards the side of Florida Mutineers, but Vivid Methodz have something to say about that. Vickle should be dead to rights any moment now. Awakening will clean things up. 14 seconds.
Methodz has been the man here for them. He's on a 6 streak, completely shutting it down. And there's nothing here for the Mutineers. Boston may have only got 1 section, but the Mutineers only have 2 ticks.
Still have a chance here. 1 second to go. Final chance.
Maybe just enough. Maybe just enough. The Mutineers have got the time they needed. Boston thought the game may have been over, or at least that round over. And they have the advantage in lives. A little bit of time here for the Mutineers on the board. Can they grind this to victory?
And if it's all said and done with only that, both 2 teams will have the same amount of ticks heading into the 3rd round. So we'll be all to play for in terms of who gets defensive. We do see a round number 5. Still a lot of control to be played. Good shots coming in from Nero. Shout out the headshot multiplier. Just moving around, and he's another one of these players who can just be an issue. Just be a nuisance. A pain in the ass if you like, Pricey. Methodz setting up shop though. Ready and waiting for the push from the side of Florida Mutineers downfield side. He will invite this.
Yeah, it's very difficult for him to grind this one out as Paddy kills aBeZy as well as Awakening. Nobody's in position. Vivid is waiting for the player to jump on. No, they have to commit, but it's not going to work out. And while he flies, it's no good. Teams all kind of equal up into this now. Florida Mutineer both got 3 ticks.
As mentioned, all to play for. Good, solid defenses from both 2 teams. Yeah, it goes over. You're not too concerned about it, though. I'm sure Boston would have liked to stop it happening to give themselves an advantage. Still, 2 attacking opportunities for either team. And I'm just trying to theorize here for Boston Breach. Who needs to be that guy? We've seen Nero in and amongst it. Dave Paddy has, well, massively slowed down. Of course, in a defensive round is always going to suit him and his crispy tack. aBeZy now already up pushed in towards bar. Vivid didn't have a chance. Major Maniac will find a second as well. Good start for the Florida Mutineers. They'll try and push Boston back as quick as they can.
Now, aBeZy flying out, and this is what he likes best. Dead silence, getting their spawn. Trying to find anybody off the respawn, but he knows people have slipped through, and now he'll try and hunt them down, but the rest of his team holds for him. Dead silence is now gone, and aBeZy hasn't found anybody.
Oh, shuts in. He has eventually found somebody. Puts himself in an awkward little position. Boston have got to clear this side of the map out. You've got Vickle up towards top tower. aBeZy just lingering around. And well, they say we don't need to clear it at all, Tom. We're just going to push over towards B.
And Major Maniac is trying to
kills as well.
Hold this down, but there's nobody here, and Boston have free reign. That first tick is coming through. Major will still see nobody. There's nobody in this sightline. There's nobody backing him up. Almost takes Awakening, flies out for it as well. Vickle comes out, tries to gun him down, and he does. And they fall, but eventually the rest of the Mutineers arrive, and they get there just in time. aBeZy to the rescue.
It was a good job he found those two kills there, Brycey, because the flank was completely cleared out by the Boston breach. It's 2 ticks in over towards B. So damage done. If you can get a hold of A, you're not in too bad of a spot. Vivid will find the first push, will not find the second kill. Rest of Boston are here. Florida have to spread it wide, though, because of that threat over towards B. It's one decent stack, and that is completely gone. So A should be somewhat free for the side of Boston breach now.
That's what they're relying on here. They lock down this, they get a whole extra minute with it already done and dusted with 2 ticks at B. They'll be fancying themselves. Lives are equal as well. One last charge for the Mutineers, but they are on Overwatch. And Boston will have A. They almost got B at the same time. They have to commit to it. Vivid's going to be here as well. He knows where Havoc is going to be, but Havoc with the 2 shuts it down. But this is now the long grind. Mutineers must not make a mistake.
You can't. Because we see some teams sometimes get wiped, and if that full section is there to be taken, the full control point still needs to go. A stack will still maybe get it done in time. But 1 tick, all you need. If I'm the side of Mutineers, I'm potentially clearing that B site as much as I can, because that is all going to count. 2 kills falling for Boston. The Empress has a chance.
Have it. Dave Petty gets 1 though. Vivid's going to stop this down, and slowly but surely it ticks up. They have to take him. This is the thing. Mutineers have to go. They just have to make a move.
Just stack it.
It's done as well, and Vivid is going to be there at the same time, and they lock it in, and down it goes, and that is the issue. 2 ticks done on B. Mutineers could not afford to even lose an inch, and they do. Boston moving forward in this series. 2-1 in the control.
And just not able to find much presence downfield. You could see towards the end there as the final kill comes through. Yeah, okay, the job is already kind of done for Boston at that stage, but field control is so important. Getting somebody over towards blue is so important. You never see Major Maniac really in that position since A went the way of Boston. Really good work to keep that pressure on. They do not allow them any room to make themselves much harder to break down. Boston breach trying to attack. Defense round coming up. This could put them 2-1 up in the series.
This is what they'll be looking for as well. Nero already going to just shut it down, and this is the thing. All the pressure goes onto the Mutineers here. If Boston can just remain a problem. That's what Nero's trying to do now. He's going to hit a flank, try and find anybody coming through. Vivid's already got 2, doesn't even need to do anything. It's going to be the Mutineers going over the B-ton.
It's going to invite them, isn't it? Keep an eye on Nero. He's the one that's going to, well, potentially cause issue. He's going to get taken down straight away. And that opens up this door for Florida Mutineers to walk straight on through it and take a hold of B. Methodz now towards the back. Look at the flank once again. Vivid dead. Florida are reading this so well. Are they going to read this one, though? Get your trophies out, boys.
Oh, they've got them locked. You see them flying about. There are several trophies there as well, but it still hits. I think just enough tax may have come through, but Methodz with 2 there. And Dave Petty has got 1 health and a dream.
Methodz and Co. doing a good job. Florida Mutineers are still here. Vico will have to get himself out. Havoc just sort of chokes this one up. He says, right, let's get some control of the map. Let's start to focus on over towards A. They have set themselves up here. Boston will have to retake this side of the map, but a tick in towards B is not something to shun at if you are the Florida Mutineers.
Havoc just trying to keep alive with that one, but this is where I said it falls onto Boston Breach because they have the advantage now. Keep running around, keep being a problem, frustrate Mutineers, and that's exactly what they're doing as the fights kick off for here as well. Dave Petty trying to be the hero, finds 2, not the 3rd. The Mutineers have to switch tactic again. It's back to B.
You already made inroads here. Can you make some more? Havoc, you're not going to break your kill record now, but 24 and 18 is good. You may need to find a few more here to shut down the Boston Breachers retake, and it is perfect from Boston. The spawn over towards blue, though, is probably something they wouldn't have expected here, and now they get that information. They start to set up. This could be the end of the map right here.
I think it might be as well. I don't think there's anything that's actually going to happen coming out of Florida. They're just nowhere near. They've got nothing left, and down they fall in the control. And that was Florida's best control map. I don't know what's going on. Florida win the hard point, lose the S&D, lose their best control map. Boston are up 2-1.
Boston just looking the overall stronger team here. The hard point was close. This one could have been 3-0. But a 2-1 lead for Boston Breach is all they deserve. That attacking round that they found works in their favor. Whether or not they get fortunate or not with the trophies towards the end with the cruise missile coming in from Methodz. There's one to try and figure out maybe later, but they will worry very little about that. 3-1 scoreline, 2 defenses and an attack. It's everything you could possibly want. And now they have the opportunity to deny the final search and destroy. And that's something that they must do here in map number 4.
Another hard point for Mutineers, Ton. Is that what we're going for today?
Well,
the team with one of the worst hard point records in the league. We're thinking they're going to win 2 hard points this series.
You did just watch Vegas smoke OpTic, right?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but how crazy could one day in the CDL be?
Oh, we know it can be crazy, Bricey. Things get very crazy over here. Vehicle and Cole, though, just couldn't quite break things down. And just a really stout defense from Boston when they needed to be. The attacking round was very fluid, I want to say. You know, they got a hold of the 2 points towards it, and they were kind of just, do we stick or twist over towards A? We commit to that, get the extra time for this attacking round, and then it's just a full commit towards B, and nothing that Florida could do about it. Did their work steadily over the course of a round. Good work from Boston, find themselves in the lead now, and as I said, that feels essential, because you go down 2-1. At best, you have a map number 5, which would have been LOC or Search and Destroy, but now you have the opportunity to close things out on one of your better hardpoint maps in aBeZy. Gotta feel good if you're a Boston fan, especially heading into their major this week.
Yeah, it's the one they want. I mean, it's not in front of the home crowd quite yet, but they want the same thing when they get into their home region. But a close hard point to kick things off. I know we've kind of been joking about the fact that anything happens today, but if I were a man to say what I genuinely think is going to happen, you've got to say the hard point goes to Boston.
You would think so. You really would think so. I want to say that, I mean, looking over towards aBeZy, simply, we'll go through some of the stats. A 3-1 for Boston, 1-4 for Florida. That tells you most of the story you need to know, especially with Florida's woes. But they have got better at hardpoint since their party has come in. They haven't necessarily, obviously, just winning the one after what was a 10 or 11 streak of losses. So things are starting to turn, but have they turned quickly here? As aBeZy is a tall order up against Boston, who are a very strong team and Awakening, typically a 1.4 on average when it comes down to this. Can they compete with that here? Can their party be that guy to go up against Awakening, to go up against Methodz? These AR battles are going to be very, very important heading into aBeZy. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's one of the... I mean, look, they had somebody who could drop a 1.29 in bracket typically on this map. But then that would have been for a 1-4 record. So where is the balance here for Florida Mutineers? Do you have the guy that can help you out on these hard points with more than just slaying? Let's find the answer out to that question in just a second here on aBeZy.
We certainly will. Well, for Boston, though, it will be a big win if they can take it, because their major is just around the corner. Only a few days, Ton. You fly in about 6 hours now or something crazy. You have to be up early in the morning, but for the rest of you, you can join us there at the second major of the CDL. We're going to the Music Hall at Fenway, February 2nd and 6th. All your favorite teams and players and everybody else from the Call of Duty community. There's going to be watch parties live. Just get down to the venue. Scan the QR code, sign up, get your tickets, and see us there. There'll be free hugs all weekend.
I mean, you're trying to sell the tickets here, Bryce. I don't know.
Good. People should enjoy it. LAN is amazing. So let's find out. Let's see, though. But before we get too in the weeds about the major, let's find out how this one does go. It's not good record here, Florida.
No, it's really not a good record. 1-4. I mean, the hard points back. I see. It's how things go typically. Looking over towards aBeZy, I mean, it's struggling across the board. 8th in hold percentage, 9th in break percentage, 7th in rotational rank. So not towards the absolute lowest, but low across the board is not something you want to see. Whereas for the side of Boston Breach, it is very much a different story. Can they lock in the win yet? Up against Florida, map number 4, they'll fancy themselves. Can they get this one secured?
At the moment, Dave Haddy just making sure no reinforcements from Boston can get over, and then they takes down Methodz. A little bit of P1 time here for the Mutineers, and they are now against it. Again, one of the biggest issues I've had actually about this Boston Breach team is I just don't know where to put them in the league. Every time I think, you know, they're on the ascendant, they have a bad game. Every time I think they're about to lose a game, they end up winning it. So for me, if they're looking on the uptick towards the major, it'll be a good time.
definitely have looked a little bit better. Things are progressing after what was just an emphatic start. A poor Major number 1. You know, the mitigating factors in that, of course, but still, they would have expected more. Can they go in with the win? It would be so important for them. A little bit of confidence. You've got a home crowd behind you as well. But you've got to get through the Florida Mutineers' defense here. Over towards P2, which is looking, well, was looking relatively solid. Vehicle now left all alone. Pinch is set up over towards the car park side, but everybody dies. Boston Breach, a lovely break. 40 seconds to play with you.
Well, they've really pushed the Mutineers out quite some considerable distance. Awakening. Just being patient, waiting for the push. He knows it's coming. His teammate takes him down before anything can happen. Only Havoc finds a kill. And Mutineers still looking to try and push his tempo, but Vivid's going to hit the flank onto Major and almost fills his wrath. Havoc here now as well, desperately trying to take him down. Hits the sprint and guns him. And surely they're not going to rotate this again. Surely this can't be another one for Boston.
There's a big fight actually going on from Methodz' point of view as well. Awakening just trying to cut off the Florida Mutineers, but is he going to be able to find these kills? Already up top is the Florida Mutineers. Methodz here with the rest of his team, and here comes the engagement. Dave Paddy holding down the stairs. Awakening will find 1, Awakening will find 2. The third is potentially on the cards, runs out of bullets because the trophy was more important. Florida still in control here of P3.
Again, Vivid's going to fly around the corner and he gets it. And now trying to stay alive. Boston have broken and they line up for Methodz. Nero gets his kill as well. And they break this rotation very, very quickly. With the trophies now down, Florida are not close. It is a difficult push for them.
P2 and P3 typically not very good for the Boston Breach, but heading over towards P4, which is where they pick up the majority of their time. There's going to be something to keep an eye on here. The lead already is wonderful. Nero inside, behind the desk as well. The shots are just so good with the Vaznev. Get the tack out and let's keep it rolling. Nero inside the point. 5 in a row from him. Boston Breach just racking up time over and over again.
And Mutineers have a good chance for this one. They can try and break it. They've got players all around, but they've got to win some of these gunfights. Nero flies out, finds 1. Pre-fires every single direction.
No way.
Continues to go. Doesn't get it in the end. Awakening trying to get his trade. Major Maniac is up and down and snaking. And Awakening says, nope, I'll try a different angle.
Smart move. Only 1 player left here momentarily. Major Maniac will get taken down. It's a nice re-break there by Boston Breach after losing it themselves. Nero's still alive. Florida's position on the map is not necessarily great either. Here comes the push over towards toilets. Now Nero can start overextend through laundry over towards kitchen. When we head over towards the next hill, Florida are kind of getting beaten around aBeZy here. Not yet turning up. Dave Paddy, important gunfight. Florida are here in numbers, but that scoreline ain't pretty.
And this is everything now for Florida. Must hold. Must regain. Boston are completely pushed out. Florida have a complete setup. They just have to win a gunfight or 2. Havoc in the mid-map. Already getting some kills going down and throws it a little bit into chaos. You can see how that spawns come out now for Florida. Boston in a better position.
Major is so important for the team here, staying alive, because the push is going to come in from Boston. He will find a trade onto Nero. Havoc is there to find Vivid. The final kill coming on through is going to be Methodz. Havoc's behind you, though, with the SMG. Isn't going to win it. Methodz has got his own. Dave Paddy now to the rescue. It's a wonderful, wonderful break from Boston Breach on the back of a big 2-piece from Methodz.
Yeah, he really did the business there. Close range with an attack, and he was just throwing them out of the hill by himself. I already seen them setting up for this one. Vivid actually gets gunned. I think it's going to be Dave Paddy up top. Paddy's not having a bad game, but unfortunately Boston are just having a better one. Awakening is 13-6.
Oh my
Nero
God.
is 15-6. And while they get a bit of scrap time here, Boston are firmly winning that first set of rotations.
Everybody from Boston really feeling the momentum of those last 2 maps. It's a 100-point lead as we head into a second set of hills, and honestly the rotations have been better from everything has been better from Boston at this stage. When it's this much of a deficit, you just put it down to the team performing better. But that is a 4 dead now. Can Florida start to overextend over towards P2?
Well, we'll find out. Florida have their backs against the wall, but how are they feeling in the comms? Let's find out. Will they Florida Mutineers? Listen in.
Top back, shit, top EV. Top EV.
Nice, I'm holding P2, they're still spawning P4, guys. Alright,
Yeah, top gas in time. He's trees. Xbox. I got him. There you go.
I killed him.
I'm wrapping the god van. Yeah, I'm wrapping the god van. Stun me. I'm to god van. I got 4 again.
I'm a single step.
I'm gonna P4 going god van. P4 going god van. Or god trucks. He's going super deep back. They're gonna. I think they're playing for it hard. We can do New York setup if you want. You can play. I'm down. Watch your own back.
I'm wrapping back to gas.
I have a trophy. I have a trophy on time. Yeah, Xbox as well, bro. My bad. I'm behind you. I have a trophy on time. Nice. Great. God van. I can get
Cubby weak. Pushing up Xbox, Awakening.
One's on God.
He's only Cubby.
Push up on the wall.
One shot, man. Wait for front. I can pitch you guys. Running down a hill. Let's go.
Flew at me time. He's double trucks and I think he's like your guy's side time maybe.
He's gonna be Cubby on me.
He's laying down front side time. Nero. He's in.
Then one second. Oh, got me, Cubby, yep.
Yeah, I'm out for you, Cubby. Flying out.
Cubby one shot, Joe. Pushing out. Cubby, you guys are jump quick.
Cubby dead. Shelling time.
Fucking do this shit.
Rotating.
Every minute.
Hold, shelling right.
Yeah, got me.
Shot
out right.
The Mutineers desperately fighting back. You can hear the frustration in the comms. They know they are far behind. But as we move over to P3 ton, last time around it was crucial for them and they didn't hold it. And they may not have done it again.
I mean, if you're Vickle, you can't get gun like that. I know Nero's hard to deal with, but Vickle, that's the kind of gunfight you need to win, and that would have helped you secure this rotation. Big name, though, is going to come over from Vickle from the death, and that's the kind of gunfight we expect to see. A little bit better, but as the damage already done, 45 seconds remaining here. Over towards P3, and this is Boston now in control. Boston breaking 200. Florida Mutineers could be the second inductee of the 100-point club just today. Owakening trying to lock this one down, but Boston are going to fumble here just a little bit. Florida will get themselves in.
It actually gets a concussion there. Managed to get somebody down with it. But you are correct. Mutineers stabilizing just a second, but they again have to break to not lose this game. Dave Paddy just gunned Awakening. I swear, every time I see Dave Paddy just wins a gunfight, I'm not expecting him to win.
It's all very well, but his team are down by 90. Needs everybody else to be towing their way here. Nero inside the point. It's going to be a hard break. Vivid will find one and get traded. Awakening just alive and kicking. You're looking the wrong way though, son. Florida coming through the front doors via toilets as well. Is Vivid going to be in a position to maybe collapse on them? He gets taken down. This should be a break for Florida potentially. Oh, Nero absolutely says not. Oh my god, Nero finds all three on his own. Awakening a little bit of help. Wonderful, wonderful hold from Boston, and they can win it here.
Yeah, I think Nero's on close to like 30 and 14 or something when I last on the scoreboard. Really is having a good time this map, but the kills keep on rolling. The Mutineers are frantic. They're far away. They don't have any control. There's nobody to help them, and Nero pops it. 27 and 13, and he's gonna hit the flank here. It doesn't even need to. Methodz gets 3, and that is the dreams of Mutineers shut down completely. They break their horrible curse of not winning a hard point. But at what cost, ton? At what cost as they lose 3-1 to Boston?
Whatever they sacrifice to the gods to find themselves a win in map number 1. Try and bring it back to life because everything else just didn't work out their way. Search and destroy on aBeZy. We know it has been a struggle for them. We thought they had fixed it. The answer is no. The winning opportunity was there. And that's an incomplete start scoreline for us, which stings, guys. It stings when you leave. But 250 to 126 for Boston. A really good performance from them. We can talk about Florida's discrepancies and how things are just not going their way at the moment. But that is a really solid win for Boston Breach, and done in a way we didn't expect. Map number 1, yeah, you would have always thought it went their way. You would have thought the search would have went the other. But they get it done, well, with a 2-3-4. Very well done. The search and destroy of Florida, even though it is one of their worst maps, is still something to take away from. 6 and 2, and from there, very, very comfortable after map number 1, Bryce.
It really was. That is kind of like just a completely different game. Obviously, Mutineers, we expected more of them, and I think that's fair to say all the way through. After winning that first hard point, said their S&D is fantastic. Control on that map, also amazing. Turns out we were lying. Statistics lie as well, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. For Boston, though, looking very, very good in those last 3 games, and you have to be positive about Boston. The Mutineers
100%.
Not having a good time, but for Boston, going forward to their major, that is a win they really needed.
Absolutely. And I'm going to stop looking at the stats now. I don't think there's any point. Everything we kind of divulged doesn't seem to work out. I wonder if the desk have got maybe a little bit of a better read on this one, because I'm starting to look a little bit more clueless as every single day goes on.
It has to be said.
Let's break down this series, and congratulations to all three of us. We called Boston breach. We knew it was going to be Florida winning the first hard point, and then Florida would lose the search and destroy, right, aLLeY?
Yeah, for sure. Totally saw that one coming. Absolutely.
No, not at all. Let's take a look. After a clutch win on Control, they win the second hard point, and this is kind of what we expected. When it comes to hard point, Florida statistically was in a deep hole. They've been struggling all season. Boston, we thought would win 1 and 4, but I don't think any of us expected 3 in a row in the middle of this series.
Yeah, not at all. And I think something about the Boston breach that has to be said is the fact that when it comes to hardpoint and KD-wise, it's usually Big Wake and Methodz leading this squad. It's Big Wake with a 1.32 this split, and Methodz with a 1.01. Well, Methodz was struggling, but Vivid and Nero really stepped it up in this series for me, especially this map 4. And I think that speaks volumes that if that duo can find consistency, how good their respawn can continue to look.
Yeah, I think we got to start looking at Boston as one of the best Embassy hardpoint teams that we have in the game. I feel like time and time again, like we're watching this team play this map, every time it gets to Kitchen Hill, like they're making the right adjustments, pulling out SMGs when they need to, and we're seeing those tight setups where they're really pulling them away. But throughout this map, like more of the same for Florida Mutineers on the rotation, the right idea, just bad execution. To me, they won this series in that Control, winning 3-1 on aBeZy. That is Florida's best Control map, one of the best aBeZy Control teams that we have in the game, and it was Big Wake. He did a really good job. He was actually playing mid-map a lot throughout that. Despite Havoc having a decent KD, they were neutralizing him every time that he could have made an impactful play. They were picking up that kill on him inside the closet. Some very good defenses we saw, and also a strong offense. They got some really fast opening ticks. So for Boston, a crazy veto strategy, playing aBeZy, but it works out in your favor.
It worked out in their favor. We questioned the maps and modes, but at the end, it's Boston getting the result they wanted with a 3-1. And we also have a scuffed play of the game coming from Vivid with a sniper rifle. Let's take a look at the young man. Nameless, you were saying you can't play this map without a guy with this gun.
No, you can't. You need a sniper on this map. And you even, if you look back at this map, some of the rounds they lost, it's simply because Vivid put the sniper away and tried to pull the SMG out and make plays. But he did a fantastic job neutralizing Major Maniac. He was even one round they traded, as you just saw, picking up some big kills. Like, you just have to be able to make plays like this, man. Get those bloods. It just helps your team so much when you have that Overwatch.
That is our scuff play of the game. Boston Breach getting a much-needed win. They continue to stay in the running for a top seed entering into our major. Let's take a look at where we're at and where we're headed, as this is our current standings. Ultra, after their win today, are the first team done with all 5 of their qualifiers at the top. You see everyone else behind them with 3-1 records. Guerrillas now done. Mutineers will finish with a 2-3 record, tied there with Vegas, and there's still some wiggle room for squads like Surge to climb on up. We don't know how this is all going to shake up, but I don't feel good about betting anymore. And you know what? There's only one sure bet. You're going to have a good time if you come to Boston. It's February 2nd to the 5th, MGM Music Hall at Fenway. aLLeY, are we all going to get this next prediction wrong as well?
I don't know. If you guys go with the favorites, I think you're going to get it wrong. I'm going with the underdog.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
Let's get weird. All right, before we get to that matchup, we got to talk to the winners of this one. Vivid is now on the line, the bearded one with the big gun. Welcome to the show. Vivid, first off, tell me, what happened in that game number 1? Because we all were talking about Florida's record. Were you guys just kind of expecting an easier team, or did they catch you off guard today?
I don't think we were expecting them to... Or like, we weren't expecting it to be a free win, obviously. I think there's a couple things going wrong that doesn't happen very often, so we're gonna look back at it and polish it up. I think there was an unlucky spawn at the end that normally doesn't happen, and we could have brought it out, but just a sloppy game 1 from us.
Okay.
Well, it was a good 3 maps following that, especially out of you. And I have to ask, are we going to continue to see you pulling out the sniper a little bit more? It seems like the search and destroy meta has been at least 1 sniper on the squads, and you were hitting those shots today.
Yeah, I mean, Joe pulls it out sometimes. Me and him kind of go back and forth with it because it's pretty easy to use in this game. So, well, you'll probably see us both with it.
Vivid, talk to me about the control improvements today. We saw you guys play aBeZy for the 2nd time. You guys come out with a big victory versus one of the best aBeZy teams that we have in the game. So what have you guys been working on there in particular on that map?
Yeah, I mean, nothing in particular on that map. I think just in general on control, we've been preaching the same rules on every map, just kind of, or like in the game mode, just translating to each map on like how we want to play it, and it's starting to come together on a control.
5 more nights of rest before you wake up for the first day of competition at the Boston Major. What are your thoughts moving forward, knowing that you are going to be the hometown team in front of a hometown crowd?
Yeah, I'm excited for the Boston Major. Obviously, it's the first event in Boston, and we're the home team, so excited to have the home crowd behind us.
Love to see it, man. Congratulations on your win tonight, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That's Vivid from the Boston Breach. They lock up our 3rd of 4 matches. And before we get this 4th one, reminder, you can vote for your favorite players to be our Scuff Team of the Major at Boston. We'll pick 8. You choose the final 4s as the fans will select the major team for Boston. Get your votes in. And of course, if you didn't get your tickets, once again, it's CallOfDutyLeague.com. When we come back, it's a rematch of the Raleigh final. Seattle Surge are going to be taking on the New York Subliners. Will we go the distance? Will New York make it quick? Or is there an upset coming our way? Stay tuned to find out. Welcome back into the headquarters. Pucking alongside aLLeY, Cat, Nameless. It's a Super Saturday, our final Super Saturday of qualifiers before we head to Boston. And this is going to be a big match for our final two teams. Seattle Surge, they are on opposite ends of the spectrum from the Subliners as we're looking at our qualifier standings. And this is a situation they find themselves in where they could get a little revenge today. You played this team in Raleigh, but I would say this one might be more meaningful. There's $200,000 on the line for first place last time, so maybe not. But Nameless, this is a big matchup for the Surge regardless.
Listen, but I like where you're going with that, because when you look at this, like, there's looming roster changes for Seattle Surge. If they lose this, they end up in losers bracket, potentially get bombed out there. Like, you need points. You need to make it into champs. And for Seattle, they've had zero success online. So, you know, you think about last split, right? Like, you started in group play, so you could lose online and it was forgiven if you made plays in groups. Now you start in losers. It's not forgiven, and you're not getting points. So a ton of pressure.
And you got a ton of help today. The teams that were in front of you all got losses. I'm talking the LA Guerrillas, the Mutineers, and the Vegas Legion actually, with their win, was able to jump up to that 9th spot. But you have some room for wiggle room. You can break into the top 8, but you need a clean win. Going up against the Subliners, though, is never easy. And aLLeY, I just looked over. 72% of the fan base are putting their channel points on this Subliner squad.
And it's not a bad bet, just the problem is this entire day has been full of the opposites. Teams that are usually winning their searches and losing their respawns, or winning their respawns and then winning series. So New York Subliners need to definitely watch out their back today, because this is a team that has been dominant since their win in Major 1. Heading into Major 2, they have done nothing but get better. Mainly so in that search and destroy. Still a little bit middle of the pack, but better than the Seattle Surge that they'll be going up against today. But again, they need to watch their back because a lot of opposites have been happening.
And of course, we talked to KiSMET after their latest win. He said, HyDra Night, we are frying at the front. Everyone is doing their job, and we're just trying to keep the vibes up. So we're playing for perfection. On the other side, though, we have a Seattle Surge squad that hasn't found success. They've been able to go to Game 5s, but they haven't been able to seal the deal. I want to focus in on the duo here. We have the second-year players of Pred and Sib. In my book, they're the X Factors. They're the ones who have to pop off. Nameless, agree, disagree here.
I absolutely agree, but they've been popping off, right? Like, it's like they're number 1 and 2 for overall damage for 10 minutes. Like, these guys are unbelievable. It has been their search and destroy. Like, to rattle off a few stats, number 11 in first blood, last place in 3v4, and last place round win percentage. These guys have been ass at search and destroy. It's time to figure it out, okay? So, like, stop playing maps like Fortress, which, you know, lucky for them, that map has gone throughout this series. Try to make some moves. You got a CeeLo now where there's some bot to go back and look at what New York was doing, what HyDra was doing yesterday on that map. So you just got to come better prepared. Them and their coach, they have a big coaching staff that can help them work on those things, but really it's just adjusting, helping Pred early on in the rounds. We saw early on he was able to get those first bloods. They're just never converting it to round wins. So, you know, this is a team that on land, they can win the clutch search and destroys, but can you consistently get it done? I don't know.
Last time we talked to a Surge opponent, they said, well, we kind of figured out what they were doing halfway through, and they didn't have a new plan. Today, they need new options, new play calls when they get to those searches. But let's get into the maps and modes here, aLLeY. I know you've been breaking down the numbers. What do the odds tell you? Who is favored here as we look at each of these 5 maps?
I would just like to first and foremost point out, if you look down to the bottom side of the screen, the map bans. Fortress gets banned by the New York Subliners, Ann.
Yeah, and then also what's interesting about this is Seattle picked Team B. They win the coin toss, right?
Yeah.
So it allows them to pick that control. They had the option to pick a CeeLo control, and they picked Fortress. New York is 5-0 on Fortress control, so a bit interesting. Maybe Seattle comes into this more prepared, but you know, when you look at these two series that they've had against each other, the map counts are relatively similar. 2-2 hardpoint, 1-1 control, 2-1 S&D. So we'll see.
Give me the official prediction, Nameless. I got to get us into the game.
I'm going New York.
Going New York?
New York all the way.
Okay, looking at the numbers, you agree?
No, I'm actually going the other side of things. I'm going with Seattle. It's the underdogs of today.
I agree with aLLeY. Today's weird. Hey! It's Super Saturday, and Surge need this one. No better time than pull off the upset right now. Let's get into the game, and let's introduce your casters for the final battle. It's Chance and his buddy Miles.
Hi guys, I'm Miles and this is Chance. We're ready to get you through the final match of today, which is bound to be an absolute wild one. We will find out which of these teams has that dog in them. But for now, mate, I think it looks like it's the New York Subliners on paper. Seattle Surge definitely goes.
Yeah, I would agree. New York Subliners on paper. I was very surprised, caught off guard by the desk, leaning towards Seattle at all. I know it has been somewhat of a weird day, but even then, the only like upset was Vegas beating OpTic. And I don't know, if you want to roll off the strangest, that's fine. But I would argue on paper, New York Subliners are looking like the best team in the game, and they won the last tournament. And on the flip side, Seattle, I mean, when's the last time they won a Search and Destroy? 2022? It's been so long.
I'm thinking about it.
In 2022, that was a different year. Like
that was an entire year has passed. But let's find out what happens here in this hardpoint. Map number 1 of the final series of today. What a super Saturday it has been indeed. In the hotel we go, and what do you know? Seattle Surge, they are the big dogs so far. They get themselves in, getting kills, got map presence. They've got spawns. What have they not got, Chance?
Well, no, they have everything. There is no options of what they do not have other than, I don't know, maybe that map too is what I'm still concerned about long term. But it is worth pointing out the 4-4 record that Seattle have on this map. 2 of those losses are towards New York, actually. I think I said that backwards. Seattle 4-4, their 2 losses to New York. So they're looking to make amends, is all I'm trying to say. And so far, decent little bounce back. Have a little bit of a lead, and Mack trying to hold down those back spawns as well. He's done enough just to get his teammates back in the mix. So Surge set up for this rotation in P2.
Great looking rotation so far. You got yourselves a lot more Surge members in the hardpoint than you do members of the Subliners. And for now, though, watch that teamwork. Watch the bait and switch, the in and out there from the New York Subliners. Trademark looks they've been hitting everyone with, rather, since the start of this year. But so far, Chance, I've got to say, brother, Surge are keeping this together.
I mean, well, still pretty clean until HyDra walks in, picks up a 2-piece, and that SMG duo just takes over. And that is a 4 spree for KiSMET, and even just the patience that he had, throwing shoulders over by the big door, waiting for his teammates to come and support. KiSMET, I mean, again, just such a good player, very full gameplay, and now him and his teammates posted up in and around the hill, super tight setup, and really no avenues of attack for the Surge. And honestly, Fred, he's waiting for his moment, might have found it as well. Talk about the timing and all of that to take away 2 seconds.
I mean, yeah, that was a 30-ish second, remaining on the point before Pred being the last man there. The rest of his teammates set up across the map, now trying to trap the Subliners in on towards ult. Over to the kitchen, we're now going to go top left-hand side of the mini-map. And for now, New York Subliners, they've got themselves a chunk of lead. Now, though, Seattle Surge looking to bounce back into this one. Here comes the hit.
Yeah, and you see already the setup that Seattle are working to go with. 2 different players pushed out, both the top side of the map and the right side of the map as well. The Subliners kind of grouped together. It looks like 3 players to the restaurant side. Priestahh is going to be by himself on the outer door, but obviously his position is known, and if HyDra's the first to fall, it looks like this might just be a collapse. KiSMET the next in line, and that is a perfect hold coming out of Seattle. That early rotation really paid off.
Yes, chef. They've got kitchen under full control. 30 seconds left on this one. You still got another hit of this one for the Subliners. In they go, though. But Pred, son, eats them alive. Absolutely devoured the 4 spree there. Calorific approach to the hard point. His teammates have got it sweet as well. That's accuracy in the feed. That is all Seattle, all hard point long.
And this is a massive amount of time on the rotation, and while you don't get 2-piece, Mack actually bails himself out right there from avoiding an early fate. So still an opportunity to put pressure on to work this break, but obviously for Seattle, it's 2 bodies still at that old time, and Skyz is shutting that back door in effect. So New York Subliners, they got the right things pushed out, they got all their cuts covered, and they've got a very strong hold so far.
Lovely looks. This is the opportunity now for the Subliners to try to bounce back over to the bar we now. Cleaning these players up on the outside. He has been a true force of nature for his squad since NW2 has dropped. Hardpoint break is there. Seattle Surge are in.
And look at accuracy, by the way. He's the one that picked up 3 along the way, so your main AR showing up, and that's a pretty important moment, honestly, for Seattle to get this break. You tail off a full 60 and break in and potentially effectively win the new hill as well. As good as it gets for Hotel and for Surge, this is the game they want to play. You got HyDra spawning out, so at least a brief opportunity maybe to have an extra man, but not quick enough, and Surge do get chopped down. So Subliners stabilize, and we go back to that similar sort of situation. New York, they'll have that rotation. The question is, can they actually hold on to this one? A full 60, they're back in, but Surge have been clean on the brakes.
Yeah, Surge's brakes have been sweet. Let's find out if we get another one. Add to the stats. Skyz holding back on the outside of kitchen. Oh, he's stunned up. Here comes Pred. Over the top. Good shots there. Nice bit of teamwork. Priestahh helps him out indeed. You do sort of get him off the point. Not necessarily a break. Here comes the counterattack. Sib, unfortunate bit of a team kill there. Now you've isolated these members of the Seattle Surge, now trapped on the inside of the kitchen. Here comes Skyz. There was a knife in his hand for a moment, but the rest of the boys hold down the hard point. It's not quite a full 60 chance, but so far so good.
Ah, yeah, that's tough for Skyz, too. I think he is looking for an extra Vaznev on the ground, picks up another tack, so not the right gun for the job, and I think HyDra, he's on a 5 spree, but his teammates all fall around him, and it took a long time to orchestrate it and to make it happen, but Surge eventually do get that break, and it'd be nice just to get that scrap time, maintain the lead, and try to stay ahead of the game, but for the moment, it's Mack by himself on this rotation, and KiSMET, it's a one-on-one gunfight potentially for the time, as everything else is by kitchen.
Everything else by kitchen for now. CL Surge, full control. Let's see how they hold on to this one, and let's go for a quick listen in.
I'm helping you square. I hear top bed on me. Side of dead. I hear me kitchen. I'm on board. I'm holding the back. I'm gonna give you like a flaking bed. Okay, top bed, KiSMET. Top bed, KiSMET. Side door, kitchen. Top bed, nice, Dante. That's 3, that's looking for 1. I have front bed cross. Bottom bed dead. Nice. I have the cross. We're looking for 1, guys. Yeah, the cross, side door. Dead. I have the bed cross. Nice. The bed cross. Two art. Okay, I'm mid now. Art, dead. One more art, P1, he's P1 already. On a team, he went kitchen art, bottom bed. Alright, stay down on track, bottom bed. Shit on. And art, dead again, one more. Big deal, let's have big deal, Lamar, you win. Catch this thing. One shot mid. Nice, Lamar. What could be about back left on you, watch bro. That's one mid. Don't die off time, bro. I'm not. That's 1 mid, I'm chilling art. They're gonna be all done. And art, one shot. Art dead. In art again. I have him here. Front bed. He's front bed. Catch us quick. Alright, they're gonna double arches. Catch us. I heard that. I need him catches. Alright, one double arches. Let's work this break. Nice. Double arches, I think.
Seattle Surge shots, them comms are popping.
Yeah, dude, I think Nameless might have been right of just feeling the pressure of like a roster change coming through, because all 4 of those players have been bringing the energy. These guys are ready to play, and on the flip side, I mean, Skyz triple negative, Priestahh double negative. No one on York Subliners able to get any sort of production going. So Surge right now, they have been in their bag, but obviously it's still Hotel. You still got a long way to go. You cannot take your foot off the gas.
First set of hard points are done, now into the second, and so far, let's look at the score. Seattle Surge are running the show. However, New York Subliners, it was a decent opener there on the first hard point. They got a solid chunk, immediately evicted from this one. Eyes towards the right-hand side of the minimap again, though. That's Seattle Surge's territory for now. D2 looking to be all theirs.
I mean, this is a beautiful rotation as well, right? A couple players like Accuracy winning those rotational gunfights, and nearly everybody set up towards the back. The only player that's not set up towards the back is Pred, and Pred's picking up pieces and being annoying and turning players around. So Pred has just bought his team so much time, but now New York, you got KiSMET winning the gunfight down low, so they have the pinch on this hill.
Pinch is on. How well will Seattle Surge hold it? Whoa, baby, it tags in. Not enough for the kills. Teammates are there in the feed. Pred on the flank. 4 down. Seattle Surge. This could be the map.
Yeah, that should seal the deal. In all honesty, clean hold like that, you deal with the pinch coming through, and guys like Pred and Civ always annoying in the feed. And for Subliners, I'm in his last-ditch effort. You gotta fly and just pray that you can dolphin dive your way into a contest. But it is feeling hopeless. It's feeling like Surge just showed up ready to play. Did not need any time to warm up. And Civ with a nice little 3, potentially. Well, maybe not to seal the deal, but certainly to add to those stats.
You get enough damage, you get enough sort of time in there, you force at least 1 more hard point. It's going to be a tight one, though. New York Subliners have been stunned here on Hotel in the opener. Seattle Surge, grab these final few seconds now, make your way across the map over to the kitchen. 1 clean break, and the map is done.
And, well, that's the start at least the Subliners wanted to have as far as this specific kill goes. If Surge can get a full 60, Subliners think that they can do the same. But good Lord, if you could shoot like that, maybe not. That is not a fun Vaznev gunfight to have to deal with. And that just means Pred will be the first man in line, chasing kills, trying to entry on this break. 3 players in front, and the kills, honestly, almost falling into his lap.
Literally, HyDra somehow gets a 5 spree, stays alive, keeping the hard point in his teammate's hands. Accuracy on the outside, looking to catch 1. He is absolutely wiped off the map. The hard point has been solid indeed from the Subliners. Kitchen nearly perfect. Rotations on, over to the bar. How long will their luck continue?
And this is all about the timing, right? Priestahh not flying in. They're trying to make sure he works with his teammates to get this like clean break over towards the new point. And Skyz gets an intro, tough gunfight to win, but Priestahh just looking for the trades. But look who was flanking anyway. Pred was going to shoot in the back if they didn't, and Skyz might be able to shoot him in the front. But Seattle nice and secure on the new time. And I mean, it's just a foot race. 3 seconds to go. You don't have time to do this. You got to fly, and it is not good enough Surge came out with the fire, and they delivered on Hotel.
And that is the Seattle Surge that so many people have wanted to see for so long. They have been denied it. Now they come out swinging. Subliners. That's a tough one. We've not seen them take a loss like that in quite some time. Again, signs of life towards the end, but not quite enough to get the series rolling. Seattle Surge, what a great steal.
Yeah, those faces, by the way, on the Surge player cams, they know what the deal is, right? I mean, there was no celebration. There's no happiness there. They're like, all right, we took care of business for map 1. This is going to be a long series if that's the case, because again, 0-5 so far throughout this stage in Search and Destroy, winless in the game mode, and that's where we're going next. So nothing to celebrate just yet, but obviously fantastic performance for the map number 1. Pretty much the clinical, like that is the Seattle Surge experience where Sib, main Slayer, Pred right behind him and was even up there with the damage and accuracy, the Super Soaker, 2 minutes in the hill. And that is the exact scoreboard you want to see if you're a Seattle Surge fan. And again, on Hotel, the record overall is pretty solid. Now 5-4. 2 of those 4 losses are to the New York Subliners, so they make amends right there, and obviously at least start their series off right.
Here are the highlights from that opening hard point, and again, a beautiful look from Seattle Surge certainly came to play today. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going through the Search and Destroy and the Control in a moment. But good breaks either side, man. The breaks, again, for the Surge, it seemed to be one of the crucial components there for the victory chance. New York Subliners, classic rotations, well and truly ahead of the curve when it came to hitting the hard points. But Seattle, so good on the break.
Yeah, and really just setting the pace early with those breaks as well, right? Because not only did they out-rotate over towards P2, but I think after that, they, full 60 the kitchen hill, and then maybe New York had the opportunity to try to get back in the game over on the desk hill, but that's the one Surge broke through and quite frankly just never looked back. So again, incredible stuff. Picturesque sort of Hotel game. That is exactly how Surge, I'm sure, is used to having it happen in scrims. They convert it, make it happen in the online matches as well, but that is step 1 of a multi-step process. And again, Search and Destroy, I mean, it's been the focus point. I think quite literally in an interview from Pred after like the first or second week of this year, he was talking about how S&D they need to make improvements. So that was at the start of the year. It's been a few months since that moment, and still the massive problem for this team. 4-15 record overall, last in the league by a mile. It's got to be this game mode. Like, if they can fix this, they will be right back to being just a straight up contender for like top team in the game. But it is just a very big problem they need to solve.
It is a massive problem indeed, and it's a glaring one. We will deal with the elephant in the room in a moment, and though you'll be hearing many elephants in all the rooms in a moment as well as we get towards aBeZy Control. Very, very close quarters map on the inside with at least one bomb site, the A bomb site, and a B on the outside. A little not is noisy. It's just all noise. A lot of noise in this game. Priestahh is getting the eye drops in. That's something you don't see every day on the CDL broadcast. Or is he turning on the fake tears? Who knows? Either way, though, aBeZy S&D on its way around the corner.
And it is worth pointing out, as far as Search and Destroys goes, this might be the very best map for Seattle. 2-2 record on aBeZy. So, I mean, if you're trying to be optimistic about their Search and Destroy like prowess and potential, this is the exact map you want to see, especially after the map 1 performance. But again, maybe a crack of a smile out of Sib, but it gets very focused looks coming out of those 4 players after map 1. So they know what they're in for, but obviously they are very prepared and ready to go.
Almost ready to dive in to map number 2. So what will be a very fun series, no doubt about it. What a day we have had of Call of Duty here, pals. This Super Saturday has not disappointed in the slightest, and now for the Subliners in Seattle, what could be the highlight of the day, which is saying something. But we'll see how things go. See if we can get the bounce back here from the New York Subliners, force that series a little deeper into it. By deep map pull, and here we go though. Fist bumps out. It's time to party. Here we go into the Search.
Maybe one important theme is that is just absurdly painful to look at. I mean, 34% round 1. 0-10 on that. That is actually just patently ridiculous. But I think thematically for the Seattle team, they sort of play it, at least statistically, in a similar to way they played Vanguard, where like Mack doesn't have the best KD. He's got like a 0.7, but he also gets the bomb down a massive amount, especially compared to the rest of the league. I think he's like 3rd or 4th overall. So objectively speaking, they're able to put themselves in good spots. They just don't convert. And if you think about a map like Berlin S&D, if you get the bomb down, you did your job. But those clutch situations don't exist in the same way in this game. So I think that's like the starting point for the adjustment you make is Mack is right back looking to get that bomb down.
Skyz misses a sitter. You see too often. KiSMET does not miss. The top side out of this warehouse building is all safe and sound. Speaking of sound, you're going to be able to hear a lot of what is going on downstairs. No dead silence this first round, no trophies. Now that bomb's planted, here comes the moves.
Again, great at getting the bomb down, converting after the fact, not always easy, especially when you've already gotten first blooded. And you do know a couple of those players are on the stairwell above you, and that's where the Subliners players are coming through. Pred's watching it, and that's a freebie for the first, freebie for the second, and that's what Surge needs.
Oh, 2. Mack, can you get 2 now? There's 1. Next in, teammates are there. Shout Surge, great round.
That's beautiful. I was going to think, imagining, like, if you're on the side of Surge, as soon as Sib goes down for the first blood, none of those players above you have dead silence, but that's just kind of terrifying to hear them running amok, like, in your base. And it's tough to play with a lot of confidence, but, I mean, it turned up just falling into Pred's lap. Easy first blood. HyDra's forced the chow, but Pred knew exactly where he needed to aim, so easy stuff there, and you'll take the 3v4 with bomb down. Beautiful way to start the S&D.
Again, talking about bomb plants, another stat we've been hitting hard this year alone. Mack, another heavy planter, likes to lay him down. Priestahh, will he be doing the same thing this time around again? Forcing your opponents to make a play once that bomb goes down. Crucial here in the mode. And at this level of play, you'll take literally any advantage you can get. Pred, his 3 spree, he's got himself deady, and he's moving around the back.
Beautiful thing about getting 3 kills in the first round. Easy dead silence for the next one. Just now runs out, so he's got to slow down a little bit. And I don't know if Priestahh is watching this, and yeah, he at least has the reaction time to trade out his friend. So a 3 versus 3, but now guess who's behind enemy lines? Accuracy is in your spawn, and this you are never going to read.
No, we called this last week one of the signs of the apocalypse, and this time now, it's definitely on. He's making quite a lot of noise, but there's no way. Skyz is not going to expect accuracy here. Bomb getting planted over towards A. Skyz has done a full lap, hasn't managed to sniff him out. He's probably going to die now, but there's the tags. Again, who the hell is that shooting me in the back? It's Lamar. It's a 3v2. What is going on?
Well, that ends up working out perfectly, though, just because he's able to get away. So a little bit lucky there that the flank doesn't come through. And easy reads on the pre-aim, but Skyz is going to get traded out eventually. So the 2v2 on site, Priestahh tucked away with Bance now.
The clock is ticking, though. Less than 25 to go now. Priestahh tagged up. HyDra from upstairs. Makes it a 2v1. All down to Simp. He can force this fight all he wants. HyDra, the smoothest of moves, the slinkiest of shoulders. He is out and gone. No questions asked. Nice bounce back there in the York Subliners.
All right, that's kind of a crazy round, too, because I think pretty much all of that comes because I don't think he had any idea that accuracy was behind him. And instead just hop, skips, and jumps, flies out the back door, and he's able to get away. Accuracy has to reveal his position, and accuracy never ended up getting that freebie. So talk about a big one for the round 1 where Pred picks up the 2-piece down low to make up for the first blood that came through. Well, New York had a little bit of luck on their side for the round 2.
A 3 spree from HyDra now. The shoes on the other foot. We'll see if he can't make something of that one. And Sib, ooh, snipes out the SPX. Not a single soul will be spotted from this side of the map. Everyone should be backing on up. Oh, I do think, though, Skyz, number 3, might have slipped over towards the backside of B. The timing might have just worked out. He may be unknown.
You got Priestahh watching the cross as well, or at least bouncing back and forth between the windows. So Subliners do have everything covered, but a lot of pressure to win these one-on-one gunfights.
What is going on? Oh, Mack, nice nade from up way downtown. Immediate bounce back there from Skyz. Puts himself in a great position not to be spotted out. Doesn't show the feet. Which can disappoint some. But that bullet, oh, it should have got him.
And talk about accuracy. A little bit of luck on your side, by the way. It continues.
Yeah. I was going to say accuracy with a quick bomb recovery. Less than 30 on the clock, though, but the New York Subliners are going in for the stranglehold now. No air left in the lungs of Seattle Surge. They are floundering. Can Pred make something happen? This would be special. Oh, yay! Back to back for the Subliners.
Yeah, Skyz with the little get off me right there. And the old face cam as well at the end of that round. I think he got heard down low by Pred, but here's a look at the hit marker, by the way. Caught him in the... Ooh,
oh,
wait,
wow.
What did he hit?
Wait a minute. That looked like high chest to possibly head at that range.
And it wasn't through anything because he did 90 damage as well. So, yeah, again, Skyz really lucky so far in these past 2 rounds, has to be said.
Mr. Bueno. He works real hard to be that lucky, believe me. 4 spree now for HyDra. Keeps it going. Get to 5. With this opening hit, who knows? No Daddy to really play with this round. He's going to need a few kills before that gets in the mix. Here we go.
I think HyDra spotted accuracy, by the way, playing over towards the tower, because Priestahh actually moved with the bomb to look that direction. So they got a little bit of intel. They know Mack's inside. They're trying to chow, but guess who brought the gunny? Mack with the big 2. Man advantage towards the surge, and Priestahh now with Daddy trying to make a play.
That was disgusting. He literally sat on that bomb site and was like, yeah, I know I'm stunned. Just square up. Who wants it? Priesthah's Daddy finished. He's now very loud. Just slow right down in this 2v3. He and Skyz should be able to make it a 2v2. There we go. Nice job. Sib's out of the equation.
And there's no instant child from accuracy. Accuracy's open. He just walks out those back doors, but it is just a full 4-man sort of line down the board with trades potential all the way through. Mack's still in the sight, but there's the trades to take him down, and accuracy didn't get that initial trade for his teammate. Now left in the 1 versus 2.
The dead silence play as well. Here comes the bomb plant. 20 seconds on this one. Skyz, he's going to chow out. Absolutely rolled him. 1v1. Dead silence is complete. Priestahh, though. Oh, baby. Wow. Wins the big fight. Wow. Did not see that coming. Nor did accuracy. Woo!
Nah, you just straight up challenge that. I mean, there was no big play, no sort of genius thing there. Priestahh just says, I'm aBeZy. That is accuracy. I will be there ready for the gunfight. And just instantly takes him down. And talk about big plays from Priestahh. I mean, he's the one that sort of sneaks through with the dead silence, gets up top, and again, just doesn't get traded out initially because accuracy, I guess, didn't have dead silence in that moment, so couldn't make the quick play, and the slow play does not work out. A lot of rounds right there for the Subliners, even when they're getting the first-blooded, or getting first-blooded, rather. They're finding a way.
We got 3-1. New York Subliners starting to walk over this one. The bounce back is certainly on, but it's not over just yet. Heavy presence towards this side of the map now from Seattle Surge. Bottom side, they're getting a little bit of fresh air and they're touching some grass, but they might be pushing up daisies in a moment. KiSMET at range. Nice first blood. Somehow gets out. Pred should be there to get the bounce back immediately. Here comes that trade. He's going to check this slowly. KiSMET's on the read. Pred gets it. 3v2.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, accuracy, who was up in the top tower, I mean, again, baited a little bit by KiSMET, so he gets traded out, but Mack does win a 1-on-1, so it is a 2 versus 2. I don't know for how long, because Skyz, he has the drop on Mack, but Mack simply does not care. Bullies him out of the sight, and it's Mack and Pred versus Priestahh and Skyz.
Bombs planted for the back side of the room, so it's not going to be spotted from this side. That top angle that Skyz has won't help that much. Pred's got him covered on the rear. The boys have vacated the top floor. Here we go. Cracks the door. Single kill, 1v1 now. Priestahh versus Pred.
Oh, he wow, just spots him on the cross, holds the iron, and that is a hard read coming out of Pred in that moment, and I mean, that ends up panning out beautifully. I think Priestahh maybe expected both Mack and Pred to be doubled up in that little room, so swings out wide. And I was going to say, that's a distant setup. Like, Mack just gets traded out, and that just puts pressure on both of those surge players. Like, Mack has to guarantee at least one because he's going to get traded out, and then that's trusting Pred to win the 1v1 after the fact. So a lot of trust in the individual plays right there from Seattle. Trust for good reason. They got the job done, and they stopped the bleeding. New York not letting this get too out of control.
It's a patient Pred, halfway towards his dead silence. And he is, I mean, no fleurs given. I know it's the wrong team, but he's in, man. He made a lot of noise there. New York Subliners going to get their lethals out of the way. And now back on up. I love this play out of them. They know Pred is close.
I mean, New York also haven't attempted to do anything on the map. I mean, a couple nades coming through looking for the early pick, but after that, it has been very slow, and it's not a lot of information, nothing crazy, but Pred can hear these players down low.
Ooh, HyDra. Snipes on the outside, looking to make his way forward. Priestahh's first blood's going to help out. Will it see a decent amount of movement? Okay, maybe. Out of Seattle Surge, and only in the form of Pred springing to life and finding that opening kill for his team. Pistol's out now for HyDra, and this is a scary prospect. He take care of Pred from down low. He might be able to. Here comes the hit. 2v2.
He's flying as well. I'm talking 0 time wasted getting in there with a pistol and trying to hunt this man down, but he's cleared everything out. So I guess the last thing is going to be up top, but doesn't read it well enough. Pred gets the kill, leaves KiSMET in the 1v2. Sib killed Priestahh earlier. So KiSMET does know the last known locations.
35 seconds on this one. KiSMET, he might be taking a little too long to get this job done. Yeah, there it is. Good work from Sib. Sib could hear him from the outside. He pumped the brakes immediately in the outskirts of the B-bomb site. He had those ears on, well and truly switched on in that moment. We're going to let some of this time sneak out. As you can see there, 70% there on Pred's dead silence. Massive stuff from them. Good work, Seattle Surge. What a fantastic equalizer.
Yeah, 4 kills in a row from Pred as well. Maybe the biggest moment of the round, in all honesty, it was Priestahh that struck for the first blood. He actually gets a dead silence reset and goes on like nearly a full flank and checks everything except for the spot that Sib was laying down in, tucked away in like the back end of the map. So Sib ends up trading out that kill. But if Priestahh finds the second one, that's New York with the 4-2 lead. But instead, talk about how a lot of these little things have been going back and forth between these two teams. Surge gets a little bit of luck there and all tied up. I'll see.
Gonna be a big old headbutt on the A-bomb site. And yep, Pred eats a concussion. Was still looking to get them streaks. I was quite able to get it done here in this matchup so far, but for Mack, he has been crucial for the squad. There's the tag. I'm going to send it. HyDra's going to be on the outside. Shoots in. Pred should have him dead to rights. He does, but nice trades. Good work, Subliners. Nice teamwork. Shots in now from Sib, keeping Priestahh at bay. As the shuffle seems to be done, and the 3v2 now that all the dust has settled. Subliners, you got that bomb down. You should be able to hold this.
Yeah, time to fly as well for Sib. Pops the dead silence. It's a small window to try to make the play and get some good shots in, but no kill there. And that's going to be dead silence burn to no avail and accuracy. Doesn't have the dead silence just yet, but has crowd walking away of the entire map. But good luck trying to kill Priestahh in this spot. He can do this all day.
He might have to. But he's running out of time. 25 on the clock. He's backed right on up. Oh my God, the timing is sensational. 3v1 now for Sib, less than 20 to go. He does have the bomb, but the setup here from the Subliners is no way. There is simply ain't no way he's going to be able to get on towards either one of those bomb sites and make anything happen. A valiant effort there from Seattle Surge, but unfortunately for accuracy, caught out sneaking on the stairs there. New York Subliners take the lead.
Really, the breakdown in that round is just HyDra. I mean, HyDra gets that first blood as soon as like Mack opens the door and throws that stun. HyDra just opens the other door, shoots in the back for the freebie. Pred didn't protect his teammate at all, and Pred then has to overextend so far to kill HyDra that Skyz just has his back for the coverage. So really, HyDra just makes the plays. Skyz is there for the coverage, and just not the ideal setup right there for Seattle. Either that or the timing just went horrifically wrong, but Mack just got left out to dry.
Here we go. Slight air of tension across the bottom side of the map. A Seattle Surge expecting a little bit more attention out here, but they've got their eyes on every single possible angle. That top money window, there's a little office space to be played with there. Anyone who cracks out those double doors and tries to get into that courtyard is in a world of hurt. Sib, the only man on the inside here now with Mack. Okay, backing him up. Mack lives on the bomb site chance. He found kill after kill in there. Don't go in that room. It's Mack's.
I'll tell you, man, so many people, like, they just consistently leave Mack by himself, but he delivers. But he still is by himself. Maybe Pred actually has the timing to make the perfect play. The dead silence runs out, and maybe the moment he needs it most, because look at what's happening to that bomb. The B site wide open. No one here to actually protect it, so you can get this thing planted for free. Accuracy on the fullest of flanks, but Skyz is going to be at least responsible for watching it. 3 versus 3 with an awkward setup on the map.
Super awkward. Oh, snap! Thieves. Mack's head got spotted at the very least. There's the nade. Here comes the chow from Skyz. Nice work. Mack drops him 2v2. 30 seconds. And the fight is coming to the bomb site. Pred, he is going to be the man of the moment here. That Vaznev is about to ring out. Cracks a door. Makes the fight a little bit awkward. Mack now getting involved. Here comes the hit in the back door. Once again, KiSMET wins it. That should be it. Knives out. Oh! Oh! What is this? Oh, Mack gets them both! And you bet he's smiling. I'm gonna need a replay.
Ooh, Kool-Aid man, more like Kool-Aid Mack. Kicking open the door, and yeah, hopefully we get a look at that from his perspective, because awkwardness on the door fight here, but he's got the Vaznev. He is loud. KiSMET goes flying, and Mack just Well, it kicks the bad boy open, hit fires with attack, or even just gets him through the door. That is a massive 1v2 clutch right there for him to get, because neither Mack nor Pred had dead silence in that moment to try to make sort of a play, or at least not a play you can make without getting heard. But Pred is enough of a distraction. Mack there to fly in and trade out the one-shot teammate, and that pans out. That is a big moment right there for Seattle.
Crazy. It did look like the door slam was actually the killing blow there, but
that would hurt.
Bold moves out of Mack to fly in there when you knew the man had a knife. But there you go. Into the bomb site now. Mack flies. Bomb in hand. Gonna get that plant immediately. 4-4 once again. Is this search and destroy here at aBeZy? Back and forth we go.
Captain Mack, literally Mr. Do-It-All, gets the bomb down, gets out with his life, and now you just have everybody like posted up. Some deep people in your spawn. Accuracy basically hasn't moved from it. Looks like HyDra's gonna get the freebie, but even Pred is in a deep corner in the opponent's spawn, so it's chaos everywhere, but Skyz again is the one that chops him off, and that is a man advantage for New York.
He's gonna check every single corner now on the way in. HyDra's got his back. Nice coordinated effort. Oh no, Sib. Oh no, Sib with the 3. Come on. We didn't see a lot of it, but the 2-piece was something. And then HyDra just flying out, unfortunately not checking the right corner. You know what would have absolutely saved him right then and there? Red dot that mini map. Nah.
Oh, would have saved HyDra, but still would have lost the round. I'd have to imagine. That's a big moment from Sib. Cornered up, looking straight down the middle lane, and another 2v3 clutch in Miles. I'm not trying to get too ahead of myself, but
I know.
Seattle Surge, they're a 5-4.
That's crazy.
Statement of facts right now.
I know. You're not saying. I know. This is crazy. Seattle.
Just in case. Just throwing that out there.
Here we go. And it's Mack. 10 and 6. 4 spree from him. The 3 in the round from Sib. And this is going to be the opening hit here. The shots are there. The tags are in. The nades are out. You name it. It's all happening here on aBeZy. The Lunatics have taken control of the asylum. The bomb is being planted on a HyDra first blood. Straight in. Are we going to get that round 11?
I can't believe. I mean, HyDra was what? Tagged up, naded, one shot behind the door, and he still finds a way to get that first blood. But Mack, maybe the next man in. He's on a 4 spree. He's got 10 kills to his name, but wants to go with his teammates instead. Not a lot of time to make this happen. So many corners to check. Sib's going to fall next, and if you open the door, Priestahh knows where to look in accuracy. In the 1 versus 4. Good luck with this one.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Round 11. Is it falling apart? Is it coming apart at the seams chance? The New York Subliners, they've been here before. Calm, resolute focus across their faces. They are ready to party. Can Seattle Surge break the curse?
And look, they put themselves in such a good spot to that round. Like, that is, you've no excuse not to kill HyDra in that moment. He just makes the big play. I can't find the round 11 records fast enough. I tried, Miles. I tried to find them. I have no idea.
I appreciate you.
Going
It doesn't
into
matter.
this blind.
It doesn't matter. We're going in. Hold on. Everyone fasten your seatbelts. There are the records. Seattle. Hey, it ain't bad. It could be way worse. It could be way worse, but this is an important one. And accuracy, he is tagged. HyDra has made it into the office. It's business time.
Oh, that's a good nade as well. That's everybody from Seattle on the outer lane, but you're not expecting that many, so you kill HyDra, even up the odds. Big gunfight win, though, from Kiz. You got the man advantage.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Priestahh drives forward. Skyz, it's over. It's done. The curse remains. The search and destroy struggles of the Seattle Surge will still course through their Call of Duty veins. We're all tied up 1-1.
And that is, how many rounds did they actually put themselves in a good spot? I mean, you can even talk about having a cross in the back. That could have been a round that Surge ended up winning. You have times where HyDra is naded and shot and tagged up and identified, and you think he's going to be free for the first blood, but HyDra finds a way just to win the big one-on-one gunfight to make sure you keep his team in that round. Like, I don't know. Seattle Surge put themselves in good positions time and time again. Mack did his job, was getting the bomb down, had 3 first bloods, and just dominated inside that A site. But even with all the things that were going right, there was enough that still went wrong. And yeah, 0-6 now in stage 2. 0-11 online, dude. 0-11.
0-11 online. Fortress Control is the next map in this series. Double dose of Fortress and a Hotel Showdown for Game 5 if we have to get there. Now, my pick'ems do want us to get there. I don't know how your pick'ems are doing, folks, but honestly, on the day, I've been pretty good outside of Vegas and OpTic. I've been pretty sweet. Let's go to a quick commercial break. On the other end of this one, we're diving into Fortress for a game of Control and see who takes the lead here in the series.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
We are back, Call of Duty fans, New York Subliners, Seattle Surge. Map number 3. Here we go, though, into our Fortress Control chance. What the hell do the stats say?
Oh, this is not a good sign for Seattle, but they did choose it. So, like, they know more than I do in the situation, but statistically, Seattle 1-0, and they've beaten Las Vegas, which, no disrespect, or maybe a little disrespect. Beating Vegas in control, not the most impressive thing in the world. New York Subliners, though, 5-0. Perfect on this map. They've won 44% of their offensive rounds, which I don't know how often we talk about how bad offense is on this map, but they are literally more than like twice as good as the league average on offense. And on their defense, they've won like 90-something%. So New York Subliners, incredibly dangerous on aBeZy Fortress control, and Seattle kind of unknown. But if I had to make a guess, HyDra is going to fry.
That's a very safe bet. Very, very safe indeed. The unknowns today have been very dangerous and very damaging for the picks indeed. Of course, Las Vegas defeating OpTic Texas was a big surprise for all of us. Now that we have a little bit of a match delay, as you can see by the calm focus across Skyz, man, he is so locked in right now. What is going on in that head? What is he thinking about? What could it be? He's thinking about capturing A.
I can't even think of a joke. He literally looks like he's thinking about.
He's thinking about. No, he's thinking about hitting B. He's thinking about beaming folks. Oh, he's back. Oh, I'm back. Okay. He's had a crazy dream.
He respawns.
He's just respawned. Crazy, crazy dream.
And Skyz is back. There he is. That's the Skyz we're used to seeing. Here we go.
Wow, we are nearly ready to get back into this one, boys and girls.
We thought the lobby dropped and had to reset. It was Skyz's brain dropped, but now it's fully reset. He's rebooted up, and maybe he is the new robot in the league.
He's ready to go now. He's absolutely ready to party. I wonder about his opponents, though. I wonder what's going on that side. Can we have a look at the Seattle Surge side of the stage? Are they a little bit more focused? I mean, you can see from the reflection in Sib's glasses, he's in the firing range, absolutely letting it rip with his tack. I mean, talk about a player who, if anyone ever watches or you know, participates in Sib's chat and Twitch and everything, like, he is an incredibly focused competitor. He is a ruthless individual when it comes to, you know, the approach to the game, how, you know, the work ethic, everything, man. This guy, he's going to have a long and illustrious career. I cannot wait to see how far he can go.
I mean, it really does. Like, it is important to mention for the Seattle camp. Even their S&D 0-11 is obviously a horrible stat line, but you can see they are putting in work. Like, they're having good adjustments on the map, even on the LSCLO alone, consistently putting themselves in good spots. It's just they've not been getting a lot of lucky breaks so far in these rounds, but very focused team across the board. I mean, a lot of confidence they have in the roster as well. I mean, they stuck together through the entirety of last year because they believed in each other. Yeah. I think that was a resounding success for the year one of this team being together. So they're putting the faith in as well for year two. Obviously, it's just been a bit of a rut. And really just a rut online because, hey, they got second at the last major. So obviously, there's a great deal of potential with this squad. But the difference between a 4-5 record in Search and Destroy on land compared to 0-11 in these matches is just, it's extreme. It is honestly unbelievable.
They are going through it. There's no doubt about it. They are certainly going through it. We'll see, though. We got some standings to... Oh, actually, wait. Fist bumps? Okay. We might hold off on the standings for a second. Quick overview of, you know, where we are exactly here in the league, but I think this might be fist bumps. All right, game's ready. Let's get it, boys and girls. In a control on Fortress we go.
You can tell, by the way, exactly where the guys are sitting, because anytime KiSMET looks at Skyz, he just has the most suspicious look on his face. Like, he knows something is just going to get weird. What's not going to get weird, though, are Sib's stats, because, again, Search and Destroy, not the finest for Seattle, but at least in the respawn, Sib, one of the absolute best slayers in the game. So, got to be on the lookout for him here on aBeZy Fortress, and him and Pred as well, because you already know HyDra getting ready to run amok on this map.
Yeah, those are the two big names we'll be keeping a very firm eye on this entire map. And Priestahh, nice starts indeed. Pred, though, he's the man who's managed to get himself out and about for a Mo. He's going to be number 8 on the minimap. Watch him fly. He's going to cause all sorts of problems. And he already is for the New York Subliners.
Oh, he gets the 2 as well. Yeah, if you can get 1, you're happy. You pick up the big 2. That is a lot of success. And HyDra gets dropped as well. So as good as it gets, basically, on an opening break to get Pred in a position like that. Maybe at least 1 tick so far has come through on the A cell. But look how quickly New York recovers. They killed Pred. They get the clean wipe. And all that effort, all of that potential, all that 2-piece just for a single tick.
that for a single tick. I mean, it's a good tick, though. I've seen ticks. Oh, no, it's not a tick. They're draining it. Oh, no, they didn't get it. They didn't complete it. Oh, no, it was for nothing. All that time and energy wasted, although Mack does manage to get out. For now, you'll take it. HyDra atop this roof. Skyz finds 2 in the feed. Pressure is still on. However, Seattle Surge have snuck out. What an awkward fight that was. Those are our 2 submachine gun warriors we'll be keeping an eye on here in this map.
Yeah, well, accuracy, his position gets revealed, so easy cleanups there from KiSMET. You're trying to go to the A zone, and you're trying to get the trades as best as you can, but right now they just cannot deliver. 18 seconds left. They need something perfect, but they just don't have the setup on the map. They don't have any sort of control, and that is a good start to get past HyDra. And Sib's actually, they're piecing everybody up. Sib wins 2 massive one-on-one gunfights, so at least the round for the moment still alive.
Ooh, and the trophies are down as well. KiSMET, what you got? Flying in, trying to get something out of this. He put himself in a weird off angle. Here we go. Oh, team nade. Unfortunate. Pressure still on. 5.4 seconds. Skyz is here to try to save it. Can't get it done. A is starting to fall apart. You finally got 1 segment done. Over to Priestahh now. Dives in. Oh, can't get the second. There you go. 2nd segment should be cleaned up. Oh, baby. Oh.
And if Seattle can get this, by the way, they have a life lead as well, so you get an extra minute on the clock. You can now win this 1 of 2 ways, so Sib quite literally might have just bailed them out, but you still have to secure this point. Pred is getting tagged up through walls. 30 HP. Finally, Sib is there for the coverage, and you get the final tick. And a 3-life lead. Surge can make this happen.
That was the double bailout there from Sib. Not only did he pick up that 3-piece to get him onto the point, he keeps Pred alive in the back of the truck. A minute and 6 lives for the New York Subliners to hold on. But what a surprise this would be for the opening of Control.
And also just crazy how, like, you know, everybody pumps the brakes, finds a corner, maybe waits for dead silence to come through. Jump spot here, jump spot there. Mack trying to get in position, working through the flank, but you New York Subliners, they have everything covered. No openings on the map. Sib again finds the entry. Mack looking for trades, but he's got 6 HP. He's trying to find the route, but he's being hunted down, but unkillable for the moment. 20 seconds left. Surge have pressure on point.
Pressure on point. There's the stop of the clock. 21.4. Lives out. Pressure for the front. You can get 1. That's good. Sib, forward he goes now. Watching Priestahh as he creeps his way on towards the point. Pred's there to get it. Pred's in to get it. That's the cap. Seattle Surge. Oh, they don't get the cap, but they get the round.
Dude, that is a ridiculous round for them to get as well, because like they had the opening break, had that on lock, couldn't even get that converted to a single tick, and even towards the end, New York had a stranglehold on the map. They had the setup that they wanted, they had the players in the right positions, and then Sib wins not 1 but 2 ridiculous gunfights. His teammates surround him, back it up. They get the 1 4-man wipe and never looked back. That is a nail biter round 1. But Surge, they have that dog in them.
Round 2, fight. Sib's gonna try and get the players out as they cross over the top, but they're already out. I think he heard all those dolphin dives, not the sound of the sort of whatever dolphins do. Echolocation they have, but it was certainly sound that helped Seattle set this one up.
I did not have dolphin impression on my bingo card today, but I appreciate you for it. Didn't know that one was in the back pocket, but the only thing that Seattle has in the back pocket is the stranglehold on the map that they want to have on defense. They get everybody in a position. Maybe they want to be pressed up a little bit further forward, but that's a minuscule detail. You still get ARs posted up. You got 7. Mack over towards P1, so Subliners trying to work this through the P1 side of the map. They do get the entry they were looking for.
3 kills in the feed as well. HyDra, last man on this side of the map, up for his team. Oh, that's a nice win. Just trying to keep that foothold. You should better get accuracy as well if he peeks out any further. The accuracy's on the right side of the statue. HyDra. Oh, he walks right into it. He is tagged up. Not dead, though. Still alive. 30 seconds.
Yeah, what a 5 spree for accuracy, a 4 spree for Sib. So you might be able to convert into maybe not even just 1, but 2 cruise missiles. And there you go for Sib. I think he might have just gotten it, or he's a kill away. You see the 5 spree pop up. So already 1 for accuracy. A perfect round on defense here for Seattle. They've only had 5 deaths this entire round. And bar a miraculous play from KiSMET, which honestly, that might be the start of it. That is the only window of opportunity for Subliners to get back in this round.
The rest of the Subliners have been strangled in stables. They can't get out. Sib's now in the 1v1 against KiSMET. Wins it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Sib on the point now, looking to get a couple more. HyDra banged up. Taken not care of. Uh-oh. Accuracy's backed up. 6 seconds left in the round, and a single bit of progress now at B.
And keep in mind, by the way, I know Seattle won an offensive round, which is massive, but the ticks weren't always there. So if Subliners can actually get these ticks, that could be the difference maker for the round 5. Still 2 players out on point. And if they get this B zone, which is looking like they're going to be able to do, I think this might be tied up on ticks. You got to trade out accuracy. That's the final man in line, and Skyz gets it done.
Oh my God. 7 lives left for the New York Subliners, 13 now for Seattle Surge, and over towards the A zone we direct our attention. Skyz somehow alive. Dead. Finished. Taken care of. Back towards regularly scheduled programming, ladies and gents. You've got the New York Subliners trapped. Seattle Surge, it is absolutely the cookie cutter approach you've had all game long. Don't let them get out. You only need 5 kills. 4.
There's the first as well. Yeah, I mean, you get players posted up. I mean, there's no way, in my mind, Surge lose this round. Like, you're not going to drop the ball after the fact, but considering how bad it was, I mean, Subliners obviously still in the position where they have to win a round on offense, so it's not fun. But just the fact that they got 1 zone,
oh man,
I think, you know, sort of count your lucky something, whatever that saying is.
Yeah, lucky stars. Yeah, count them.
Lucky stars, we'll count them. But they are down 2-0 on
all depends. All depends on the light pollution, though. Let's face it. Down 2-0 on Fortress. Seattle Surge are stunning us all. It's a surprise. That opening offensive round, they got it on kills. And it's been the firepower that's been the saving grace here for Seattle.
I think Seattle, you're sort of playing on free time right now as well. You go back on offense, you're already up 2-0, you're feeling confident. I suppose, again, if it is tied up on ticks, and you might be a little fearful because Subliners are incredibly dangerous on offense. You still want to keep the pressure on, but obviously you're up 2-0, you're feeling great. And again, accuracy is sitting on that cruiser.
That helps. As well. Dear lordy, it's a very strong opener once again here in potentially the final round. Seattle are on the point.
Got a trophy though. Not a fun thing to have to deal with, but Skyz gets pushed into death. Mack's gonna get traded out, but the trades are there. Sib's got him covered, and now you get 2 players back on the point, so you're keeping this up. You already got the extra tick. Already, this is good news for Surge.
It's Sib in a world of hurt, though. Pinned down. A full open map, though, for now. If you count those players, you might be able to make something happen. Pred is just somehow alive. Somehow still going. You might be able to get 2 points on the go at the same time here, but Pred, he's going to do what he does best. Run around the inside of these fortress halls and absolutely terrorize the Subliners.
Might be more freebie sorts back and back as well. Yeah, wins the big one, wins the extra, doesn't get traded, barely gets away with his life. 4-man wipe right there for Surge. And who cares about offense and defense? Seattle, they just want to get the clean 3-0. B zone nearly secured as they're trying to keep the pressure up. But maybe actually they flew a little too close to the sun, bit off more than they could chew, and maybe right back to square one. Overcommitted, trying to rotate towards that A zone. Never actually got B. The good news is still a 5-life lead.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, despite all that effort, this streak is going to be somewhat of a curve there, but accuracy, I think it may have caught a flagpole or something on the top side of the fortress end. That's unfortunate. Doesn't come out too much, but 45 seconds left on the clock. Life count still close enough. Seattle Surge with a slight advantage. They can get themselves over to B. Only 1 segment remaining.
You're calling in the cruise missile on offense. You're apparently feeling good about your chances. So they're feeling the momentum, but maybe now feeling a little bit of the pain. Obviously still in a phenomenal position. Oh, 24 seconds left. I was going to say there's no way, but if Pred is shooting like this, 25 kills in 3 rounds, by the way. You never know.
Oh, dude. It's just so gross. Between him and HyDra, who's running a Bance right now, but Nade's up. Oh, sorry, running an attack. Priestahh's here to back him up. Try to slow him down. Drain the effort there at B. Eyes towards A now. KiSMET might be the man. No, a little too eager. Skyz now trying to slow the stem flow of reinforcements. In comes HyDra from behind. Mack, gotta win this fight. Can't get it done. That should be the round.
Well, should be the round, but you still get an extra 3 ticks, so I think Seattle up +3 in that regard. And obviously for Subliners, I mean, they got to win the round on offense anyway, so just pushing the pace, man. I mean, this is utterly ridiculous how quick they've been going, and they're still going. Seattle actually made it out towards the point. It is Mack by himself, so get a quick kill with 0.0, and you're good to go. But Skyz, please challenge sooner rather than later. Ooh, thank you.
Oh, sooner rather than later. A fraction of a second remaining there on the round, and now New York Subliners have got themselves another chance. Offensive round coming up next. They've got to either eliminate the Subliners, the Seattle Surge players 30 times, capture both points, and then we'll see what happens on defense. But wow, what a round of control that was.
I just can't imagine how painful it would be to win a round on offense on this map and still end up with defense for the round 5 because you've won it on kills rather than like getting the final zone. Like a situation like that is just, that would be miserable to fall into. But honestly, with the way that Seattle have been shooting, Prez got 27, Civ has 24. These two have been looking unstoppable.
Smoked once again. Little deeper on the defense here, Seattle Surge. And that's a worry. Not anymore. Pred's now trying to comb the halls. Him and HyDra now toe-to-toe on the inside of the fortress here. It's going to be a big fight. Whoever wins this one really sets their team up in a big way. Pred taken care of. KiSMET's good. Over to Mack. Oh, Skyz can't win it. Gotta get that little bit closer. KiSMET still keeping the B-zone capture going.
HyDra's trying to fly and fry, but he flies and dies. KiSMET out by himself, and you just expect the trades to come through, or you hope the trades come through. Accuracy too quick for his teammates, though, but the nade enough to get it done. KiSMET's been cleared out, and Skyz, I mean, a last-ditch effort effectively towards that B zone, but he just has to stay alive and try to find kills and get his teammates out of the base. Can't even do that. Seattle right back in firm control of the map.
31 and 17 for Pred. Still has that cruise must play with. Now he is in prime position to find a few more kills. This is the spot. Got to keep trapped on the inside of this building. The subliners are lined up. 2 of them have crept out. 2 of them making their way through the double doors. Gunfights are there. Sib's going to keep that side of the map safe. Priestahh's going to check it. Check this right corner, mate. You know he's there. Oh, I told you. You didn't listen. That's okay. 25 seconds left of the round, and it is disgusting work out the subliners.
I mean, there's just nowhere to go. Disgusting work out of Surge for so, right? Because it just feels disgusting when you're stuck in this spawn trap and lined up for accuracy. Oh, how he loves getting 3.
Oh, there's a 3 in the feed with that one. 36 and 18.
Good
Get to 40. Fly, Pred, fly. Okay, GG's though. Woo!
Look, Miles, you asked me about stats before the map and what the stats said, and I think I started off with Surge must know something that I don't for picking this map. They knew something I didn't. They knew that Pred, if it had gone to a round 5, would have obliterated the kill record. Man just got 36 kills in only 4 rounds. We thought HyDra was going to pop off, but maybe Pred trying to reopen that conversation of the best SMG in the game because, oh my dear Lord, I mean, that's an absurd performance, clinically through and through. I mean, obviously a lot of credit to Sib as well, because I think Sib's the guy that at least in that first offensive round picked up the 2-piece to help them get out of that spawn trap, and dude just dropped 4,100 damage. But what a duo that Seattle Surge have. I think Accuracy and Mack are underrated players. I think they don't get enough flowers. I think Sib and Pred get like too much of the limelight, but after a map like that, it is for good reason. Those two just ran the show.
All right, show me Pred's montage. Let's go. I'm ready to see it. Here it comes. It was a big game out of the young Australian. The Seattle Surge, a beautiful turnaround in what has been, again, a not a good look statistically, a bad map for them. Statistically, a stronger map for the subliners. Chance, what is it? The subliners just looking a little slow. Is it just the end of the series? Now we're coming up on map number 4. There's plenty of time to still turn this around.
I think, well, you know, maybe it's a little bit too over the top to boil it down to the one moment, but if I had to pick a moment, it is quite literally when Sid picked up the 2-piece. I think Pred and Mack also got a kill at the exact moment where subliners had the setup that they want on the map, where things were singing sweet for their first round on defense. But then as soon as you drop the ball on there, that's when Surge straight up never looked back. You get the first round win on offense. You just get a nice, easy one on defense after the fact. And then you just have so much like wind in your sails, so much momentum. Like, as soon as you get that first round, you're just big chilling. So I think New York just got a little bit too loose, a little bit too relaxed, and Surge absolutely just punished them for it. And a hell of a way to do it too, because again, Surge needs the points. Do it in such a fashion, at least for this map, to put themselves in a good spot, being the first team to beat New York on this map. That's got to feel good.
Got to feel great. 3-1 as well. Whew. Core blimey, governor. Well, we stay on Fortress for another hard point. And then if we have to go to game 5, Hotel, Search and Destroy. Now that is going to be something. As that Fortress hard point come up now, Chance, again, a crucial moment. An amazing turnaround time and just the right time for Seattle Surge, who have had, quite frankly, a really bad run up to the major in Boston.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at the stats, like it was almost impossible to say that the series, at least for me, would go to Seattle, because even though a few of these maps do look good for him, it really just has been that poor of like a stage 2. But when you look at the maps, the fact that they got us aBeZy for like the S&D for the map 2, you're like, okay, that's actually the one map where Seattle looked halfway decent. That goes to around 11. And now looking at the stats, this is a hard point where they kind of have the advantage on aBeZy at Fortress. They're 4-1 on it compared to New York's 3-4. And don't get me wrong, that 3-4 for New York does not tell the whole story. They've blown a lead here or a lead there, so they certainly look dangerous on the map, but this is the best advantage, statistically speaking, that you've had for Seattle this entire series. And obviously, we're going back to a Fortress where Pred just dropped 36, and Civ even had more damage not performed, so they had the hot hand without question.
The hot hand is a very, very important factor in Call of Duty. Call it momentum, call it a hot hand, call it what you will. Let's see if the subliners can cool them off just a little bit. Get themselves going as well, because this should be an absolute throwdown here on Fortress Hardpoint. Pred has been something else. Look at them stats.
Yeah, I mean, the 2.0 just looks very, very nice to have. And again, Sib's stats are going to look ridiculous. Sib had like a 1.7 or something along those lines in the first hard point as well. So, I mean, if S&D is a problem for the team, you think about improving that game mode, or second option, just be dominant in the respawns. And so far, it's looking like that's what Surge are trying to accomplish in this series.
So here we go. 3-1. What a result that would be for Seattle Surge. Still, those subliners, plenty of life left in the tank. Here we go. Pred give me the lone man on this side of the map, trying to make a dent in that opening hit from the subliners. And they have said no thank you, and absolutely battered them over to the point. Now we go.
That was an interesting opening break as well. There was almost no concern for the actual, like, you know, P1 first hill, and a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. And I think Subliners doing a good job of keeping everything contained and not leaving open the top side, because they trust themselves to reswarm and break through. Is Mack's body just entered a different dimension?
He cracked the door and yeeted it straight into that player's POV. That was amazing. Still decent. I did, bro. That was nuts. The physics in this game go wild. Good start from the subliners, though. They've got full P2 control for now. You still have to deal with Pred, who's in his happy place. They got a nice amount of time on first, and now looking towards second. This is a good opener from them.
Much like the laws of spawns, the laws of physics do not exist. But now we go to that rotation. Subliners obviously doing a great job just off the opening break and set up around P2. And again, great control you want. You got the trophy in the hill. You got KiSMET, the front man, who is ready for the gunny. Does get traded out, but Subliners still in control, have all the crosses covered. It'll take a little bit of extra effort to break it down, and I think Mack Melts might be delivering.
Yeah, he's trying. Priest is holding the back line down, though. Slow and steady, a little more sensible. The stun's going to help. Here comes HyDra. Woo! Straight into the fight. Straight into the point. Feed. Accuracy's up next. Good shots. Doesn't let that young Frenchman walk away with it. Priestahh, though, 6-1. Doing a lovely bit of work here, snaking that hard point.
I also don't know when or how Skyz got to this position, but if he could somehow deal with all three of these players and buy some time, talk about a miraculous moment, does eventually get hunted down. So Surge keeping things secure on the rotation, but still actually quite a bit of pressure. I mean, again, a one-on-one gunfight for KiSMET. If he wins it, maybe can open things up for the team, but Pred shuts him down, and Seattle should be ready to go and start chipping away at that lead, but maybe not for very long.
Oh, Priestahh, such a valiant effort to get in there. Here come the boys, though. The squad's here. The cavalry has arrived, loves. And that's a clean sweep. Subliners, that's their point.
That is so much pressure, and honestly, that pressure really does start with Skyz buying his teammates time to make sure Surge are pinned back in their spawn, and you can run through the middle map for free. So small plays go a long way, and Subliners trying to take full advantage of the fact is, by the way, speaking of Skyz, 9-2. A ridiculous start to this game.
Yep. Invested in this game at the very least. 20 seconds remaining here on the point. Looking now for the subliners to escape to this right-hand side of the map. Not going to be an easy thing to do. Let's put them to the test. Nice perfect double char there from Simp, and accuracy, immaculate teamwork as they both hit that at the same time. No hope of help. Here comes Pred. HyDra though with attack. Managing to fight his way out, but no more. You can see it's not an easy thing to do to break out of this prison here on Fortress.
Yeah, they're making it easy for accuracy at this point. Bunch of one-on-one chows coming through. He can sit in this window all day, and finally a technical double challenge comes through, but that was a 5 spree right there for the main AR for Seattle to try to get them back in this game. Cutoffs there for Mack. He's down low, bottom mart. He can hear everybody stomping up above him, and you can see Simp. They've got it all covered, but they don't have the trades. KiSMET too quick with it.
Oh, tough. Can accuracy get involved now? KiSMET once again getting things done on the stairwell there. His Sib pops up. Oh, taking care of it behind. Good work out of the subliners. All bases covered. Time going their way as well. Last 20 seconds should be theirs. No problem. Spawns up for everyone on the subliners, and Skyz puts them right back on the spawn.
And this is so painful as well, because again, subliners on the preferred side of the map, and that's a moment if KiSMET doesn't get that two-piece. Again, talk about how the little things go a long way. I mean, that just sort of like opens the window for everybody else on New York. But Surge have pushed out and got a couple cuts covered, and maybe even opportunity for accuracy being the one trying to flank. But I think HyDra's on top of it. KiSMET on a 5 spree as well. So like Subliner's been on cruise control so far this game.
The Dolphin dive with 2 capital Ys. Flies out into nothing. Red Sib in the feed. Good work out of Priestahh to try to find something there. But at the same time, Seattle Surge, they have got the Blacksmith on lock, and this flip helps for a minute. Red should be aware of these players. Yeah, he's doing what he can. Good work there, getting out of the Australian, keeping these players pinned in. But 124 to 66, Subliner still, that lead is all still theirs.
Yeah, I think HyDra, well, maybe thinking about getting a kill and getting out, but KiSMET actually spawns up on that side. So KiSMET's just going to try to rotate and try to keep as much pressure on the left side as he can. He does get cleared out, but I think Seattle honestly played the Blacksmith Hill about as well as you could really want. Good things have certainly happened. Flip the map on its head, get a little bit of time, and a 3 down like that. Subliners are now firmly going to be stuck in this spawn trap. At this moment, 60-point game. We'll see if Seattle can make up for it.
They're still trapped. I mean, this is a prime example for Seattle Surge to get themselves into the lead. Can they do it? A couple of cream gunfights. It's going to help out, keeping the map presence felt. Subliners, they're still struggling. Not able to cross that 50-yard mark. Mack's just soaking.
Oh my god, yeah, that's how you break the hill, by the way. Priestahh can just go pick up a 3-piece, gun 2 players, get to the hill and break it by himself. So write that down one in the strat book. Credit to Sender, I think, for the coach of the York Subliners for coming up with that big game plan.
That was a good one. Woo, Pred wins a nice fight there. Here comes KiSMET around the corner. He's still not regened, and it's no problem there. Mack cleans up middle. Hard point still in the hands of Seattle. They're doing what they can. Or sorry, the Subliners. But Seattle, they've fought back chance. It's a lot of time garnered here on this first point. Second, though, is up. Awkward spawns there. Seattle might be able to make something happen here. HyDra, a rock and a hard place right now. We'll see which one he is.
And keep in mind, by the way, for the Subliners, at the start of that P1, they were down by 60. By the start of the next P2, still about a 60-point game. So even from the bad spawns, they were doing a pretty good job. But now maybe it gets a little bit tougher. That's a 4-man wipe, and this is the real hill for Seattle to get back in the game.
This might be the first map 4 we've seen in the entire day. It isn't pure domination. Will Seattle be able to get back into this? 35 on the second hard point here in the second set. Mack's not looking so hot in the kills department, but hey, man, I'm not too fussed with that whatsoever. These are the big ones that really matter in the kills.
At least able to get the first, everything covered for the rest of them. And honestly, 20 seconds left. This is the opportunity for Seattle to try to find an open lane and flip those spawns. You see Priestahh, though, he's on top of it, has it all covered, and that is a big win from Skyz to not let Pred get out and bound and cause too many problems. But even Sib trying to hunt down HyDra and keep the push a little bit staggered, because number 1 KiSMET does spawn out. And number 4, HyDra spawns out as well. So Seattle putting on the pressure. Skyz now by himself, and you can chain these hills together. Seattle, they're getting it done.
It's happening. The lead will change hands. Sib has himself a cruise missile as well. Seattle Surge, better late than never, lads. The major is next week, and they are starting to find their form. No trophies in position. There's a late one, but it now arrives. HyDra Priestahh back in the hill. Subliners just like that. Smashed back into the hard point. Can Skyz stay alive? Oh, nice angle. The curve there from Sip does manage to get one out of it. You've still got the Subliners trap, though. Exactly the same situation from the first set.
That's also a moment, by the way, where you call in the cruise, you do end up getting a kill, but I mean, Sib's out of the fight when he's calling in the cruise, so the 1 kill doesn't make any bit of difference, and that might be the moment where Surge dropped the ball just a little bit, because they set themselves up to a great opportunity on that hill, but Subliners a lot of fight in them. They fought back and now have just maintained that lead, so still about a 35, maybe make it 40-point gap between the two. Seattle, though, won the rotation towards next. Red is aggressively pushed up, but he gets cut down. Everybody down York grouped up together.
Jesus, what a gunfight from HyDra. Couple of little shimmies there, just breaks the auto aim of Sib, and he's right in on it. 196 to 164. Into the fortress we go. And accuracy and pred, finding the kills all over the shop. Subliners have not been able to get back into this. They're fighting from the outside. Skyz wins a big one. They're fanning out all across the map now, looking for all these angles. Pred's on cleanup duty. How many can he keep away? Gets himself one more. Kills in the feed. Priestah's there. And I tell you what, we're closer and closer to the point. That is a massive win from Sib. Time still going the way of Surge.
They got the cutoff as well. Accuracy can see the entire middle of the map. This should be these final 20 seconds guaranteed. We'll be going to the blacksmith, and I don't know. I don't think either team will be able to win it here. So it's basically a team trying to set themselves up for the advantage, but you should see another 2 hills. And for the moment, Seattle in control. They don't have stables just yet, but accuracy just took it. Surge will be in the hill first.
Surge are in the hill. Surge are in the lead. Surge are looking at a 3-1 if they can keep this all together. Here comes the hit. Subliners, it has to be squeaky clean. HyDra on the flank. Timing's going to be great. Here we go. Accuracy wins. Nothing. The trophy gets down. Pred drops as well. The break is good, but Mack, the last man alive, the savior for his boys, gets back in the hills straight away, and that's all 4 again. Seattle Surge, are they doing it right here, right now?
I mean, you got to fly right now for Subliners. This is back against the wall, and this is HyDra trying to lead the charge. Just gets you the 2 entries. Clean shots to take down Sib. His teammates are there for the trade, and all that work, HyDra might have just done enough to at least keep his team afloat and try to set up this spawn trap as well. We're going back to the P1, but someone does get out. Mack has at least made it through, so Surge, they do have openings on this map to try to get this rotation.
Take care of Mack, all good. Looking at P1 again, though. That's where the focus has got to lie. KiSMET, eyes up, looking for anything right now.
Sib's in.
Bad news is, Seattle Surge are in. Final 10 seconds here. Oh my God, they've just all fallen over. They've all been dropped dead. Oh my God, it's done. Seattle have done it. The pick'ems are up in the air, ladies and gents. What a turnaround. Seattle are back. What a 3-1.
And with the absolute battle cry from accuracy to boot, the people on the desks are geniuses. They felt the presence of the day, topsy-turvy. And Seattle Surge get it done in the respawns. Only a round 11 loss in the S&D as well. And a sign of a life and a shining light maybe going into the major. Seattle with a massive win and clinical performances on these last 2 maps from Sib, especially 31 kills, super soaker in the hard point as well. I mean, 10 objective kills. Surge were on point, man. We saw that Outbacker Fortress control roll through. I thought that would just spell despair and devastation for Seattle, but I mean, they executed and took down the very best. And again, Miles, I mean, again, if they can start winning Search and Destroy, oh my dear God.
Dude, that's it. That is it. And that round 11, this could have been a 3-0. A 3-0. And our major one champion. A brutal 3-0. Hey, it could have gone either way. But good stuff, man. Seattle Surge looking strong as they now roll themselves forward into the Boston Major. Next week, I'm pretty sure there might be a ticket or 2 still available. If you want to see these teams in action, get on over there. We're all going to be there. It's going to be one hell of a show. My God, mate. Today's picks were very, very interesting indeed. How are we doing, Desk? What did we make of that last series of the day?
Oh boy, boys, what a weird day. Shout out to my experts. 2-2 on the day. His name was 2-2 on the night is aLLeY. And aLLeY, you're the only one on this desk who saw this win coming. We talked about the importance, though, coming in. Surge, they pulled it off, and they look good doing it.
I mean, you talk about the importance. I mean, 0-3 so far in this stage. You were the team in finals. You placed second at Major 1. Obviously, the expectations were so high for the Seattle Surge team, especially after their initial run last year as well with all of the rookies on the squad. So I knew they needed to bounce back at some point. There's no better time to do it than a revenge match against New York Subliners, who beat you out at Major 1. And am I saying that now we're going to see a totally different Seattle Surge? No, there's still a lot of work to be done, but the S&D in this series looked a lot better.
And now that you got this victory, Nameless. You did it in just 4 games, right? A 3-0 would have been better for your chance to climb these standings. But if you have one more win this series tonight, and knowing that you've gone to multiple Game 5s keeps you in the running for a top 8 spot.
It 100% keeps you in the running for it, right? We talk about 2 wins. You potentially get the tiebreaker scenario where, you know, it gets you into that top 8. But more so just confidence purposes, this is a team that when they get to land, they can make that run. We talk about, you know, the problems they had in the online stage. Stage 1, still got second at the event. And they've had troubles throughout this stage, and we talk about their issues. But then you see a series like this, and it's like Sib and Pred are on another level. And Sib in particular, every single map that they won in this series, this guy went crazy. Like, when he plays like this, he is the best player in the world. He is 4K damage in the control. The guy is a 1.32 there, double positive in both the hard points. Just an absolute masterclass of a performance. And the amount of pressure that they had, the instant offensive win in the control, like that is when Seattle is at their best, when they're playing at that pace. It's just we don't see it all the time, but this is a big win versus New York, man. It's a revenge game.
I want to give a big shout out to Tim, our stats wizard, giving us a lot of extra tools coming into today's matches. And Tim had a tweet. He said, you know, a lot of people are saying the most impactful player isn't always the best player on the team. He sees it as one and the same. And aLLeY, you've always told me that you think Pred's the best SMG in the game. Well, Nameless always sided with HyDra. Is it fair to say that Pred got the better of HyDra in this series?
I think he totally did. I think
Sib got the better of everybody in this series. I mean, like, I want to show Pred his love. I feel like we always do. I just wanted to make sure we show Sib some love because he's the best player on this team right now.
Sib was rocking it from the very start. You saw it on Hotel, ripping players off of headies, but our scuff play of the game belongs to that control performance from Pred, right? There's no denying that he was dropping bombs to close out this series.
36 and 18 in this control. If it went to 5 rounds, which Seattle closed it out in 4, possibly could have seen the breaking of our control kill record here on this Fortress control. And this was a map that should have favored New York. We were talking about it in the pre-match setup. Like, New York are 4-0, 5-0 on this map. Like, they are definitely like going confidence head-to-head against this team, and Seattle went and put their foot down.
Yo, hey, listen, play the game. Pred is disgusting. But Sib still had more damage.
No, he still doesn't. Listen, Sib and Pred are like one of the nastiest duos this year.
They're the Splash Bros, for real.
Let's just
they
pause
really are.
on that because we have Pred joining us live. It's your mother's favorite Australian, and he's celebrating tonight. Pred, welcome back onto the stream. First off, give your friend Sib some props. Tell me what it's like to play alongside this guy. A lot of interviews before the whole OpTic drama. People were wondering, is this duo going to get broken up? Surge fans super excited to see you and Sib still playing together.
You know, me and Dante, I mean, we bounce off each other. I mean, the chemistry we have and, you know, the standards we hold to each other is, it's honestly insane. I mean, me and him hold each other to a high standard, and for us, it's just about, you know, making sure that we can compete to the best level to help our team win. And I feel like me and him are like, honestly, like Kobe and Shaq sometimes, man.
And that's what we saw tonight. Nameless is calling you the Splash Brothers, a little Klay Thompson, a little Seth Curry together. But this was a team effort, and the team must have had some conversations after your 0-3 start in the qualifiers. What was the conversation like about New York specifically coming into this match?
I mean, we know we're a good team. I feel like our S&Ds, I mean, it's not, you know, it's obviously not good. We haven't won an S&D online yet, but we always knew that our respawn is one of the best. We just needed to make sure that, you know, we follow the game plan and we stick to it. I feel like we haven't been doing that as much. And, you know, when we do that, we get to shine more. So for us, it was just about, you know, really sticking to the game plan.
Right, I know we haven't been able to talk to you guys for a minute here, and now getting that first one on your belt, you still have one more game to go. What is you and the team's plan moving forward to try and possibly get in the conversation of making their way into the winners bracket?
For us, we know we have a big match tomorrow. It's a must-win. We just need to bring that same intensity and same energy and start playing with like really starting to believe in ourselves that we can do it. And I feel like once we do that, we can be a top team.
Pred, I want to talk to you about, like, so in this series, extremely dominant, right? Like, you guys come out and you're frying. More oftentimes than not, you're going to be putting up those performances. But when you or Sib are having a slower day, like, what are you guys working on fundamentally to get to a level where you can get wins, regardless of you guys having to pop off like that?
For us, you know, there's obviously going to be some days where we aren't playing to the best of our ability, but for us, it's about sticking to the game plan, and that game plan will help us win regardless of how we perform. That's what we try to build in our team, is to set ourselves up for that success. So we try and make that as consistent as possible. But yeah, it's really sticking to the game plan so then not just me and him can shine, it's so the whole team can shine.
1-3 in the qualifiers right now with a chance to finish 2-3 if you get your win over the Minnesota Røkkr. That is happening tomorrow. So what is the team working on tonight, and what are your expectations for the series? Is it a good matchup for you?
I mean, they're downstairs. They're literally right below us. I mean, so if we like round 11 S&D, I might just pop down and turn off the switch or something. But S&D is the only thing we need to work on. I mean, our respawn's pretty, pretty good. We just need to touch a few things. But S&D, I mean, it's no secret. We just got to really work on that. And I feel like once we get a guaranteed S&D win, I feel like we'll be a really good team.
Well, we'll let you wrap early with the team, go over those VODs, and prepare for tomorrow. Best of luck, my friend. I know a lot of people in the chat are rooting for you.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Take it easy.
Awesome to talk with, Pred. And honestly, it is great to see the parity that we have had with these teams' performances over the last 2 weeks. So many different squads are now in the running for this Boston title. And if you didn't get your tickets, once again, you got to get them right now. CallOfDutyLeague.com. As we wrap up this series, though, Nameless, what's the one thing you'll remember from this best of 5 against New York?
I mean, once again, like that duo just going absolutely crazy. And then also the round 11, you heard Chance and Miles touch it a little bit. Like, some improvements were made throughout that search and destroy. And if they start winning searches, they're a terrifying squad.
There we go. Keep your eyes on the Surge, but they're not the only team to look out for. Also, we've got Toronto in the running for one of the best teams in the game. They've reestablished that position with a win over LAG. Let's take a look at how that went down and talk ourselves through this series. aLLeY, I want to start with you because we were high on the Guerrillas, right?
Yeah.
We knew what we were expecting from Toronto, but the Guerrillas were looking pretty hot coming into the series.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with this series was the fact that 0-3 hotel loss for the likes of LAG. I mean, Toronto just looks so dominant in Respawn and in multiple game modes as well. And again, one of the teams that is contending to be a winner, maybe a favorite for the Boston Major coming up next week. So LAG, they still looked good overall in that series. Unfortunately, they couldn't pick themselves back up from that map 3 loss, but definitely not out of the conversation for sure.
And I think we have to give major props to Queenex. A lot of times we're showing love to Standy, showing love to Scrap. Queenex had his day in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, he had a beautiful play, especially on that Mercado Search and Destroy. A lot of times just a battle 4v4 over at that A site comes down to individual plays more often times than not, and he makes a huge play, gets a big 2-piece and follows it up with the 1v1 win at the very end. So, Queenex in a turning point in the series gets a big win.
We entered the day with just one team with an unbeaten record, and that was OpTic Texas. They played in our second match of the day, and it was one that they were heavily favored. You know what? 93% of the people on the Pick'ems bracket went with OpTic Texas. But Vegas Legion showed you can't ever count them out, and they were scary back on Raleigh's land.
I think in the fashion that they did it is really what they needed to do it against our undefeated team in stage 2, not only to mix everything up for everybody trying to get to that first seed grabs, but it was a win that Vegas Legion desperately needed. They couldn't close out these hard points. They always kept it so close. They always were like, oh, well, they're going to lose the map 3, so it'll never be a 3-0 series when it's a Vegas Legion ahead. They always win the S&D because they are #1 statistically across the board this stage, and it is opposite day. They lose the S&D, which props to OpTic Texas. They look incredible in that game mode right now, but they win all of the respawns. I don't think anybody saw this coming.
Graphics team killing it as always. Nameless, as we reflect on this series, do you have an MVP for Vegas? Who do you need to look out for if you're matching up against them?
Honestly, a lot of people say Teb. I'll say TJ.
TJ aLLeY
had some crazy, impactful moments throughout this series. Like, he's been playing way better lately, and that's what they're going to need. And there was respawns, like, honestly, they were comfortable. Besides the control, I thought both hard points, they basically had to lead the majority of the time, and, made a couple mistakes towards the end, playing for Scrap or whatever, but I think it was just a traumatizing experience they had in their last few matches in Hardpoint that led them to do that. But either way, they closed it out today, and the sub duo had a good performance.
OpTic had a chance to take the #1 spot officially and hold it in our standings. They didn't do it. Have another chance tomorrow as they could finish 4-1. But this series, ultra important for both the Mutineers and the Boston Breach. Boston trying to lock up a top seed. Mutineers have been very dangerous, especially if you allow them to get to a game 5. This time around, we flipped the script. Mutineers come out and win a hardpoint, something we haven't seen in like 4 weeks.
Yeah, this was awesome, right? Like, Mutineers come out, they win a hardpoint. We're like, what the hell's going on? There's been so many crazy HyDras. But then they lose an S&D, and we see Vivid popping off there with the sniper. I mean, there's a ton of VOD on Florida now, right? So, you know, they came in well prepared. And then they play a CDL control, which is sort of a chess move there. You're playing Florida on their best control map. Florida's a top 3 CDL control team that we have headed into this series. And they take that in a convincing victory where Owakening pops off. And then we round it out with an aBeZy hardpoint where Boston has just been so great, so stoic on this map with a comfortable victory.
Ali, you saw this one coming. Do you have an MVP on the day, or was this a team effort for Boston Breach?
I think, you know, every win is a team effort, but for me, it was really Nero and Vivid, that sub duo. I'm hoping to see them be all on the same page, and more often than not, I feel like this is one of the sub duos in the league that when they're both having a good time, they are absolutely frying, and Boston Breach is winning like they did in that game 4. So hoping some consistency out of them.
I love Boston, but I'm angry Methodz ruined the 1v4 for Havoc's clear.
Right?
Taking a look at the standings, though, the Breach climbing all the way up to the #2 spot after that victory, and they could lock it in with a dub tomorrow. So much going down tomorrow, and it's an amazing day of action. So make sure you're locking in and joining us 2:45. We start with the headquarters show. We'll give you all of the predictions you're going to need on the day. Ali, looking at that one, I see 6 o'clock. It's glaringly obvious. We know what's on the line for Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas, but we got bangers all day long.
All day long. I mean, that first match, Seattle possibly trying to be in the conversation to make it into winners. LADs versus a Boston Breach, a matchup that didn't go well at all last year for the Boston Breach. And then, of course, nobody ever wants to miss OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe.
And Nameless, you and I were starting to check out Boston. The major is coming up the 2nd through the 5th. That's next Thursday to Sunday. Everyone can join us. Get your tickets right now. Just scan that QR code. But what are you looking forward to most as we head up to Beantown?
I mean, I'm excited for the food over there. I heard they got some really good food, some good burgers, so I'm ready to eat, man.
Some fish and chips, some good cocktails. Get your tickets right now and join in on all of the fun. Thank you for tuning in to another Super Saturday. We'll catch you for one final day of the qualifiers with a big Sunday kicking off tomorrow, 2:45.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.